Welcome to the Layers and Masking Photoshop course. In the following lessons, we'll be going through a lot of information, starting out with layers and working our way through masking. The course begins with a detailed walkthrough of the basic fundamentals to help you understand and learn about the concepts in Photoshop. Each fundamental is also demonstrated with examples to help you fully understand each concept. Then, you'll get to use the included practice files to follow along with the hands-on project section at the end of the course. Let's get started. Let's go ahead and discuss now what layers actually are. Layers allow you to stack different images, you can stack adjustments, text, colors, gradients, and so many other elements within your document. All of these layers stacked on top of your original image will combine to create an overall effect. You can mask layers, blend them, manipulate them, and so on. Layers are really powerful, and they give you so much potential with your images. I have an example photo with a couple of simple adjustments to it. This is the type of photo edit that I create in real life, so this is actually what you would probably see in my image document. You can see that there's a background layer, and that's my main image, and then I have 4 other layers on top of it, each of them doing different things to the image. Let's jump over to Photoshop and take a look at this image with these layers so you can see how they kind of add up to create this final effect. So here's that same image inside of Photoshop. I have the Layers panel active here over on the right, and this shows that same thing that you saw in that image slide that I just showed you. I'm going to go ahead and start at the beginning. I'm going to hide all but that background layer so you can kind of get a view of what it looked like before I started adding these layers to this image. The first layer I added was a color balance layer. I took away some of the reddish color tint in the photo and just kind of balanced things out a little bit. Next, I added a black and white layer, but as you can see, I didn't convert the image to black and white. Instead, I blended this with a blend mode along with a lower opacity to give it a different look. Next, I added a curves adjustment to add a little bit of kind of that matte faded look along with some subtle contrast. And then lastly, I created a dodge and burn layer, which helps to manipulate the light and contrast in this scene. And as I toggle that off and on, you can kind of watch the image to see that effect change. So with all of these layers stacked together, I was able to change the look of this photo. In the next video, I'll be discussing some of the benefits that you have when working with layers. Let's go ahead and talk about some of the benefits of working with layers and kind of why they're so important. The biggest thing that layers do is they allow you to work non-destructively on your photos. If I was only editing a background layer or the pixel layer basically, all of those changes are burned into that layer. If I wanted to make edits or make changes to that, I'm unable to because everything is on one single layer. However, when you have things on separate layers, that original image is still intact. And that gives you a lot of flexibility with working on your photo, especially if you need to go back and make changes. And that goes to my second point. Layers can be re-edited. If you're working with an adjustment layer, you can go in and make changes to the settings. If you have a layer that you did, let's say, cloning on or dodging and burning, if you don't like the way it looks, you can delete the layer and start all the way over, or you can just edit that layer itself. If you have an image for a client that you're working on and they see something in that photo that they just don't like, having layers in your document actually allows you to go back and change that instead of having to start all the way over from scratch. Another interesting thing about working with layers is that the order that the layers are stacked will actually affect how your image will look. The topmost layers will always affect what's below them. For example, if you have a black and white adjustment at the very top of your layers panel, that's going to turn every single thing below it into black and white. But let's say I had that black and white layer at the top, and then I decided to add some type over it that was bright red. That type layer would be red because it's above the black and white layer. Another thing about working with layers is that they can be masked for selective adjustments. And what I mean by this is adding an adjustment only to a specific area of an image. Think a black and white adjustment with some color of the original photo peeking through. And that's only one example of a selective adjustment with masking. And of course, we'll be discussing masking in later chapters throughout this course. So let's take a look at these two examples here. Both of these photos look pretty much identical. It's the same scene, but they were edited slightly differently. Let's take a look now at the layers panel associated with these images. So with the image on the left, I have that background image, and then I have 3 layers on top of it that are affecting the way it looks. However, with the image on the right, I used the same adjustments, but instead of using the layered adjustments, I made the adjustments directly to that background layer. So the result is pretty much the same, but the difference is I can go back to that image on the left and make changes to it. Let's jump into Photoshop and actually take a look at these photos so you can really see the difference between the two images. Here I have these images both opened into Photoshop. Right now we're looking at the image with all of those layers, and you'll see it over there in the Layers panel. I'm just going to jump real quickly back and forth between the two. So here's the image with only the background image and no additional layers. And if I kind of jump back and forth, you can see that there are some subtle differences, but for the most part, they look pretty much the same. So with the image that actually was edited using layers, let's go ahead and take a look at those layers over on the right. I'm going to go ahead and hide all but the background layer, so now you can actually see what that image looks like beforehand. I added a black and white adjustment. Then I also added some dodging and burning, and that just kind of helped highlight some of those rocks and give it a little bit more interesting contrast. And then the last one, I used a LUT, or a color lookup adjustment, to add a little bit of styling to that photo. So I can see that I have that before and after. And what I could do here is, if I wanted to make any changes, I certainly could do that. So let's say I wanted to change something about that color lookup. I could go into that 3D LUT file, and I could kind of play around with some of those different settings. And because this is a black and white conversion, it's only making some subtle adjustments, but it is making changes. I could also go into that dodge and burn layer, and maybe I wanted to make some adjustments to that layer itself. So I could jump into my brush tool and maybe add a little bit more lightness to the scene. And don't worry, guys, I'm going to show you how to dodge and burn in a later chapter. I'm just kind of showing this for a quick example to give you an idea of what you can actually do with layers. So then I'll switch my brush over to a black brush to maybe add some contrast and some dark areas. And I was just able to re-edit that dodge and burn layer. Now let's jump over to the image without layers and see what we can do. Well, there's not a lot we can do with this image. This image is completely edited and completely flattened. I'm not able to make any adjustments to any of those layers after the fact. I can adjust and manipulate what I have in front of me, but I can't remove or take away anything. Like if I wanted to start over with my dodging and burning, I'm not able to do that. For this image, I actually use the dodge and burn tool, which I actually use very infrequently because I prefer working with layers for that type of editing. Now, of course, if I had just edited this entire image, and let's say I have my history panel available. So let's jump over to the history panel. So I'll go up to Window, History. So you can see here that the only thing I've done here is I've opened the file because I edited this before I actually brought it into this presentation. If I'd been working on this right now and I made a bunch of changes, all of those steps would be listed here inside of history. And yeah, you can kind of play around with the history, but everything is edited in a linear fashion, meaning first I added the black and white, and then I added the dodging and burning, and then I added the color effect. If I wanted to change my black and white edit, I would have to go all the way back to the beginning, and I wouldn't actually be able to retain those other edits, and I have to start all over again. So I hope that this kind of shows you the value of working with a layered document. The fact that you can re-edit it and make all of those changes after the fact is a really big deal, and it adds a lot of flexibility to your editing. Let's go ahead and talk about the Photoshop workspace. And what I mean by that are the panels and the things that you actually see aside from your photo that's opened. Right now I have the Essentials workspace open, and this is kind of the default one that you'll see when you first open Photoshop, or if you've never changed it, maybe you're still using this one. Workspaces can be changed and saved and deleted and shared, so you can actually create your own setup for what works best for you and your workflow. For me, I prefer to have the Layers panel kind of front and center. So the Layers panel is down here on the bottom right in the Essentials workspace. And by the way, if you want to see which workspace you're using, go to that little drop down on the top right. And right now you can see here, I have that Essentials workspace active. So I'm going to take that Layers panel and I'm just going to drag it off, and that just kind of removes it from being docked over there in the bottom right. Then I'm going to take this and I'm just going to kind of go back to the right till I see that blue line, and then I'm going to release. And now I've docked the entire Layers panel over here, so I have it kind of a lot more accessible and really easy to see. You can also resize the panels, so I'm just going to hover over the left until that double arrow appears and then drag it to the left. Another thing you might want to do inside of the Layers panel is view your thumbnails a lot larger. So I usually keep mine at the largest setting, and to check that, go to one of the image thumbnails. The background layer is usually going to be the easiest one to access. Right-click over that, and here you have where you can select from no thumbnails, small thumbnails, medium, and then large. So I like the large ones because I really like to see that thumbnail front and center. I'm also usually working on a pretty large monitor, so I'm not too worried about that extra real estate space that it's taking up. But if you have a smaller computer, you might want to set those to a smaller setting. So if you have a big document with a lot of layers, then you'll be able to see most of them there in your Layers panel. If you would like to kind of change around the workspace on your own, you can close other workspaces. So maybe the top right here, maybe you're just not worried about color, swatches, gradients, and patterns. If you click this little drop down here on the top right, you can close the entire tab group, and that just gets rid of all of them. If you see this little skinny one right here, that means that you can either click on it and it will kind of like pop up there to see what you've done. You can also click the little arrow, and that's just going to push it out so you can see more of it. But you might want to also remove these. So go ahead and close the tab group. If you just select close, it's only going to close the active tab there. So you saw I got rid of comments. So I'll just go ahead and close all of those. And now I've just kind of tidied things up a little bit more. If you'd like to see what other types of panels you can kind of move around and play with, go up to that window drop down. And this is where you can access all of those panels. For example, you might want to see a navigator view. Of course, it put it in a really strange spot there. Normally, I would push my navigator up on the top right because a lot of the time I like to kind of see that smaller thumbnail view of my photo. That's what people are mostly going to see when you share it online, is a smaller thumbnail view of it before they see the bigger version. So I like to keep that navigator there in the top right, so I always can just kind of reference it to see what my photo looks like as a smaller size. So once you actually get your workspace set up the way you want, you can actually save it so you can access it at any time. So to do that, you would just click that drop down on the top right and select New Workspace, and then you just give it a name. If you've also made some other customizations to any of these other things, you can change that as well. I usually leave those unchecked because mostly for my workspaces, what I'm concerned about is the panel locations and where everything is visible. Another thing you can do is reset your workspace kind of back to its default. Right now, I'm actually still inside of the Essentials workspace. If I take that drop down, you can see that Essentials is still checked. So I'm just going to reset this, and it brings it back to kind of its default where everything should go. And this is really helpful if you happen to have your own workspace that you like to use and you've moved things around a lot. Resetting it is just going to kind of bring everything back to where it should be. Now, if you don't want to mess and fuss with creating your own workspace, I've actually included a workspace for you to download. Now, this workspace I'm including is the one that I use every single day inside of Photoshop. From time to time, I might adjust it and change it around. You may or may not see me using it throughout the videos in this course. It just kind of depends on what I'm working on. And of course, when I'm teaching, I want to make sure that certain elements are highlighted and more visible when some things may not be applicable to what I'm showing you. But if you really want to work with a good workspace that I found is helpful when editing photos, then go ahead and download it. And I'm going to show you right now how to import that. So once you've downloaded that file, you want to go up to Edit, Presets, Export, Import Presets. Make sure you have that Import Presets tab at the top, then go down and click Select Import Folder. You want to find the folder that contains that Nicolesy.psw file. Once you're inside of that folder, here I just have it in my Downloads folder, go ahead and click Open. Then select what you want. In this case, there's only one preset to import, so I'll go ahead and click that. I'm going to add it to the right into the Presets to Import panel. Then I'm going to click Import Presets. Now you may need to restart Photoshop, so I'm going to go ahead and do that real quickly. I rebooted Photoshop. Let's go ahead and see if that workspace was imported. So I'm going to go over to the top right, and now I can see that I have that Nicolesy workspace added. So this is what the workspace looks like. I have the Layers panel, really easy to see and access. On the right, I have the navigator, so I can see that thumbnail preview, along with the histogram if I wanted to kind of go back and forth and view what the histogram is telling me about my image. I have the adjustments panel here. This is a good one to have access to pretty regularly. I also tend to use the Creative Cloud libraries, so I've added that to mine as well. If you don't use that, you can go ahead and remove it. Down below are the Properties panel. This is going to be what you actually see when you edit things. So if I go up to that color adjustment, now I have the properties for that specific adjustment layer. And then I have the History and Actions panels here. I tend to reference them from time to time, so I find them useful. Now, if you went up to that top right and you did not see that Nicolesy workspace, you may need to add it manually. To do this, you'll need to access the Workspaces folder on your computer. So this is what it looks like on a Mac. Here I have the instructions for both Mac and Windows. So if you are unable to view that workspace after going through the import preset process that I showed you, go ahead and pause here and find this location, and then you just simply need to copy and paste that Nicolesy.psw file over into the Workspaces folder. Then reboot Photoshop, and that workspace should be accessible in that top right dropdown. In this video, I'd like to give an overview of the different types of layers that you can create or that you might encounter when working on your photos. I'll be demonstrating how to use some of these layer types in later videos. However, some of the layer types you see here are a bit beyond the scope of this course. So I won't be going into depth with some of them, and the type tool is a good example of this. But I still want you to be familiar with all of these layer types so you know how to approach them if you see them in other tutorials outside of this course. Let's begin discussing the different types of layers that you can use in Photoshop. And we'll begin with the background layer. The background layer is always at the bottom of the Layers panel. And when you open up a photo, if it has a background layer, it's simply going to be called background. It begins locked, just like you see here, but you can still manipulate it by painting on it and doing a few other things. It does have a few limitations, but for the most part, you will not be touching this layer. That's kind of the whole point of working with layers. You'll see there it has a lock icon, so it's pretty easy to unlock it if you do need to manipulate it. You can also create a background layer as well. Let's go ahead and jump over into Photoshop and take a look at this background layer. As you can see here, I have this image open, and on the Layers panel, I have that background layer active. That's the only layer that's inside of this document. Most of the time, you are going to leave this layer alone. You probably won't want to do anything with it if you want to work non-destructively. But if you ever do need to, let's say, move this layer, transform it, or something along those lines, then you'll want to unlock it. Unlocking it is extremely simple. You just go over to that lock icon and click it, and now you have a basic layer. You can do anything to this layer now that you can to any other layer that you would add or create here inside of Photoshop. Another thing you can do is actually create a background layer. You probably won't have a lot of use for this for basic photo editing, but if you ever get into anything more advanced, like creating your own actions, for example, then you may actually want to convert an existing layer into a background layer. So the way you do that is you click whichever layer that you want to be your background layer. You go up to Layer, New, and then select Background from Layer. Now here I only had one layer in that document, so it just kind of converted things back to normal, but it would take any layer and move it to the bottom and change that to the background layer if you wanted to. So that's a little bit of a pro tip about working with background layers inside of Photoshop. Like I said, for the most part, you're going to leave that background layer untouched, and you'll be adding layers on top of that background layer to keep your edits non-destructive in order to get that look that you want. The next type of layer we'll discuss is a pixel layer. Pixel layers are basic image layers. They're also anything that you maybe have brushed on, like creating a dodge and burn layer, for example. That's another type of pixel layer. They're also very destructible, meaning it's really easy to kind of do things to that layer that you cannot recover. What you see here on the left is an extremely zoomed in version of that background layer. The background layer itself is also a pixel layer. You can actually see those pixels in that kind of grid view, and all of those pixels combined, when you zoom out, it actually looks like the photo. So now let's go ahead and jump over and dig a little bit deeper into pixel layers in Photoshop. I'm now inside of Photoshop and I have that same image open. I'm going to zoom way in and just keep going in and in and in. And now you can actually see those pixels. And I'll just zoom around so you can kind of get a feel. And this is actually what the pixels look like up close here in Photoshop. And then as I zoom out, the image becomes clearer and clearer until I get all the way out. Now let's talk a little bit about kind of how fragile these pixel layers can be. In the Layers panel, I'm going to unlock this background layer so that I can transform it. Then I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut Command or Control T, and this will allow me to actually transform the layer. I'm going to resize it, and I'm just going to make it really, really small. And I'll press Return to commit that change. So now if I zoom in and kind of scroll over, there's my tiny little image there in the corner. Next, I'm going to transform this again, but I'm going to expand it back to its original size. So I'll use that keyboard shortcut again, Command or Control T, and then I'm just going to take that corner and drag it all the way out. Make sure I get it nice and centered there, and then I'll press Return. Looks like I'm a little off center there, but that's fine. You can see a little bit of that transparent background there, but I'm not going to worry about that right now. But what I am going to worry about is how awful this photo looks now that I've scaled it all the way down and then scaled it all the way back up. If I zoom in again, all of those pixels are still there. It's just that I lost a lot of detail. So there's a lot of kind of fuzzy areas. If I were to save this image and then open it back up again, there's no way I could recover that. But because I'm still working on this image here in Photoshop and I haven't done anything, I can just backtrack with a couple of undo steps to get back to that original image. But it's really easy to kind of destroy those pixels in your image. Another thing that would also make it a very destructive type of layer is if I was just to brush all over this. So I'm going to switch over to my brush tool, and I have kind of a purple color there in my swatch. If I were to just start brushing over this image, and it obviously looks horrible, then if I were to zoom in, all of those pixels are now that kind of purple color until I scroll up, and then it just fades into the original color. So I've literally changed what those pixels look like. And I'm again, if I were to save this and come back to it, I would not be able to recover that original image. So I'm actually going to just kind of undo. And let's get back to our nice, beautiful, and in focus photo that we had. So that's a little bit more about pixel layers. Pixel layers are going to be images that you bring in, like a copy and paste thing, anything that you would brush over on your photo in a pixel type layer, those are going to be pixels. So just be kind of careful when working with them and make sure you don't manipulate the pixels or the layer size by transforming it too much if you want to really retain the best quality in your images. Another type of layer that you may encounter are shape and vector layers. You can create shapes inside of Photoshop using the Shape tool. Most often you'll be creating either rectangles or ellipses, squares, rectangles, circles, ovals, and things like that. Illustrations created inside of Adobe Illustrator is another example of a vector. And one of the benefits of working with shapes and vectors is that they are editable and re-editable without affecting the overall quality. When I was discussing pixel layers, I showed you how fragile they can be if you were to resize them. But I'm going to show you how easy it is to resize a shape or a vector without actually damaging the layer itself. Let's jump over to Photoshop and I will show you an example of this. So this document has just a simple white background layer. There's nothing fancy about it. Let's go ahead and add a shape to this. Over in the Layers panel, I'm going to access that rectangular tool, but instead of using a rectangle, I'm going to add a custom shape. So I'm going to right-click that tool and then select Custom Shape Tool. Up in the top options bar, you can actually choose a shape. There's going to be a lot of default shapes here, but I'm just going to go ahead and choose one of these flowers because it has a lot of nice detail and it will make for a really good demonstration of what I'd like to show you. So I'm just going to click that flower to activate it. I also want to set the fill to a color, so I'm just going to pick any random color here. And the stroke, you can change the colors if you want, but like I said previously, these things are re-editable and very easy to change. So I'm just going to start out with those two colors. I'm going to click and drag, and you want to make sure that you're holding that shift key if you want to keep it proportional. So I've added my shape. If I press return, now I can see it in all its glory. Now it looks kind of funny because it's got a weird stroke or, kind of a border around the entire shape, and then it's got filled in with all these kind of funny colors. But shapes like this are very easy to re-edit. Now let's go ahead and look over in the Layers panel real quickly at this tool. You'll notice that there's a little icon on the bottom right, and it just called this, shape 52-1. I believe that's referencing the actual shape that I pulled from that dropdown. It also has a checkerboard background there, and that's indicating that it has transparency. That means that the only thing on this layer is that shape. If I look over in the Tools panel, I still have that tool active, and I can see that I have the fill and stroke colors set to what I chose originally. There's also a border around it. But because I have that tool active and I have that layer active, I can actually resize things, and you'll actually see it kind of change as I'm making those adjustments. So then maybe I could change that stroke color and just go with a simple black stroke, and then I could change the fill color to, let's try a pink. But what I'm going to do now is I'm going to duplicate this layer and show you the difference between working with a shape layer and a pixel layer. So over in the Layers panel, I'm just going to click and drag this layer to that new layer icon, and that just copies the layer. I'm going to access my Move tool. Holding my Shift key, I'm just going to move it to the right, and then that just keeps it nice and level with the other image. I'm also going to change the color of the new flower so it's a little easier to tell the difference between the two. So I'll press U, and that brings me to that Shape tool. And then I'll take that fill color, and I'll just go ahead and change this one to green. And I'll press return, and that will get rid of that outline. Now over in the Layers panel, I'm going to select both of these layers, and I'm going to transform them. So I'll use that keyboard shortcut Command or Control T. I'm going to hold my Option key, and that will just keep everything centered, and then I'm just going to make them really small. So I have two shape layers here, and I have a duplicate one on the right. I'm going to take that one on the right-click over it, and I'm going to say that I want to rasterize this layer. And what that does is it basically removes all of the vector properties from the image, and it just turns it into a regular pixel image. So it still looks the same, but the top layer up there is rasterized. In fact, let me go ahead and rename this. So this is a pixel layer, and this one is a shape or a vector layer. I'm going to go ahead and select both of these layers once again. I'm going to use that keyboard shortcut Command or Control T, hold my Option key, and that just keeps it centered while I resize, and then bring it back. So as you can see, that image on the left, the stroke border stayed the same throughout the whole resize process, and it kind of went back to the way it was before. Whereas the image on the right, once I shrunk it down and then converted it into a pixel layer, everything was kind of frozen in that state. So then I was really just enlarging something and just kind of trying to stretch it out to be basically what it was at a smaller size, but just make it bigger. With most of your photo editing, it's unlikely that you will use and work with a lot of these types of layers, but creating things like a collage might be an example of when you might want to use a shape layer. And don't worry, I'm going to show you how to create a collage in one of the projects towards the end. But this is a good example and a good representation of the big difference between working with a vector layer and a pixel layer. Adjustment layers are used to edit your photos. They are probably the type of layer that you will use most along with image layers. The beauty about adjustment layers is that they are non-destructive. Instead of applying all of those edits to the background layer and kind of burning them all in, you can add multiple adjustment layers to increase and kind of enhance an overall effect. Let's go ahead and jump into Photoshop. We'll take a look at this photo and we'll preview some of those adjustment layers. But don't worry, because in a later video, I'm going to walk through the most common types of adjustment layers that you are probably going to want to use in Photoshop when editing your images. Here's that same image with these adjustment layers added to it. I'll go ahead and go to that background layer, and I'm going to press and hold the Option or Alt key while clicking on that eyeball, and that kind of just hides the other layers. So for this image, I added first a curves adjustment, and that mostly just added some brightness to it. If you go ahead and look over in those curves properties, you can kind of move that curve around, and I really just wanted to kind of enhance the tone by adding a touch of brightness. I also used a hue saturation adjustment. And if you look over in the properties panel, you're not really seeing much of an adjustment made. But what I did was I clicked on this drop down, I went to the magentas, and then I played with kind of the coloring in that flower. So if I were to bring it back closer to 0, you can see it has a lot more blue in it. It's a little bit more pinkish, and I just wanted to make it a little bit warmer. So I increased it. I didn't want to go too far because things were going to start kind of blooming and looking funny. I just wanted to kind of give it a little bit more warmth to the petals. I also added a Vibrance, and this is a very subtle adjustment that I added. Vibrance has both vibrance and saturation. You can play with the sliders and the settings. But as you're seeing here, one of the benefits is I'm actually able to go back and re-edit these layers as much as I want to. So you actually access all of your adjustment layers from the Adjustments panel. If you don't see it, you'll want to go up to Window, Adjustments, make sure there's a check next to it, and that means it's visible inside of your workspace. You simply just click on one of these adjustments to add it to the image, and then all of those adjustment settings will show up inside of that Properties panel. You can also delete those adjustment layers. You just kind of want to click in that blank space on the adjustment layer and either press that delete key, or you can go to the bottom of the layers panel and click that little trash icon. It will just ask for you to confirm it. I don't really want to see this again, so I'll click that box and click yes. Just so you know, if you are trying to delete an adjustment, sometimes when you click delete, if you go ahead and watch that Vibrance layer, if you click delete, sometimes it deletes the mask, and then you have to click delete again to actually get rid of the entire adjustment. So you might come across that if you're kind of working and kind of removing things that you've done. But it's really easy to work with these adjustments. If you wanted to add a black and white layer, just click black and white. I'm going to delete that because I don't want to turn this into black and white because it has so much beautiful color in it. You can also add adjustment layers by going up to Layer, New Adjustment Layer. Obviously, that takes a little bit more time to do that, but you are able to see all the names of those adjustments. And as opposed to actually editing the image layer itself, which you'd go to Image Adjustments, but you can see that you can't add everything here. And in fact, you kind of want to avoid this altogether because that's where you're going to have those destructive edits that you want to avoid. But I do want to show you where they're located in Photoshop in case you do find a good need for them. But for the most part, I highly encourage you to work with adjustment layers because you have a lot more flexibility. You can re-edit, you can manipulate, you can blend, you can change the opacity. There's just a lot more control that you have in Photoshop when working with adjustment layers. Fill layers are another type of layer you can add. And those are color fill, pattern fill, and gradient fill layers. These are used a lot to stylize and also for design work. So you may find some use for certain types of layers. I tend to use the solid color fill layers more than the other ones, but I encourage you to kind of play around with the other layer types just to kind of see what they do. They're also re-editable and non-destructive, just like any other layer, similar to how adjustment layers work. So as you can see in this image here, what I've done is I added a color layer and I just kind of blended it with a blend mode to give that image a different effect, kind of like a black and white sepia effect. Let's jump into Photoshop and I'll set this up and show you how I added this color fill layer to my image. So here's my image. It's a background layer. There's only one layer in that layers panel. And let's go ahead and add that color fill layer. So the easiest way to get to these types of layers is to go to the layers panel and click that little adjustment icon and then select which one you want to play with. For this example, I will go ahead and choose solid color. As soon as that happens, I get to pick the color I want to work with. So I'm just going to go ahead and try to find kind of like a brownish sepia color, and I'll go ahead and click OK. Now, in order to actually see this do anything on my photo, I need to change that blend mode. So I'm going to go up to that drop down. It starts out with normal, and then I'm just going to go all the way down and change that to color. So now I've just desaturated and added a little bit of a sepia look to the scene. Now, if I wanted to, I can easily change this. It's very editable, so you don't really have to worry about that first color that you choose when you're kind of picking that color for the first time. To re-edit it, just double-click that thumbnail icon, and now I can maybe move it and maybe find something that's in a little bit more of the yellowish zone, and then click OK. So they're really simple and easy to work with. Like I said, you're probably more likely going to use that color option more than the others, but it's always fun to play around in Photoshop. If you were to choose the pattern one, what you'll see is it just fills the entire space with a pattern. You have a few other settings here, but you can click that drop down and kind of see what some of your default patterns are. You know, there's just a lot of different ones. Your options might look a little different here than what I have, but it's good to know that that option exists because you might find a use for it down the road. In Photoshop, you can do one thing in many different ways, and me showing you how to use that solid color fill layer is just another way to add kind of a tinted color look to your image. Let's talk a little bit about the type tool. So type is a way for you to add text to your photos. It's actually another type of vector, meaning if you type something at a really small size, you can enlarge it and resize it as long as it's still an active type layer and you haven't converted it into a pixel like I showed you with that vector layer. Type layers are re-editable and non-destructive, so they're really great when you need to add a little bit of text to your image. And adding a watermark might be the most common use for most photographers, but of course, there are a lot of different ways that you can work with type in a photo, so go ahead and get creative and see what you can come up with. Let's jump into Photoshop and I'll show you how to add a watermark like this to your image. I have my image open here in Photoshop, and if you look over in the Layers panel, it's just a simple background layer. I don't have anything else added to it. Let's go ahead and add some type. You can either access it by clicking it over in that Layers panel, and of course you'll want to work with that horizontal type tool. You'll see that cursor change. You can also use the keyboard shortcut T, and that will get you to that type tool as well. Then just click inside your image and it will come up with some default text. It's lorem ipsum is what it is, and it's really tiny there. You can barely see it. And that's because at the very top, I have that type set to a really, really small font size. So I'm just going to click this and just kind of choose something a little bit larger. I'll make it even a little bit bigger there for these purposes. You can choose your font here at the top. So I'll just pick kind of a simple one there, and you can choose your font weight. And then there's a few other options here as well, but I'm not going to get into too much detail with the type tool. I'm just going to show you how to make a nice quick watermark. So the type here is active, and you can see it's highlighted, and that's just the default text that it adds anytime you click in your image with that type tool. If I were to hit the escape key, then it's kind of going to commit that. And if you look over in the Layers panel, you can see that it says lorem ipsum, and it's just simple type layer. I'm going to resize this real quickly by using that keyboard shortcut Command or Control T, and I'll just make it really big, press return. If I access that type tool, if you look up at the top there, you can see that the font size has actually changed. So it knows how big or how small you've changed it, and it's just going to kind of resize accordingly. Let's go ahead and edit this text so it actually is a little bit more appropriate for my image here. So I have that type tool active. I'm just going to click inside of the text. I can select all of the text with a keyboard shortcut, so Command or Control A, and then I'm going to type my copyright. So I'm going to create that copyright symbol. And by the way, if you want to create a copyright symbol on a Mac, you'll use the keyboard shortcut Option G. And if you are on Windows platform, you're going to use Alt 0169. Basically, you want to press and hold the Alt key and then type 0169, and it will create that copyright symbol for you. And then I'll just go ahead and type my name. And I'll press Escape when I'm finished. And then I want to resize and relocate this to the bottom corner of my image. So I'll use that keyboard shortcut Command or Control T. And I'll just take a corner and just resize it. You don't need to hold the Shift key or anything. That will actually kind of warp or deform the shape of it. And I'll just drop it there in the corner, and then I'll press Return or Enter to commit that. Now, because this is on its own layer, another thing you might want to do is maybe drop the opacity of your type layer so it blends in a little bit and the watermark is not too distracting. So you can take that opacity slider in the Layers panel and just kind of fade it away. And so that's just a really quick overview of that type tool inside of Photoshop. The great thing about it is that it's very re-editable, so you can make any changes, fix a mistake or a typo. You can resize it, you can change the font, you can do a lot of different things with it. Let's talk a little bit about smart object layers. Smart objects are kind of a special kind of layer. They are very non-destructive, editable layers. They work well with raw photos and filters and plugins. They're kind of the ultimate non-destructive file. And I'm going to show you this example and how you might want to use it with a photograph. So let's go ahead and jump over into Photoshop, and I will kind of set this up and explain how smart objects work with photography. Here I have that photo open that you saw on that slide, and if you look over in the Layers panel, there's only one layer. There's no background layer, but if you look in the corner in the bottom right of that thumbnail, it has a little icon there indicating that it's a smart object. Now, what I did to set this up was I was inside of Lightroom, and I made some adjustments in Lightroom. And then I chose to edit it into Photoshop, but I chose the option that allows you to edit it as a smart object. So basically what I have here is I have a layer that is still basically a raw file. So what I'm going to do to start out and show you how this works is I'm going to double click this thumbnail icon, and this opens it up into Camera Raw. Now, Camera Raw and Lightroom, they basically run on the same engine. So the things I can do inside of Lightroom, I can do inside of Camera Raw. And Camera Raw is going to read all of those Lightroom edits that I did and display them here inside of Camera Raw. This is more than just a simple layer. I actually have the raw file. If you look at the top, you can see the file name and that it's a DNG file. And that's just the raw file type that I chose to save this image as. So I have full editability of things like the white balance. So if I needed to make an adjustment, I could fix that white balance. You have more flexibility with your exposure and your tone settings. You can also change your profile if you wanted to. And let me go ahead and browse those. And maybe I'll change it to something that's a little bit more bright and vivid or a little bit more subdued. And maybe continue playing with some of those other settings. So I was able to fully save that raw data inside of that smart object layer, and I can click OK. That will save and update the file, and I could go back and forth and do that as many times as I want. I can even have adjustment layers or any other type of layer added above the smart object, and it would just continually refresh every time I went back to make edits. Another thing that smart objects are really good for is when you want to edit the layer with a plugin or a filter, but maybe be able to go back and re-edit those settings. So I'm going to go ahead and show this with a filter here in Photoshop. So I have that layer active. I'll go over to filter. I'll go down to stylize, and let's go ahead and add an oil paint effect. I'm just going to kind of play around, and I'm not going to be too picky with these settings here. And I'll just go ahead and click OK so we can kind of get this going and you can see how this works. And then if you look over in the layers panel, now it has a new thing called smart filters, and it added that oil paint. Now I could add even more filters if I wanted to. So let's just do that for fun. I'll go down to filter, and maybe I'll add a blur. So let me just add a Gaussian blur, and I'll click OK. Now I obviously don't want my image to look blurry, but what I have here, I have some settings over on the right. So if I double click those settings, I can actually blend this. So maybe I can change this down to soft light, and then I reduce the opacity. And now I've removed that actual blur effect, but I've kind of given it a little bit more vibrant color with that filter. And I can even toggle that filter off and on inside of the layers panel. Same thing with the oil paint. I could adjust those blend settings if I wanted to, or I can just go back and actually edit the effect itself. So if I double click over the name of that filter, it's going to reopen the oil paint filter, and you can see it's here over on the left. And now maybe I can kind of just make some changes to it. Now let's change the lighting because that'll be a little bit more obvious there. And I'll go ahead and click OK. But again, I still have full control over this raw edit. So I can double click that thumbnail, and that's going to open it up again inside of Camera Raw. So then maybe if I wanted to make it a little bit warmer, I could just increase the white balance there, click OK, and it updates everything completely non-destructively. Smart objects are pretty fun to work with. They give you a lot of opportunity. They do have some limitations. I'm not really going to be going into smart objects too much in this course, but I do think that they're really great, especially for these types of uses that I just showed you here, working with filters and plugins. And by the way, if you do work with plugins, they work very similarly to the filters in the fact that if you add a plugin to a smart object, make your edits, save it, and come back to the image, you can actually reopen that plugin once again, and it will retain all of those edits. That's another really beautiful thing about smart objects. But I want you to be aware of this type of layer because it can be a useful tool for certain types of applications. So it's not a bad thing to kind of keep in your back pocket. Maybe you'll want to kind of work with them down the road. Adjustment layers are a way for you to apply adjustments non-destructively to your photographs. This here shows a list of all of the adjustment layers that you have to work with. In this chapter, I'll be reviewing several of the adjustments you're most likely going to use for photographic editing. Here you can see that the adjustments that are in blue are the ones that I'm going to be showing you throughout this chapter. As you can tell, I won't be going through every single adjustment. Instead, I'll be showing you only those that I feel are most helpful when editing photographs. Let's jump over to Photoshop to see how adjustment layers work. I have Photoshop opened, and first I'm going to kind of review what I have set up here in the workspace. At the very top, I have the Adjustments panel open. Below that, I have the Properties panel. And then just below that is the Layers panel. These are the only three panels that I'll need to work with when applying adjustments to my photos. Adding an adjustment layer is as simple as clicking one of these options in the Adjustments panel. Simply click, and then if you look down in that Properties panel, you'll notice that it's changed a bit. The Properties panel is going to show you the properties of whichever layer you have selected. When you're working with adjustment layers, it's going to show that specific adjustment. Right now it's showing curves because I just added that to the Layers panel. If I were to add a second adjustment layer, if you notice down in the Layers panel, the photo filter adjustment is now highlighted and the properties have changed. If I go into that Layers panel and click on the curves adjustment, it's going to show me the properties for that layer. I'm going to go ahead and just highlight these two layers and delete them so we can kind of start over, and I can show you some other ways that you can actually apply an adjustment layer. In the Layers panel, if you click on that half black and white circle, you'll see a pop-up of several adjustment layers. So basically anything that's starting from that brightness and contrast all the way down, those are going to be the same adjustment layers that you see in that Adjustments panel. You can also add adjustment layers through the menu. If you go up to Layer, New adjustment layer, then you have all of those options here as well. I'm going to go ahead and add a black and white adjustment. And when I do that from the menu option, you get a pop-up that you don't see with those other options. You can make changes to this if you want, such as adding a clipping mask. You can even add a color to that layer. It doesn't actually affect your image. It's just a way for you to kind of organize your layers if you have a lot of them going on. You can even change the blend mode and the opacity from here. But these options are also available in the Layers panel, so you don't have to worry about this if you're adding through the menu. Just go ahead and click OK. Over in the Properties panel, there are some options here at the bottom. The eyeball is going to toggle the visibility of that adjustment. You can also go into the Layers panel and click that eyeball on the left, which does the exact same thing. There are a few here that are grayed out, and that's because they are not quite applicable yet, but I'm going to show you how they work, and I just kind of have to set it up a bit. So I've added this black and white adjustment. I'm just going to make a few changes to some of the sliders here, so it's a little bit different than the default settings. So I'll increase that red slider. I'll make the greens a touch darker, and I'll try to make that sky a little bit darker as well. Now I can toggle the visibility of that layer, and the other two options next to it have become active. This option with the eyeball and the little curvy arrow allows you to toggle the previous state. As I press and hold that and then release, you'll see that it's toggling what was the previous state of that adjustment. And in this case, it's just the basic black and white adjustment. So if you want to get a feel for the changes that you've made along the way, then that's a good option to use. Otherwise, you're stuck with just toggling the full before and after. And if you want your image to be black and white, for example, that's not really going to tell you and show you what's changed in the photo. Now, if I were to make more adjustments to this, I'll just increase the yellows there, and I go back to that toggle state, it's still bringing me back to that original black and white adjustment. So if you're kind of playing with an adjustment layer and you want to see what different settings do, so maybe you've applied some settings and then you want to make changes, but kind of go back to that previous state of adjustments, what you'll want to do is go to the Layers panel and then click on a different layer, then go back to that adjustment. Now you can make those edits. And if I go back to that toggling of that previous state, it's going to show me what it looked like just before I clicked off of that adjustment. You can also reset all of the adjustments. That just takes them all the way back to their default. And here I just had to click it twice just to kind of go backwards a few steps. And you can also delete the adjustment layer from the Properties panel as well, just by using that little trash icon. So I'll go ahead and click that, and now the adjustment layer is gone from my Layers panel. The brightness and contrast adjustment is a very straightforward tool to make simple changes to your photo. It's a great tool to use when you need to add just a really quick and simple adjustment without going into the weeds with the other tools. It's also a great tool to work with when you're still kind of getting used to some of the more complex tone adjustment tools. It's one that you'll probably work with for a little while and then eventually kind of work your way out of it by playing with other things such as curves, which I will be explaining in the next video. So let's go ahead and jump into Photoshop to see how the brightness and contrast adjustment works. I'll begin in Photoshop by going up to that Adjustments panel, and I'll click Brightness and Contrast. Down in the Layers panel, you'll notice that I have that new adjustment layer added, and the Properties panel has updated to show that new setting. To add brightness to your image, take that brightness slider and move it to the right. You can also darken the image as well if needed. At any time, if you'd like to reset a slider, and this goes for pretty much all of the adjustment sliders, go up to that slider and double-click it. That brings everything back to 0. You may also notice that there's a little hand icon with arrows on either side of it that lets you click, and then you can drag to the left or to the right. And this is a really good way to kind of just watch your photo while you're editing. The number in that brightness setting doesn't matter as much as what the actual image looks like while I'm making the adjustments. Just below that, we have the contrast slider. So you can reduce contrast if you'd like to do that. And you can see it does a nice kind of subtle job of reducing the contrast. You can also increase the contrast as well. I think this photo will look better with a little bit of a reduced contrast look. Let's go ahead and see what that looks like. I'll just toggle that preview icon at the very bottom of the properties panel. There's also an option here to use legacy, and you can play around with this if you like. It's basically just using an algorithm from an older version of Photoshop, and so they include that here. Once you click that button, it's going to reset the panel, so then you'd have to go back up and make those adjustments. But as you can see, it's not doing quite as good of a job. It's requiring you to add brightness and then also balance it with the contrast. But if you look in the photo, there's some areas that are really kind of bleached out and way too bright. Basically, it clipped the highlights, and it's noticeable more in the beak area and also some of the white in the feathers there. So I'm just going to reset this, and I'll just make those simple adjustments. Once again, I'm just going to take that brightness and move it to the right, and then reduce the contrast just a touch. And there's our final brightness and contrast adjustment to this image. When you want more control over your editing, specifically to the brightness and contrast of a photo, then the curves adjustment is where you'll want to start. At first glance, the curves adjustment might look a little daunting, but once you understand the mechanics of how it works, you'll have harnessed a huge amount of editing power in your photographs. Let's go ahead and walk through the settings that you can play with within the Curves tool. When you add the Curves tool, you will see an RGB curve, and this is what you'll use to adjust the brightness and the contrast in a photo. The way curves work is you click along that white line in the curve and you drag it up or you drag it down. Moving that up and kind of to that top left area will make your image brighter, and moving it to the bottom right area will make it darker. You can also adjust the shadows and the highlights by playing with that curve along those lines. And I'm going to show you how to do that once we jump over to Photoshop. So here are some examples of making your image brighter. As you can see on the left, that curve line was dragged upwards into that top left section, which adds brightness to the image. And then on the right, it was moved to the bottom right section, which makes the image darker. Along with editing the brightness and contrast in curves, you can also adjust the color. When you click that RGB dropdown, you have a red, a green, and a blue channel you can work with. We'll go ahead and start with the red. Moving that curve line up is going to add red, and moving it down is going to add cyan. You can also play with the highlights and shadows in the colors as well. And again, I'm going to show that once we jump into Photoshop. So here are those examples of using the red curve. Moving it up is going to add red to your image, and then moving it down is going to add cyan to your image. The green channel will add green or magenta to your image. So again, here are those examples. Moving it up, you're going to add green, and moving it down, you'll add magenta. And then lastly, we have the blue curve. So you can add blue or yellow. And then here are those examples for moving it up to add blue, and then moving it down to add yellow. Now let's jump over to Photoshop so you can really see how this works and get a better understanding of the mechanics of the Curve tool. We'll go ahead and begin by adding a Curves adjustment using that Adjustments panel. I'll click the Curves adjustment, and in the Properties panel is where you'll make those adjustments to the curve. To actually adjust the curve, you simply click and drag, and you can just move it up and down if you like to actually see what it's doing to your photo. Now, adding brightness or darkness is not really the intention of the Curves tool. Yes, you can obviously use it this way, but it's more likely that you'll want to do some more advanced type of editing. So I'm going to go ahead and reset that, and I'm going to show you a really common use of the Curve tool, and that's adding brightness and contrast at the same time. The way I do this is I create what's called an S-curve, and you'll understand why it's called an S-curve as soon as you see it. So what you do is you go over to that curve and just kind of click somewhere in the top right quadrant and drag up. Then go down to the bottom left, click, and drag down. And now if you look inside of that curve, you can see kind of a really subtle S shape. Now, of course, you can over-exaggerate it if you want to, and kind of the more exaggerated your S shape is, the more contrasty your photo will be. So I'm just going to backtrack real quickly and let's create that really nice, simple and subtle S-curve. If I toggle this curve off and on, if you're watching that photo, you can see it adds a really nice touch of contrast to the image. Now let's talk a little bit about the highlights and the shadows. You can move and create points anywhere inside of this curve. So I could click in the middle here if I wanted to and make some adjustments there to kind of refine the way the curve looks. You can also play with the points on the very bottom left and the very top right. If I were to click that bottom left curve point and drag up, I'm adding some brightness to the shadows. And what that's doing is kind of giving it a matte effect. That was a little intense, so I'm just going to back off a touch. And I've just kind of faded the image a little bit. You can also do the same thing on the top right. You can add darkness to those highlights if you want to. And I'll just go pretty far down to kind of over-exaggerate it. You can also add some brightness to those, and you saw that when I kind of went a little too far over, it starts doing some really funky things to the curve. So if you are going to make some of these adjustments, oftentimes it's best to just do it really subtly. So I might want to drag that down just a touch to give a little bit more darkness into those highlights. And now let's toggle that off and on. And if you're watching that photo, you can see that this created a nice faded matte effect with a little bit of contrast. While still inside of the same curves adjustment, you can also adjust the color. So I'm going to take this RGB dropdown and go into red. The color on this image looks good, so I don't really need to make any color correction by playing with that kind of center line there. But what I would like to do instead is add a split toning effect. Now you saw me adjust the highlights and shadows with the RGB slider. You can also do that with the color sliders. So if I wanted to create a nice split tone effect, I can do it with the color adjustments. So I'm going to go to the bottom left of my image. I'm going to click, and we know that cyan is the color that's kind of in that bottom right triangle area. So if I take the shadow slider and I move it to the right, that's going to add cyan, but only in the shadow areas in my photo. Next, if I go to the top right, and this is the highlights section, if I wanted to add red to only the highlights, I would click and drag it along the top, and that's going to add a touch of red to the highlights, which gives it a nice split toning effect. You can jump into other colors as well, so maybe I'll go into the blue. And the top left quadrant here is going to add blue, and the bottom right is going to add yellow. Since I just added red to the highlights, maybe I want to kind of add a little bit of yellow to mix the colors a bit. So I'll go to the top right area, click, and drag down, and that's going to add some yellow to the highlights. Then I can accentuate the blues a little bit in the shadow. So I'll take that bottom left slider, click, and drag up. I don't want to go too far. That seemed to do a little bit too much, but that's going to add a touch of blue in those shadows. Let's go ahead and preview that before and after. So with that one adjustment layer, I was able to add contrast, a matte effect, as well as split toning. Curves is an extremely powerful tool. I highly encourage you to open up your photos and just play around with the settings. The more you play around with those shadows and highlights and the different RGB channels that you can work with, the more you'll really get to understand curves and the more you'll actually want to use them with your photographic editing. The Vibrance adjustment layer helps you add or remove color intensity in your photograph. This adjustment has two sliders, Vibrance and Saturation. And you might be wondering, what's the difference between these two sliders? The basic difference between these sliders is that Vibrance is going to basically it's going to saturate your image, but it's not going to be as harsh or as intense on the red areas in a photo. Most skin tone has a lot of red in it, and so Vibrance is kind of a safer slider to use when editing photographs of people or anything with a lot of red in the scene. Saturation, on the other hand, is going to adjust all colors equally. I'm going to jump over to Photoshop now so you can really see the difference between these two sliders. I'll go ahead and add the Vibrance adjustment by clicking it in the Adjustments panel. And here are those two simple sliders that you can work with. If I take that Vibrance slider and move it around, I can push it all the way to the right, and it's really not doing a lot to overdo the photo. It is a little too colorful and a little too saturated, but I wouldn't say that it's completely overdone. You can also reduce the vibrance, and if you notice, if I go all the way to the left with that slider, it doesn't completely desaturate the photo. There's still a little bit of color left. I'm going to reset that slider. Now let's look at saturation. If I take saturation and push it all the way to the right, things start to look kind of funny, especially her skin tone and some of those bright reds and pinks in the scene. If I were to take this slider and move it all the way to the left, this actually does desaturate the photo, so it really is kind of affecting all colors equally. I'm going to go ahead and reset this, and to give you a better idea of the difference between these two, I'm going to start out first by taking that Vibrance slider and pushing it all the way to the right. Next, I'm going to go into my Layers panel, and I'm just going to click off of that Vibrance layer and then go back to it. And the reason I did that is because I want to be able to compare the two different editing states. And so if I kind of navigate or click away from that adjustment layer and go back to it, then it's going to remember that Vibrance setting that I just added. And I think you'll understand this a little bit more once I actually start showing you what I'm trying to achieve. So I'm going to go up to that Vibrance slider. I'm just going to double click the name, and that just resets the slider back to 0. Then I'll take that saturation slider and push it all the way to 100. Now inside of this Properties panel, I can go over to the Preview button that allows me to preview that previous state, which was the Vibrance at 100 and saturation at 0. So if I click that, now this, what you're seeing right now, this is with a Vibrance setting of 100. This is with a saturation setting of 100. So you can really see how they vary and how the Vibrance slider is going to be a little bit more kind to certain colors, whereas saturation is just going to really, really overdo them. I'm just going to reset everything here and just do a really quick edit using these two sliders. So I'll take that Vibrance slider, and usually when I'm playing around with sliders, I like to push them all the way to the right. I like to kind of wiggle them around while I'm watching my photo. And then once I feel like it's in a good place, I'll release. Sometimes I'll toggle it off and on to just see what it changed, and that's looking pretty good. Now let's play with saturation. I might want to intensify it a little bit more and increase that saturation slider up. Another thing you can do is sometimes I like to really push that Vibrance slider high, and then I'll take that saturation slider and actually go in the negative with it and kind of split them. There's just a lot of different ways that you can play around with these sliders. My advice is watch your colors, specifically the reds and the pinks. Make sure that they just don't get oversaturated. Sometimes if you zoom in real closely, you can see some funny lines starting to happen. And if I do that here, as I push it to the right, you can see some funny things happening in her shirt. It kind of just did some weird things up to the top. I lost a lot of detail in those areas. So I definitely wouldn't use this at a higher setting. And in fact, I often like to kind of reduce it just a touch in the negative when I'm playing around with both Vibrance and saturation. The hue and saturation adjustment will give you a lot more control with the colors in your photo. You'll typically want to use this adjustment over the standard Vibrance adjustment when you want to change specific color values and also change the hue in the colors. So hue stands for the color value, meaning you can change a red to a pink or a blue to a purple. Saturation is color intensity. And then lightness is color luminosity. So you can make a color either a little bit brighter or a little bit darker. Let's jump into Photoshop to see how this adjustment works. I'll go ahead and start out by going up to that Adjustments panel and adding a hue and saturation adjustment. By default, you'll have the Master setting, which basically means that all colors are going to be adjusted. So let's just walk through that real quickly to see how it looks. If we start at the top with the hue, I can click and drag it to the right or to the left, and it's shifting the colors in the entire image. You can go really extreme with it if you want, but pushing it really far is usually going to kind of do a little too much with those colors. I typically like to stay in kind of a small range here, just in the middle, when making adjustments to the hue. I'll go ahead and reset that. Now let's jump down to saturation. This is just like the example slider in the previous lesson. So you can increase it. If I push it all the way to the right, it's really doing some funny things. So saturation, you kind of want to be light-handed with. You can also desaturate your colors. And, if you push it all the way to the left, you remove all color completely from whichever colors you have selected. And then lightness is going to make those colors brighter or darker. And of course, because I have that master channel set, it's going to make the entire image brighter or darker, but not really in a very good way. Let's now go into making some selective color adjustments using this tool. So I'll take that drop down and I'm going to jump down to magentas. My hope is that the magenta's color range, which you can see here in the bottom, is going to affect that kind of pink wall. So I'll take the hue slider and I'm just going to kind of push it to the right. I'm just going to play around with it so you can really see what it's doing. And you can tell as I get into some of those areas, it's not really getting the entire wall. There's some funny little splotches of different colors there. So that's another reason why I kind of like to stay just in this kind of middle range here, kind of like the middle third of that hue slider. In this case, I'm going to push it to the right to kind of create a little bit more of a warm pink color. I'm also going to take that saturation slider and increase it to the right as well to add more color intensity to the wall. I'm going to play around with the lightness slider now to see what it does. So if I push it to the right, it just makes that pink wall a lot brighter. Moving it to the left makes it darker. I'm not really sure if I want to adjust the lightness of this, so I'm just going to reset it by double-clicking the lightness name there, and that slider goes back to 0. Now I'd like to switch gears and select a different color. So I'll go up to that drop-down, and I'm going to try to kind of get to the blue cyan color on the left, so I'll click cyans. So I'll go ahead and take that hue slider and move it to the right and maybe to the left. And I'm just going to kind of stop when it kind of turns into that nice kind of light blue color. Then I'll take that saturation slider and I'll move it to the right to really intensify the blue in that wall. If you were to choose one of those colors from the drop-down, but it wasn't quite finding the color that you wanted, you can also play around with these eyedropper tools. This will actually let you choose a color in your image and then make adjustments once you kind of have that color selected. But you also want to make sure that you first choose the color that is closest to it in this drop-down. If I were to use the eyedropper tool immediately after making adjustments to another color area, it's actually going to take those adjustments and apply it to whatever color that I choose with the eyedropper tool. So for example, I just made adjustments to that blue wall on the left, and now I have that eyedropper highlighted. If I were to click on this door in the middle, it chose kind of like the reds in the photo, and it took whatever edits I made to the sliders to that blue wall on the left, and it applied it to the new color that I selected. So I'm going to undo that because I don't want to change the color of the door frame. I want to make sure that the edit remains to that blue or that cyan grouping over on the left side of the photo. Color balance adjustments helps you either correct or stylize color in your image. By default, you will be able to adjust the midtones, but you can change that tone drop-down to adjust either the highlights or the shadows as well. I like to use the color balance adjustment for split toning. It's really easy to do split toning with this adjustment. It also works great if you have, let's say, some old scans of negatives and you need to do some adjusting to the color to make it look a little bit more true to what it should be. Let's jump into Photoshop and take a look to see how this adjustment works. So here's an example of an old photograph. Let's use the color balance adjustment to kind of bring some of the original color back to this photo. In the Adjustments panel, I'm going to choose Color Balance and click on it once to add the adjustment to my Layers panel. Now in the Properties panel, you'll see that the tone is defaulted to midtones. For color adjustments, usually that's where I want to start, and then I can kind of go into the shadows and highlights if I want to play around with some other settings. So overall with this image, what I see is there's an overwhelming amount of green. In regards to color, it's a little too cool. So I'll take that magenta and green slider, and I'm going to add magenta, which will remove some of that green color cast. So I'm just going to slide it to the left, and that's already off to a pretty good start. Now if I want to, I can go into the shadows and the highlights and see if there's anything else I can do. Now sometimes when you're playing with color, especially with color cast, it's not always easy to know exactly which color to add or to remove. But because it's an adjustment layer, you can easily play with those colors and go back and change them as much as you need to. So you can just kind of slide those sliders around. And then maybe when you start seeing something that looks like it starts to work, then you can stick with it. So maybe adding like a touch of blue kind of helps to bring back some of that original color. I'm going to take that tone drop down and go into highlights, and let's do the same thing. So I'll try increasing a bit of red there, and I'm going to go down to the yellows, and I think I'm going to try a touch of yellow to give that image a little more warmth. Let's toggle the before and after to see how that looks. And that looks like it does a really good job of bringing back some of that color and removing that color cast from that image scan. Let's jump into another photo. And for this image, I would like to add a split toning effect. So I'll go ahead and go up to the adjustments panel, add a color balance adjustment. Now when I'm playing with split toning, I completely ignore the midtones and I only address the shadows and the highlights. So I'll start out with the shadows, and what I'd like to do here is add a nice classic teal and orange effect. And to do that, you want to make sure that you're mostly playing with the blues and greens, so mostly just the cool colors. So I'll take that cyan slider and I'll drag it to the left. I'll add a touch of green and a touch of blue. Next, I'm going to take the tone drop down and jump down to highlights, and I'm going to play with the opposite colors now. I'm going to go ahead and add some red. I'm going to skip down to yellow and add a touch of yellow to those highlights. Let's go ahead and toggle that off and on to see the result. It added a really nice teal and green split toning effect by basically just playing around with the shadows and the highlights and ignoring the midtones in that tone drop down. One last setting you'll see inside of this is the Preserve Luminosity box. Now basically what this does is it makes sure that it keeps the original tone, like the contrast and the brightness in your photo, and it makes it so that the colors that you're adding don't alter that at all. I recommend that you leave this checked so you can kind of ignore it if you want to. But the beauty of playing around in Photoshop is that a lot of the time, experimenting with different sliders and checkboxes and tools is maybe going to help you find something that creates a look that you weren't expecting. So I recommend playing around with all the settings because you might find something that works really well with your images. Now let's go ahead and talk about the black and white adjustment. Adding a black and white adjustment is going to do so much more than simply desaturate your photo. You have all of these sliders that you can work with to add brightness and contrast to specific color ranges in the scene. Let's jump over to Photoshop and I'll show you how this adjustment works. I'll begin by adding the black and white adjustment in the Adjustments layer panel. Now right off the bat, it adds a very basic, kind of a desaturated default black and white look. If you'd like, you can kind of play around with these presets, and these are just going to have preset adjustments down here in the bottom. So it might be able to give you kind of a good starting place. I'm going to go ahead and reset this though, and let's play around with these sliders so we can actually see how they work. I usually start at the top and I usually go through all of the sliders and kind of play with them, moving them back and forth to see what colors are actually being affected. So I'm going to take that red slider and I'm going to push it to the right, and if I push it to the left, it makes that barn darker, but I would like the barn to be a little bit brighter. With photography, our eyes tend to gravitate towards the areas in the scene that are brighter and have more contrast. In this case, the barn is the subject here, so I want that to kind of be where the eyes are drawn in the photo. I'll jump down to yellows, and I'm just going to move it to the right and to the left, and I'll kind of stick with maybe a little bit brighter to the right. That's catching the barn as well as some of that grass in the foreground. I'll take that green slider and just move it back and forth, and it doesn't really look like it's doing very much. There's not a lot of actual greens in the image, so it kind of doesn't matter where that's set. I'll just go ahead and leave it where it landed there. I'm going to take the cyan slider and drag it to the left and the right, and I definitely want to make that background a little bit darker. It looks like some of the cyan is in the sky as well as in those mountains, and my guess is the blue is going to be the same, and it is. So moving that blue to the left also helped to kind of add more contrast and darkness to that sky. Lastly, let's play with the magentas, and it doesn't look like there's a lot of magenta color in there, so I can kind of just ignore that slider. But let's take a quick peek at the before and after of this from the base black and white adjustment to what I actually changed in the scene. So you can see there's quite a difference there. And the second one has a lot more interest in contrast. It's just a much more pleasing image. So you really want to make sure that you play around with those sliders inside of the black and white adjustment. We'll jump over to one other image just so you can kind of get another feel for how this works. I'll add that black and white adjustment layer in the top, and as soon as I did that, the image is just really, really flat. I've lost a lot of interest in this photo. It's a very simple and kind of minimalistic photo to begin with, but there's definitely color in it. I know that the color of the flower is yellow, so I'm first going to start out by taking that yellow slider and I'll drag it to the right. I don't want to go too far to the right or I start losing detail, so I just want it bright enough so it's brighter than the rest of the scene, but I still have detail in the petals. And then I'm just going to go through and play around with the other sliders, and sometimes they are making changes and sometimes they're not. For the most part, I'm going to want to move them to the left to make that background darker. So I'm just taking each slider and just dragging it to the left. Some of them aren't doing very much, but that's okay. And now let's get a feel for what this looked like from kind of that base, simple black and white adjustment to what we actually changed it to. And you can see how it really makes a huge difference when you play with those sliders. So I recommend just playing around with each of those sliders. You don't always know what colors are in your scene, especially when it's already converted to black and white. Of course, you can always toggle that back and forth if you really want to fine-tune the color and the contrast in your photo so you actually know which parts of your scene you're adjusting with those sliders. The photo filter adjustment kind of mimics color filters that you would put on lenses back in the film days, and it just helps to add a color overlay to your photo, making it a little bit warmer or a little bit more cool. There's a few other options as well, and of course you can fully customize it if you'd like. It's just another way to colorize your photograph. Let's jump into Photoshop so you can see how this tool works. I'll go ahead and start by adding that photo filter adjustment in the Adjustments Layers panel. The default setting is a warming filter, and you can see that here in this filter dropdown. If I click this, I can go through and try a bunch of different options, and basically what it's doing is it is just changing that color you see here in this color swatch and adding that color to the image. Here you'll see a density slider, and it's set at 25%, so it's just adding a touch of color, but you can push it really far to the right or even reduce it down to the left a bit if you want to change the intensity of the photo filter on your image. So I'll bring it back up to about 25% there, and let's kind of see what some of these other ones are doing. So we have a sepia look, deep blue. There's just a bunch of different options here on this list. But if you know that you have a specific color that you want to work with, or you want to kind of change the color a little bit that it's set to, you can click on this color swatch and then choose your own color. And as I'm choosing a color, it is actually changing it in that preview image. It's pretty subtle because it's only at a 25% density, but it does allow you to kind of select a color. So here I'll just select a brown, which is kind of going to add a sepia look. And then if I were to increase the density there, I kind of just desaturated and add a little bit of a color effect to the photo by doing that. This adjustment is just one other way to add color to your image. There are a lot of ways to do any given thing in Photoshop, and the photo filter is a quick way if you're looking at your photo and you think maybe it needs a touch of warmth, or maybe it needs to be cooled down just a bit, or you'd like to add that cool or warm effect to your photo. It's a really quick way to go ahead and do that. Let's talk about the color lookup adjustment. The color lookup adjustment allows you to add LUT files, which are actually cube files, to your images. So if you're familiar with LUT files, this is how you actually will use them inside of Photoshop. LUT stands for lookup table. That's why it's called the color lookup adjustment. If you notice here in this graphic in the properties panel, there's a lot going on, but this top dropdown, the 3D LUT file dropdown, is really the only one that you have to worry about when working with LUTs. There are some Adobe defaults that you can kind of play around with, and you can also use your own if you have some that you've either created or that you've purchased or downloaded from the internet. Adobe does have default LUTs that you can play with, and those are in this dropdown. But if you have your own cube files, your own LUT files, or maybe they're ones you've created, or they're ones that you've purchased or downloaded, you can use those here inside of the color lookup adjustment. Let's jump over to Photoshop and play around with this tool to see how it works. I'll start by adding the color lookup adjustment over in the adjustments panel. Once I've added it, I actually need to choose a setting in order to see some results. So here inside of the properties panel, I'm going to click that drop down, and I'll go ahead and just select one of these from the list. After you've done that, there really aren't any other settings that you'll want to play with. The only thing you may want to do is go into the layers panel and play around with the opacity setting. This will basically just kind of reduce the intensity of the LUT effect. Some of them are going to be a little more intense than you might want for your image, so that's a good way to kind of play around and really kind of fine-tune that adjustment. If you'd like to add your own LUT file, go back up to that drop-down and then click Load 3D LUT from the top. Navigate to where you have your cube files stored. I have my folder already open here, so I'll go ahead and click one and then select Open, and that applies it to the image. And I can actually see it there in that drop-down. Again, I'll probably want to use the opacity setting to reduce the intensity of that effect. And let's see what that looks like. The gradient map adjustment is a really fun way to colorize your photo. The way it works is it takes a gradient and it applies different colors to the highlights, midtones, and shadows. Basically, it maps those colors depending on how the gradient is created. So for this example, if you take a look at that gradient at the top, it has pretty much a black on the left, it has some grays and a little bit of sepia in the middle, and then it has white on the far right. So it takes the black coloring and it applies that to the shadow areas. The middle portion of that gradient is going to be applied to the midtones, and the far right portion is going to be applied to the highlights. This is a pretty standard and kind of normal looking gradient. Let's jump over to Photoshop and I'll show you a few other examples so you can really get a feel for how this tool works. Before I start playing with the gradient map adjustment, first I want to make sure that you have a certain set of gradients inside of your gradients tool. I'm going to jump up to Window and then go down to Gradients. This is where all of the gradients will live, and you'll access these same gradients inside of the gradient map adjustment. So all the gradients inside of Photoshop are basically synced. Whatever you do inside of the gradients panel will actually show up in other gradient tools and vice versa. Inside of the gradients panel, I'm going to click the drop down on the top right. Then I'm going to go down to Legacy Gradients. I'll make my panel a little bit bigger here. And I'm going to expand the Legacy Gradients. And if we scroll down, we'll find this set of gradients called photographic toning. I find this to be the most useful set of gradients when editing photographs. Some of the other gradients are kind of fun when you're doing design work, but we're photographers and we probably want things that are going to look a little bit more realistic and kind of grounded to photographs instead of some crazy wild colors. So now that we have that photographic toning set inside of the gradients panel, I can go ahead and close the gradients panel, and now we can go ahead and add the gradient map adjustment. So I'll head over to the adjustments panel and I'll click gradient map. Now by default, it created a black and white gradient. When you add a gradient map, you might end up with different colors, but that's okay. You don't have to worry about what happens when you first add it. I'm going to go ahead and click once inside of that gradient, and now I have a gradient editor. Take this over and move it to the side so we can really see our photo at the same time. Let's just kind of play around. Before I add some of those photographic toning adjustments, first I'd like to show you what some of the other color gradients will do. So I'll start out in the purple section, and I'll go ahead and click on one of these. Now if you look at the gradient on the bottom, on the far left is like a cyan blue color, and on the far right is a magenta pink. And you can see how those colors are kind of mapping to the different tones in the image. I'll go ahead and click through some of the other ones so you can get a feel on how kind of wild and crazy you can make your photo look when you're playing with the gradient editor. But let's scroll down and go into those legacy gradients. I'm going to access the photographic toning. And now I have some that are a little bit more realistic for my photograph. So here's a nice teal orange color. You can give it more of a black and white or sepia effect. Kind of a bluish color, a cyanotype, copper. There's a lot of different options in here. Now, as I'm clicking through these, I'm also noticing the gradient at the bottom is changing. If you want to have specific colors in your gradient, you can do that as well. So I'll go ahead and click one of these just to have a starting place, and I'll go ahead and click this kind of teal color at the bottom. Now I see the color swatch popped up there. I can click that and change it. Maybe I want to have a darker blue, so I'll change it to a darker blue. And then you can just keep going through each of those color stops and making adjustments. And the nice thing is you actually get to see that preview change while you're working on it. I'm actually going to cancel that one there, and I'll go ahead and just leave this setting as is and click OK. So the gradient map tool is just yet another way to add a colorized effect to your photographs. Blend modes and layers go hand in hand. Blending a layer allows you to create a unique look or alter an adjustment to the layers below it. Some blend modes are going to give you unexpected results, while others have practical applications that can be helpful when trying to achieve a certain effect. There is a long list of blend modes in Photoshop. I won't be going over each of these, but instead I'll be sharing with you the most common blend modes that you're more likely to use when editing your photographs. However, I really do encourage you to experiment with your images and play with those different blending modes to see what types of effects you can get. Let's jump over to Photoshop and I'll get you set up to start working with blend modes. So I'm inside of Photoshop, and let's go ahead and take a look at the Layers panel. I have a color fill adjustment with kind of a brown sepia color that I've added above a portrait image. To access the blend modes, you click this dropdown, and by default, new layers will be set to the normal blend mode. If you scroll through and hover over each of these, you'll actually see the blending mode change on the image. I'll go back up to that top normal blend mode, and let me show you another way that you can kind of cycle through these blending options. If you're not sure which blend mode you want to use, there's another way that you can kind of get through these without having to actually click and scroll while you're looking at your image. And that's with a keyboard shortcut. Before I use this keyboard shortcut, however, I always activate the Move tool. I do that by using the keyboard shortcut V. Now, you don't need to use the Move tool. There are other tools that you can have active while cycling through this, but the Move tool is just an easy one to jump to, and I just kind of have it locked away in my head that I switch to the Move tool before I start cycling through these blend modes. To cycle through the blend modes, press and hold the Shift key, and then use the plus or the minus sign, and that will take you up and down the list of those blend modes. Now, the reason you want to have the Move tool active is because some tools actually have their own blend modes in the options. Let me jump over to the Brush tool and I'll show you what I mean. So I'm going to press the B key. That will take me to the Brush tool. And if you look at the very top in the options bar, there's a mode drop-down, and this has all of those same blend modes that you see in the Layers panel. So with this tool active, if I were to use that Shift and plus or minus sign keyboard shortcut, it's actually going to change the blend modes of the Brush tool. If you were to accidentally have the Brush tool active and then start playing with your blend modes, thinking you were changing the Layers panel blend mode, it can really kind of mess things up down the road when you go to use the Brush tool and you can't figure out why it's not working as you expect it to. So if you want to cycle through those blend modes with the keyboard shortcut so you can really watch your image, I recommend switching over quickly to that Move tool with that keyboard shortcut V, and then you can just use that keyboard shortcut and go up and down and through those blend modes. I find it's a lot easier to just kind of watch my image and kind of choose the one I want to work with when I'm using that keyboard shortcut. The first two blend modes I'd like to show you are the Overlay and Soft Light blend modes. Both of these blend modes are really great for helping to add contrast in a photo. They're also commonly used when blending textures. The way it works is anything that's black or dark in the layer you're blending will make the image darker. Anything that is gray will kind of disappear or be a little bit faded. And anything that's white or bright in the layer you're blending will make the image brighter. And soft light is really similar to overlay. It's just a more subtle version of it. To really help you understand this, let's jump over to Photoshop where I have some examples that will hopefully help you to kind of grasp how this blend mode works. Let's start out with this graphic that I've created. In the Layers panel, the bottom layer is just a simple blue color layer. And then I've created two separate layers that have kind of a gradient and then a white, gray, and black square. I'm going to select both of these layers. So I'm going to hold my Shift key and then select that middle layer. So now both of these layers are selected. Then in the blend dropdown, I'm going to change it to overlay. If you look at the preview image, the areas on the left that were white are now much brighter blue. The areas in the middle, especially in the bottom one, it's pretty much disappeared. That was a 50% gray swatch, and so using that overlay blend mode just makes that completely disappear. Up in the gradient on the top, it just kind of fades from a little bit brighter to a little bit darker. And then on the far right, where that overlay is black, it's just completely black there in the image as well. Let's change this now to soft light and see how it's different. It looks like the gray has stayed the same, but it's less intense for the brightness on the left and the darkness on the right. Let's jump over to another example. Here I have a texture layer on the top, and below it, I have three different types of flowers. I have one that was photographed against a white background, the middle was photographed against a gray background, and the far right was photographed against a black background. If I take this texture layer and I change that blend mode down to overlay, you can see now how the background of those flowers is actually affecting how that texture layer is blending in with the scene. On both the left and the right, the texture isn't really showing up that well, and that's because the backgrounds are just not really conducive to kind of absorbing that texture. If you want to create a really good texture blend with your photos, you want to make sure that the background is a really neutral tone. Now, it doesn't have to be gray. It could be any color, just so long as it's not too bright or too dark. Let's change this down to soft light. And you can see that it doesn't really affect, if I kind of toggle back and forth between the two, it doesn't really affect the backgrounds of the left or the right too much, but the middle is just a little bit more faded. So here's a quick trick that you can use to add contrast to your photo with only a few steps. I like to use usually the brightness, contrast, or levels, or curves. It doesn't really matter which of these that you use for this adjustment because you're not actually using that adjustment to make the effect. You're only using a blend mode. So I'm going to add the brightness and contrast adjustment, and then I'm just going to ignore the properties panel. I'm not actually going to make any changes to those sliders, but instead I'm going to take the blend mode and go down to overlay. So if I toggle that off and on, it just magically creates a really nice and contrasty look. If I want it a little more subtle, I can go down to soft light, or you can take that opacity and reduce the opacity slider. And that still gives it a nice kind of a boost of contrast effect. I find the multiply and screen blend modes to kind of be the most practical type of blend modes that I like to work with. So the multiply blend mode will darken an image depending, of course, on what your image is that you are blending. But how I like to use it is when you have a pure black and white layer, it's going to hide the white and show the black. And you can see here in this example, I actually have a black and white logo on one layer, but with that multiply blend mode, it hides the white in that layer and it only shows the black areas. You can think of the screen blend mode as basically the opposite of multiply. It's usually going to lighten an image, but pure black and white layers will hide the black and show the white. So for this example, I have a snow overlay, which is mostly black and white. And by using that screen blend mode, it hides the black background and it only lets that kind of snow falling show through in the photo. Let's go into Photoshop so I can walk through these examples for you live. I'll go ahead and start out with that same gradient and the white, gray, and black overlay with both of these blend modes so you can actually see how it interacts with these layers. So I have both of these layers selected. I'm going to take that blend mode and I'm going to bring it down to multiply. So if you look on the far left of the preview image, the white block on the bottom left has completely disappeared. In the gradient on the top, the very far left has disappeared, and then everything just kind of fades to be a little bit darker as it moves to the right. So the multiply blend mode will make things darker, but will also remove completely any pure white in your image. Now let's change this to screen. This is doing the opposite. The black square on the bottom right, along with the far right side of that gradient, which was black, has now completely disappeared. And as it moves to the left, it fades in and it makes everything brighter. And on the very far left, that white remains pure white. I'll go ahead and jump over to the logo image so you can actually see how this works real time. So I have that logo on the top layer. I can toggle it off and on. The background of the logo is white and the logo itself is black. I'm going to take that blend mode and change it to multiply. Now, just real quickly, let me kind of hover over screen so you can see what it looks like with screen. Now with screen, it's going to hide the black and show the white. For this example, I would like to have the black area showing, so I'm going to make sure that I have multiply set. Then I would simply just transform the layer, so I'll use that keyboard shortcut, Command or Control T, and then I will just drag it from the top left and then reposition it wherever I'd like. Now with a logo or a watermark, I might also want to reduce that opacity, so I can play with that opacity in the top right there, which is just going to kind of set it a little bit softer in the corner. But that's one really great use of using that multiply blend mode, is to kind of knock out the white. Maybe you have a line drawing and you want to only have the lines visible. The multiply blend mode is a great way to work with line drawings in Photoshop, especially if they are pure white and pure black. Now let's jump over to that snow overlay image. So on the top here, I have a black and white snow overlay. I created this by photographing against a piece of black foam board, and I just sprinkled fake snow, and I made sure to backlight it with a flash while I was photographing the snow falling in front of my lens. So if I toggle that off and on, you can see it's completely covering that image below it. Let's go ahead and change that blend mode down to screen. And now if I toggle it off and on, you can see it's pretty much only showing the snow. Now the background is not perfectly pure black. There's probably a little bit of shades of gray in there, but that actually kind of adds to the snowy, kind of hazy effect. But it's a great blend mode to kind of create these types of effects. And once you know how these blend modes work, you can actually create your own overlays or your own watermarks, and you don't have to worry about doing things like masking or any complicated selections. Once you've created these types of overlays, all you have to do is simply blend it with your image. Lastly, let's go ahead and discuss color and luminosity blend modes. The color blend mode is going to only show the color from whichever layer you're blending. You might want to use this to add a color overlay, such as sepia. You can also change the color of something using this technique. The luminosity blend mode is kind of the opposite of the color blend mode, where it's going to only show the tonal values from that layer and blend those with the layer below it. So for example, it will only show the brightness and contrast of the layer, but if there's any color in that layer, then the luminosity blend mode will ignore that and only show the brightness and contrast. One use that I like to use this with is taking a black and white adjustment layer and kind of playing around with the values, and I'm going to go ahead and show you how to do that with this photo you're seeing here on the left. It also helps you to adjust the tone without affecting the color, because some adjustments will change the color in an image, even if it's like a curves adjustment, for example. Sometimes it will still affect the color. So if you want to make sure that it's really only adjusting the tonal and the luminosity of your image, then you want to go ahead and use that blend mode. So let's jump over to Photoshop and take a look. Let's go ahead and start by using this same graphic, and let's see what happens when we change both of these layers blend mode to luminosity and color. So I'm going to make sure that both of these layers are highlighted. I have that top layer selected. I'm going to press and hold the Shift key and then select that other layer below it. Next, I'm going to click that drop down and let's change it to color. So what happened here is the color value in the image is basically gray. You have white, gray, and black, but when you only want to see the color in that layer, then it basically translates it to gray, because the whites and the blacks in this color are basically tonal values and they're luminosity values. So it's not going to show that. It's only going to show the color. Now if I change this to luminosity, it's only going to show the tonal values coming through. And on the left, we have the really bright whites, and on the right, we have the really dark blacks. So that's just a nice example of how both of those work with this kind of simple setup here. Now let's see some actual practical examples of this with a few photographs. We'll start out here by playing around with the color blend mode. So I'm going to go over to the Layers panel. I'm going to click the adjustment dropdown and add a solid color layer. I'll choose something that's maybe in the blue range and then click OK. So that blue solid color fill layer is covering up everything below it. So I need to blend this in order to actually see some of that image below. I'm going to take that blend mode and go all the way down to color. Now if I toggle that off and on, you'll see how it's just adding a color, kind of a blanket wash of color over the image. This is another way you could add a sepia adjustment, or really any type of color adjustment to your entire image. This is also a good way to colorize things within the photo. In order to do that, you'll need to add some masking to it. So let me do a really quick mask here so you can kind of see an example of how this works. I'm going to click the mask on the right. I'll go over to my image, and I'm going to choose the brush tool. So I'll press B on my keyboard. I'm going to right-click, make sure I have a nice soft brush so that hardness is set to 0. Then I want to make sure that the mask over on the right is black. So I want to start out with an inverted mask. I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut Command or Control I, and now that entire layer is hidden because the mask is black. Next, I'll go over to my image. I want to make sure that my foreground swatch on the left is set to white, and then I'll just start brushing. I'm only going to change the color of the eyes. So that was just a really quick mask. If you look over in the Layers panel, I have white in the area where I masked, and that white means that it's showing that color layer through. And because the layer is blended with that color blend mode, then it's changing the eye color. If I didn't have it changed to that color blend mode, you would just see a big blob of color over the eyes. So that color blend mode is a great way to colorize or change the colors of things in your photographs. I'm going to go ahead and delete this layer, and now let's move on to the Luminosity blend mode. I'm going to start out by showing you what happens when you add an adjustment and then kind of take away the color from that and only show the tonal values coming through. So I'm going to choose a curves adjustment in that adjustments panel. I'll go down to the properties panel, and I'll add a nice contrasty S-curve. Next, I'm going to go to that blend dropdown, and I'm going to change it to luminosity. So I'm going to undo that blend mode change so we can kind of go back and forth so you can actually see the difference. So if I undo it, you can see that the contrast change I was making is actually affecting the color in the image. If I go back to that luminosity blend mode, you can see that color kind of disappears. So let me kind of go back and forth. I'm just kind of undoing and redoing that blend mode so you can see how there is actually some color showing through with that curves adjustment. Oftentimes it's an okay thing and you're probably going to be okay with it. But if you really want to make sure that only the tonal values are showing through in your image, then go ahead and use that luminosity blend mode. Let's go over to one last photo, and I'll show you how to use a black and white adjustment layers to make areas of your images brighter or darker. So I have my image open. There are no other layers in the Layers panel aside from that background layer. In the Adjustments panel, I'm going to add a black and white adjustment layer. Next, I'm going to change the blend mode of this layer all the way down to luminosity. Now, if I toggle that black and white layer off and on, and if you watch the image as I'm doing that, you'll notice that it is making some changes to the photo. And that's only because there are some default settings that kind of come with that black and white adjustment. Let's enhance it even further. I'm going to start out by going towards the bottom and playing with the blues because I really want that sky to pop. So I'm going to reduce the blues and make it darker. Next, I'll take the cyans and do the same thing. You do want to be careful when you're working with this method because pushing those adjustments too far to the left or the right can start to add some unwanted things in your photos, like some kind of halos or it's just not going to make the colors look very good. Another thing I want to try working here is maybe making the yellow in his jacket a little brighter. And then I'll take the reds and play with that and maybe make his hat a little darker. And let's see if magentas does anything. And that kind of is playing around with the foreground. So let's go ahead and toggle that off and on. And you can see how the luminosity blend mode, along with a black and white adjustment layer, allows you to really manipulate the colors, the contrast, and the brightness in your image. In this chapter, we'll be discussing how to work with layers in the Layers panel. There are a lot of ways you can create and organize your layers, and these are all of the topics I'll be showing you in this chapter. Let's start out by learning how to create new layers inside of Photoshop, and we'll begin with creating blank layers. One reason you may want to use a blank layer when editing your photos is for certain types of non-destructive editing. Some of these examples are dodging and burning and cloning. To create a new blank layer, you simply use that plus icon in the Layers panel, and it creates a brand new empty layer just above the image that you had selected. Another way to create a layer is to create it from an image. You might want to do this to mask a layer, to do some type of composite work. Maybe you're adding a texture or you're working with a collage. There are a lot of reasons that you would want to add a different image into your document as a new layer. So let's jump over to Photoshop and I'll show you how you can create both new blank layers as well as layers from images. This image only has one layer inside of this document. You can see that over in the Layers panel. Let's first start out by creating a new blank layer. The easiest way is just to go to the Layers panel and click that plus icon. That adds a new blank layer above whichever layer you had selected. You can also add a new blank layer from the menu. To do that, go up to Layer, New, Layer. You'll get a few options where you can name it, create a clipping mask, and play around with some of the other settings as well. But you can ignore all that and just click OK if you like, and that just adds a new blank layer, same as before, just above whichever layer was selected. I'm going to go ahead and delete both of these layers. Now let's talk about adding an image as a layer. I'm going to start out by using my favorite method, which is the simple dragging and dropping. So I'm going to go into my folder, and I have an image here. I'm going to go ahead and click and drag this image over the open document. By default, once you do that, you get the transform controls around your image. If you just want to keep your image as is, simply press that return or enter key, and now you can see that new image over in your layers panel. Another thing that happens by default is that when you place images like this by dragging and dropping, it adds them as smart objects. Now, if you don't want to work with smart objects, you can change that by going into the preferences. So if you go up to Photoshop, Preferences, General, right here there's an option that says Always create smart objects when placing. If you uncheck that box, then when you place an image by either the drag and drop method that I just showed you or by the menu option, which I'll show you here in just a moment, it's just going to add it as a simple pixel layer, really similar to the background layer. I like to use smart objects when I place my files, but if you don't want to use it as a smart object, you can also rasterize that file using the Layers panel. Another thing you can change in here is this resize image during place. If you don't want to have to press enter every single time you drag and drop a file, you can just uncheck that and you won't get that transform box around your image. I'm just going to go ahead and keep everything here as the default settings, and it's typically how I like to work anyway, so I'll just keep it as is and click OK. I'm going to go ahead and delete this layer, so I'll just press that delete key with that layer highlighted. Now let's go ahead and use the menu option to basically do that same thing. I'm going to go up to File, and I'll go down to Place Embedded. You don't really want to use the Place Linked because what that does is it references the original file. So if you updated the original file, then it would also update in your document. It definitely has its uses, but for the most part, you're probably not going to want to do that. So just stick with Placed Embedded, and this basically just adds the photo as a new layer, and it forgets that it existed on your computer. So I'll click Place Embedded, and then you just navigate to the file that you want to add and click Place. The image will pop up with that transform box. If you still have that checked in the preferences, simply press return or enter, and now you have a new layer just like before when I dragged and dropped it. So I'm going to go ahead and delete this layer again, and I'll show you another method, which is simply to copy and paste. So I'm actually going to go into my folder, and I'm just going to open this up. So I'll just double click to open that file. Now, if I look at the top here inside of my documents, I have two tabs. I have the layer that I just opened, and then I have that layer that I've had open previously. So I'm going to go back to the turtle image that I just opened, and I'm going to select all and then copy and paste. So I'll go ahead and select this layer. I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut Command or Control A. Then I'm going to copy this layer. So I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut Command or Control C. Then I'll go back to my original image and paste it using the keyboard shortcut Command or Control V. Over in the Layers panel, you'll see I now have that brand new layer on top of the other background layer. It's a standard layer. It's not a smart object this time. So that's a good way if you're working on several documents to kind of copy and paste things back and forth. You can also copy and paste items from outside of Photoshop, such as if you copied something from the internet, like right-clicked and copied something, you could go into Photoshop and paste it. So that's just another way that you can add images as a layer inside of Photoshop. Now let's talk about rearranging layers in Photoshop. The order of the layers in the Layers panel affects how the image will look. Changing the order of the layers can alter that look of your photo as well. You simply do this by dragging and dropping. So let's jump over to Photoshop and take a look at how this works. I have a photo here of a little baby with a texture applied along with a curves adjustment and black and white. Let's go ahead and start with the base layer here, and I'll reveal each layer so you can see how they kind of build up to create this effect. So I have that layer with the image of the baby. Directly on top of that is a texture layer. You can see that it's blended, so some of that color as well as obviously the texture is showing through on that baby. Then I have a curves adjustment just above that, which is adding a good S-curve, so it's adding a lot of contrast to the photo. And then directly above that is a black and white adjustment. Now, because the black and white adjustment is at the very top of the Layers panel, that means that it's affecting everything. It's affecting, of course, the background layer of the baby, but it's also affecting that texture layer as well as the curves adjustment. Let's see what happens if I take the texture and move it to the top. Moving a layer in the Layers panel is as simple as clicking and then just dragging it. And when you see that blue line appear, wherever you release, that's where the layer is going to appear. So I want this to be at the very top of the Layers panel. I'm dragging it to the top, and there's a blue line at the top of the Layers panel. I'll release, and now that texture is at the very top. So what we have in this image now is an image with a black and white adjustment and some curves added, and then the texture's at the very top. So even though the baby picture is black and white, it lost all of its color from that black and white adjustment. Because the texture layer is on the very top, the color from that texture is showing through. If I were to take the curves adjustment and move it to the top, now the curves adjustment is affecting the texture layer, so it's adding more contrast to the texture layer as well as the background layer. It's also going to be affecting the black and white layer as well. So moving these around can give you different effects, and it's just something that you really want to keep in mind when working on your documents. Let's jump over to another example. Here I have a photo with two Polaroid images, and one of them is stacked on top of the other. If you look in the Layers panel, the waterfall photo on the right is above the blue boats picture on the left. And if you notice kind of in the center of that image, that's where they overlap. If I were to take that waterfall, that group of images there, and I'll just expand it real quickly so you can see that there are quite a few layers inside of this group. If I were to take that group and drag it below the blue boats picture, if you look at the center there of the image, the blue boats Polaroid is now overlapping the waterfall picture. So just keep in mind when you're working on your image that layer order is important, but it's really easy to kind of work with and play around with and move those layers to get the look that you want. Now let's talk about grouping layers. When you have a document with several layers, it helps to group the layers together. Grouping layers will also allow you to create different effects all at once. You can make adjustments to blending modes, opacity, and so on. Let's take a look at some examples in Photoshop so I can show you how to actually create these groups, as well as how to adjust them and make alterations to one group to affect multiple layers at a time. Here I have a photo, and if you look at the Layers document, it has several layers in it. I added a whole lot of texture to this, I replaced the sky, and I added a border. I'll show you a quick before and after here so you can kind of see where it started and then where it ended up. I'm going to focus on the textures near the bottom of the Layers panel, and what I'd like to do is group these together to make it a little bit easier to keep this whole thing organized. If you'd like to create an empty group, you can do that in the Layers panel just by clicking on this little folder icon. The group will appear above whatever layer you have selected, and then you can add layers into that group. To add things to a group, simply drag and drop them into the group. So I'll go ahead and start out with this teardrop texture. I'm just going to click and drag it, and you can see that the group is outlined, so there's kind of a rectangle blue highlight around that group. If I go a little lower, I can also just kind of put it right below it. And as long as there's a little indent there and it's not aligned with the other layers in the document, that means that it's inside of that group. So I can keep adding layers to the group, just like that. I'm going to undo all of that just to kind of backtrack and remove that group and show you a few other ways to do this a little bit more quickly. So I know that I want to add these textures to the group. So I'm just going to highlight the textures. I'll click that top one, hold my Shift key, and then click the bottom texture. Then I'll click that group icon at the bottom, and that automatically created that group. If I click that little arrow on the left, it'll drop down so I can actually see what's inside of the group. Another way to create groups is in the little menu here inside of the Layers panel. Just click that drop down and you have New Group or New Group from Layers. So if you have any layers that is not the background layer, it's going to add them to the group as soon as you click that option. Let's jump over to another photo and see a different example. So here I have an image and I've added some overlays along with a little bit of color stylizing with a gradient map. I'm going to expand the group so we can see what's inside of it, and I'm also going to click on it. So if you notice in that blending dropdown, it has a blending mode set to pass through. This is a special blending mode that really only applies to groups once you add things into the group. Now you basically want to keep it set to pass through, otherwise it could affect how your image looks. So for example, this layer here is set to the screen blending mode, as is the other overlay. If I were to go back to that group and change this to normal, I'm not able to actually see anything outside of this layer. So it kind of lost the transparency of my blend modes when I changed that. But what you can do is change it to other blending modes. So let me kind of go down and see what might look kind of fun. So like hard light. If I were to change this to hard light, it's still taking into account that I have screen blending modes set inside of each of these layers, but it's also manipulating it even more. I'm also going to change the opacity of this group. So I'll set that down to maybe about halfway. And so now I have one group and I'm able to affect all of the items inside of that group by playing around with those settings in the Layers panel. So groups are really great for keeping your Layers panel organized, as well as making unique stylizations to your photo and kind of playing around with those different settings. Sometimes the results that you get are going to be a little unexpected, but the great thing is you're working in layers, so everything is non-destructive. You can kind of move things around and even play with the different blend modes to see what kind of effects you can create. Now let's talk about duplicating layers. Duplicating layers in Photoshop is a huge time saver. Let's say you want to reuse something that took some time to create, or maybe you don't know where it is on your computer. Instead of having to redo the layer or actually find the file, you can simply create a copy of it inside of the Layers panel. And you can also duplicate multiple layers, so whatever you have highlighted in there, you can duplicate. Let's jump over to Photoshop and see how this works. So here I have a photo with a texture, and I've changed that blend mode to overlay. So it gives it a nice kind of a textured look. Duplicating a texture layer, especially with a blend mode, can really help to intensify that texture effect. Or you can also use that same layer and blend it differently to get a different look altogether. Creating a duplicate of a layer is as simple as using the keyboard shortcut Command or Control J. I'm going to delete that because another method that you can use is inside of the Layers panel. You can simply click and drag whichever layer or layers or group you have selected, drag it down to that plus icon, and it creates a duplicate of that layer. Now for this example, duplicating the layer with that same blend mode just really intensifies that effect. So if you're looking for a super grungy look, you can duplicate your layer with the same blending mode and get something similar to this. Or you can play around with different blending modes using the same texture. So if I just kind of hover over, I can see what kind of effects I can get. There's some really neat things in here that look a little different than if I only had that one texture layer to begin with. Or maybe I'll take it down to color and just get an interesting color look. I find myself duplicating layers in Photoshop all the time, especially with textures. I do it a lot with textures because I like to play around with the different kind of blendings that I can get with them. Now let's jump over to another example. So for this image, I have a background layer and I also have a gradient map adjustment layer. And you can see it's adding a nice effect. But I'd really like this effect even more exaggerated, so I'm going to duplicate this adjustment layer. I have that layer selected. I'll go ahead and use the keyboard shortcut Command or Control J. So now I have that exact same gradient map added, and it's also blended the same way, and it was just able to really intensify that coloring effect. Now, oftentimes when I do this, when I'm working on my images, I'll duplicate an effect, and then I tend to go into the opacity setting and scale it back a touch. So you can do that instead of having to actually play around with the adjustment. Just scale that opacity back to kind of subdue the effect. So that's how you duplicate layers in Photoshop. I think you'll find it a really useful tool, and it's a good way to kind of play around with different effects, especially when you find yourself working on a photo and you like where it's going, but you feel like it needs something a little bit more. Try duplicating some of your existing layers to see if just replicating and kind of changing the opacity and the blend mode of that effect kind of brings it to where you want it to be. Giving your layers and groups unique names can be helpful to keep your layers panel organized. When you only have a few layers, it's easy to know what's happening. But when you start creating documents with several layers, giving them relevant names can prevent confusion down the road, especially if you need to reopen and edit the file down the road. Let's go ahead and jump into Photoshop so I can show you how you can rename these layers and groups. I have this photo here, and I'm going to go ahead and add an effect and rename the layer. So I'm going to go down to the Adjustments panel, and I'm going to add a black and white adjustment. Then I'm going to go into the Layers panel. I'm going to click that blend drop-down and change it to Overlay. So now I no longer have an actual black and white effect applied. I have what I like to call kind of a grunge effect. Now this is a pretty simple document. I only have one layer in here, but even so, it's not a bad idea to get in the habit of renaming those layers. So I'm going to go ahead and go over to the name of this layer. I'm going to double click it, and then you'll see that it's highlighted. Now we'll go ahead and change this, and I'll call this one Grunge Effect. And then I just press Return to commit that change. And I can go back and change it again if I need to, but right now I know in this document, this is not a black and white adjustment, it's a grunge effect. Now I can recognize that it is a black and white adjustment applied because I can recognize that adjustment layer icon in the Layers panel. But the name is making it a lot more clear of what it's actually doing to my photo. Let's jump over to another image and take another look at this. We're going to go ahead and collapse some of these panels here so we can see all of the layers. So here I have this group that I created in a previous lesson. Most of the time your groups are going to be collapsed, so it kind of keeps things a little tidier inside of that Layers panel. And just by looking at this, I don't know what's inside this group. So just like I did with that layer, I can double click the name of that group and I can give it a different name. And I'll call this one Textures. I can even continue to kind of clean up this document by renaming some of the other layers. This layer here is applying birds to the sky. So I'll go ahead and double click that name of that layer and just call it Birds. The layer above it, this texture layer, is pretty much what it is, and that's same with that top layer. And then I have a color lookup adjustment, and that's just adding a nice effect there. So I probably don't need to make any adjustments to that. How you rename your layers and which ones you rename is really up to you, but it's a really good idea to get in the habit because once you start making adjustments or you have several layers that you're masking or doing a lot of crazy things with, it can be really helpful with your workflow to have very easy to read and easy to follow names inside of that Layers panel. In this lesson, let's talk about merging layers. Merging layers allows you to combine layers together. If you want to maintain a non-destructive workflow, you may not use this method too often. However, it's good to know how to merge your layers if the need arises. Now you can see here in this example on the left, we have Merge Down, Merge Visible, and Flatten Image. And there's another option there that's only visible under certain circumstances, and that's called Merge Layers. And I'm going to show you all of these in Photoshop. So let's jump over to Photoshop, and I'll show you how to merge layers. So I have this photo here. I have a texture, a black and white, some dodging and burning, and a curves adjustment added to it. So here's just a quick before and after of what this image looks like. Let's go ahead and start merging some of these layers together so you can kind of get a feel for how this works. If you'd like to just simply merge two layers together, just make them one, you can select two or more layers and then use that drop down up on the top right and go down to Merge Layers. Alternately, and I'll go ahead and do this for you, you can right-click over that file to get to the same option. So I'll go ahead and merge these two layers and let's see what happens. So what happened was both of those layers had different blending modes applied to them. The top one was overlay and the bottom was soft light. But when they were merged together, it just kind of discarded that information. So now I would have to go in and actually blend these together. So I would go down and let's say change it to overlay. So I have that dodge and burn along with that vignette that I added, and they're merged together. I'm going to undo these and get back to where I have both of those layers because I want to show you an alternate way to merge two layers together. This top layer has a blending mode of overlay, and the bottom has a blending mode of soft light. If I click on this top layer and right-click, now I have the option to merge down. And what this does is it just takes whatever layer you have selected and it merges it with the layer below. And it's also going to retain things like the name of the bottom layer along with the blending mode of that bottom layer. So I'll go ahead and select Merge Down. And now you can see with this layer that it retained that name of the vignette layer, that lower layer, and it also retained the blend mode of that bottom layer as well. I'm actually going to change this to overlay because I think that's a better fit to kind of really emphasize and accentuate the vignette in the photo. I'm going to go to this black and white layer here. And because this black and white layer is just kind of here in the middle of the layers panel, but it's above both that texture and the background layer, it's converting everything to black and white. So I'm just going to go ahead and right-click this image, and I'm going to select Merge Down. And now if you look at that layer, it's that same texture layer, but now it's only in black and white. Now, this was a destructive edit. I lost all of the color in that layer, but if that's not important to you and you don't need to retain that, merging those layers together is one way to convert that specific texture layer or any layer to black and white or apply any type of effect that you want. Let's go back to that menu. I'm going to go ahead and right-click, and you'll see another option here called Merge Visible. Now, right now, every single thing in my layers panel, so let's go ahead and hide the texture layer. And now I'll right-click over one of the other images and select Merge Visible. Every single thing has now been merged into the background layer, except for that texture layer, which was not visible when I used that command. I'm going to undo that and kind of go back to where I had all of those layers. And let's look at another option. If I right-click and select Flatten, this is going to discard every single layer that I have, including any hidden layers, and it's going to convert everything into a background layer. So let's go ahead and do that. I'll click Flatten Image, and it's going to give me a pop-up that's telling me all of those hidden layers are just going to be discarded. They're just going to disappear, and they're not going to be applied to that photo. So I'll go ahead and click OK, and now in the Layers panel, I simply have a background layer with all of those visible layers applied to it. This is a step you might want to do if you're working on a photo that's a JPEG, and maybe you're making a few adjustments to it, but you still want to keep it a JPEG file. At the end of all of your edits, you would flatten your file, which would be a destructive edit, meaning you would no longer be able to access any of those layers that you had, such as adjustments. But it is how you take a JPEG file that you're editing and then make sure that you can actually save it as that same JPEG file. I'm going to undo that because I definitely don't want to flatten everything. And I'm going to show you one more kind of cool trick. And this is probably the way I merge my photos the most. So first of all, I'm going to go ahead and make that texture layer visible. And then I'm going to go to the very top of my layers panel. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to merge all of these layers, but then I'm going to put it on a brand new layer at the top of the layers panel or really above whichever layer that you have selected. And that's going to merge all the layers, create a copy of it, and then just position it at the top of the layers panel. So let's just go ahead and do it. The keyboard shortcut to do this for a Mac is Command-Option-Shift-E. On a PC, that's going to be Control-Alt-Shift-E. So I click all of those, and now if you look at that top layer, I have a brand new layer that combines every single layer that was below it. One reason that I use this merge effect is to create the Orton effect. So I have that new layer at the top of my layers panel. I'm going to go up to Filter, Blur, Gaussian Blur. I like to give my image a nice blur, something just about like this so I can still see the outline of my image, but most of the details are fuzzy. and then I just click OK. Next, I go over to that blend mode and I change it to either overlay or soft light. And now if I toggle this off and on, what I've done is I was able to add kind of like a glowy, contrasty, vibrant layer. And this blends really well to give a lot of beautiful contrast and color to your image. If the effect is too intense, simply take that opacity slider and reduce it. One way people describe creating that merged layer is kind of like a stamped layer, because you're just kind of taking all those layers and just stamping it at the top. I like to call it the claw because you have to use so many buttons in that keyboard shortcut. But this is definitely the merge technique that I tend to use the most. A lot of the other ones I tend to avoid because they are destructive, but it's good to know how to use them because sometimes you do need to merge your layers in order to create certain types of effects. In this lesson, let's go ahead and talk about transforming a layer. There are a lot of different ways that you can actually transform and kind of distort your photos. Most of the time, I'm using transform tools to do things like you see on the left here to set a texture so it fits the image properly. And I'm going to show you how to do this in Photoshop here in just a moment. But you also have a lot of other options that you can work with. And I'm going to show you how some of these work and also a few practical ways that you can actually use them. So let's go ahead and jump over to Photoshop and take a look. So here I have this image and I have a square texture layer on top of it. If I go up to Edit, I can see all of these different transform options. Free transform is probably what you'll use the most. It's easy to access using that keyboard shortcut Command or Control T. But you also have all of these other options here as well. For now, I'm going to go ahead and work with free transform, and I'll show you how the other options work with another photo. So I'm going to select free transform, and after I do that, I can see that I have those transform controls over the photo. There's also a blue X down the middle of my photo, and that's indicating that the image is a smart object. Now right away, if you look at the cursor on my screen, it has kind of a curved arrow. That means that I can rotate the photo. So if I just kind of spin it around, it's going to rotate there from that center. If you want to make sure that you keep it kind of level and squared off, hold that Shift key, and it will help guide it to keep it just, kind of level and straight in your image. Taking any of those sides is going to scale the image proportionally. I'm going to go ahead and undo that. If I were to hold the Option key, it's going to scale it, but it's going to keep that image centered. So if I just wanted to do a proportional scale outwards, then I would be able to just get it just like this, just by holding that Option or Alt key. By the way, at any time, if you want to kind of go back to where you were and get out of the transform tool, just press the Escape key and it kind of gets you out of everything and resets your image. Let's get back to those transform tools by using the keyboard shortcut Command or Control T. By default, as you saw, Photoshop will scale things proportionally, but if you kind of want to scale it and stretch it out, add the Shift key to the equation. Now I can stretch it, and I can actually make it a different shape than it originally was. I'm going to undo that, and what I want to do for this image is I want to stretch it out, but I also want to keep it centered, which will help stretch it on both sides at the same time. So if I press and hold both the Shift and the Option or Alt key, and then take it from one of those sides, it's going to stretch it, and then it should snap to the edge there. If you're not getting your image to snap that way, go up to View and make sure that Snap is checked. That will help you kind of keep things right on the edge of whichever edge you're dragging it to. Once you're finished using the Transform tool, press the Return or Enter key. You can also press that check at the top that you saw there, and that will kind of get you back to this scene here. Then just go ahead and play with your photo. Here, I'll probably just go ahead and blend it there. And now I have that texture image covering the entire space of my background image. Now let's jump over to another photo and explore some of those other tools. In the Layers panel, I have a food photo, and right now it's only a background layer. If I go up to Edit, all of those transform options are grayed out, and that's because the image is a background layer. I need to convert this image to a regular layer in order to actually do some transforming. And you can do that really easily just by going over to that background layer and click the lock icon. And now I just have a standard layer that can be transformed and moved and manipulated. But because I'm going to be doing some transforming to this, I'm also going to convert this layer to a smart object. When you have a layer as a smart object, anything you transform can be easily brought back to its original size without degrading the photo. So I'll convert it to a smart object by right-clicking and going down to Convert to Smart Object. Now let's go ahead and play with some of those different transform tools. I'll go to Edit, Transform, and let's start out with Skew. Skew lets you just kind of slide the top corners around, and they basically just stay along the edges. Clicking one of the middle ones is going to take that full side and kind of push it up and down. You can also press and hold the Option key, and that's just going to skew the whole thing kind of proportionally on both sides. Now I'm going to press Return, and that basically committed that change. And if this were a regular layer, this would be completely distorted, and I wouldn't be able to get back the original kind of setup and the original transformation that it had. So if I go over to the Layers panel and right-click, all I need to do is go down to Reset Transform, and then it brings my image back. Now it looks like I moved it too, so I have that Move tool active. I'm just going to shift it down, but now I'm basically back to my original photo. Let's go back up to those transform tools, and let's try a different one. So I'm going to select Distort. Now this does exactly what it sounds like. It distorts the photo. So you can click any of those sides, and it just is really going to warp it. And it's interesting because it changes the photo's shape on the inside and kind of what everything looks like. It's squishing it, it's stretching it. I mean, I'm really just kind of having fun with it here, but this is not something I would do to one of my photos. I'm going to escape out of that to go back to where we were originally. And next, I'm going to go over to Transform, and I'm going to select Perspective. The Perspective Transform is one that I do use on my photos. And in particular, I like to use them on my food photographs. So what I like to do is I set it to that Perspective Transform. Then I go down to one of the bottom corners, and then I'm going to press and hold the Option or Alt key. Next, I'm going to click and drag. And what that's doing is it's pulling the perspective towards me. So it's kind of making that food image look a little bit larger. I'm going to go ahead and press Return to kind of commit that change. And I'm going to undo it. And I'm going to do a reverse undo so you can kind of see that before and after. So it's really helping the composition of that photo by bringing that front part of the image closer. Now, you can experiment with this with a lot of different types of images, such as landscapes, maybe even portraits. You just want to make sure that you're not overly transforming something that would look funny, like a face or something like that. And again, if you are working with a smart object, you can easily go back to your original transformation just by right-clicking and select Reset Transform. The ability to hide and reveal layers in the Layers panel is helpful when making image adjustments and other effects. For example, it's helpful to preview an effect by hiding the layer to help visualize how intense your edits have affected the original image. Hiding and revealing a layer is as simple as clicking that little eyeball icon to the left of the layer thumbnail. Instead of talking about it here, let's jump into Photoshop and I can show you how this works. So here I have that image that I've shown you in a few other videos, and this just has a lot of layers, so it's a really great example of showing how this works. To hide a layer, you simply just click that eyeball and it disappears. It's a really good way to just kind of toggle off and on while you're watching your image to get an idea of what all of these layers are doing. Now, toggling one layer off and on is helpful, but what about previewing the entire before and after? So I'm going to go ahead and leave this layer hidden here, this taped edge layer, and I'm going to go down to the very bottom layer. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to press and hold the Option or Alt key. And while I'm doing that, I'm going to click the eyeball next to that background layer. Now that will automatically hide any layer that was already visible. And then if you repeat the process by holding that Option or Alt key and then clicking that background again, it's going to bring back the visibility of all of those layers. Now, if you notice that taped edge layer stayed hidden because it was hidden originally. I'm going to go ahead and toggle that back on so we can see that layer as well. And now let's see what happens if I toggle the visibility of only the taped edge layer. So I'm going to press and hold that Option or Alt key and click that layer. And now you can see that every single layer except for that taped edge layer is hidden. And if I repeat that process and click, now I can see all of those again. It's usually going to be most beneficial when you are doing this with the bottom layer or the main image layer, kind of the before and after look. But it can also be helpful for other layers as well. Now, if you were to do this, let's say I go ahead and press and hold that Option or Alt key and then I click. If I went through and started to kind of play around with some of the other layers and the visibility, and then I tried to repeat the process again by holding that Option or Alt key and clicking, it's not going to do anything because I already kind of disrupted the process. So make sure if you are going to kind of do that before and after preview that you go ahead and do it all at once. But here's another quick tip. Now that I have all of these layers hidden, I could go through and click each of them individually to make them visible. But another thing you can do is just click and drag all the way down, and that will basically set the visibility back to being visible for all of those hidden layers. And you can actually do the reverse as well. So if I click and drag, it's going to hide all of those layers. I'm going to make one of them visible, and just to demonstrate, I'm going to do it again. So I'm going to click and drag, and you can see it's just kind of ignoring that taped edge because it was already visible. But that's just a quick way to kind of sweep down and make all of your layers visible if for some reason you needed to do that. Now, I want to jump over to another photo because I want to show you a different type of visibility. So in this document, I have two layers in my layers panel. They're both layers of tulips, and I just have them stacked right on top of each other. I'm going to use my Move tool, which I already have active. If you don't have it active, go ahead and press the V key. That brings up the Move tool. I'm going to take that top layer, and I'm just going to drag it off of the screen. So it's actually there. It's still in my document. It's just hidden. And now you'll notice that my bottom layer is a background layer. And with this technique, I like to unlock this layer to transform it into a regular layer. That way, both of these layers can be moved and they have transparency around them. Next, I'm going to go up to Image, Reveal All. And what this does is it looks outside of that main kind of canvas area and it expands the canvas to include anything that's outside of it. I'm going to click back on that top layer of that orange tulip, and you'll notice that I moved it out a little too far and I have some transparency there in between the layers. So let me go ahead and drag it to the left. So they're side by side. And now I have this transparent area here on the right. Next, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Image, Trim. And here you have some options. Right now, the only thing that I have behind these images is transparent pixels. But if you had a color behind that, let's say that I had either a white or black background, you could choose either of these depending on where that background color resides. You can also choose which sides you want to trim away. If you want all of that area to disappear, then just keep all of them checked. And usually that's what I'm kind of going for. I want everything to disappear, and I just want to shrink my image down to only include the actual pixels. But you could be specific with these if you have a specific instance where you only want to trim from one side or only a couple of the sides. So I'm just going to keep all of those checked, and I'll click OK. And now you can see that area is now trimmed. So I wanted to share the Reveal All and Trim because I find it really useful for a lot of the things I do, and it's kind of a hidden feature there. If you don't know about it, then usually you're having to kind of move things and crop things, but those are really helpful tools to work with, and I hope you find them useful as well. Let's talk about masking. So what exactly is masking? Here's an example to get things rolling. Let's say you have an image and you want to replace the background. So for this example, I'd like to replace the white background with something different. By adding a mask, I'm able to hide the background. If you look at that small thumbnail in the Layers panel next to the image layer, you'll see that it's in black and white. The white areas represent the skateboarder, and you can still see the skateboarder in the image preview on the left. The black areas, however, are hiding that white background. And because there are no other layers in this document, it's represented by a transparent background, so you see that checkerboard there on the left. Then I added a texture layer below that layer, so those transparent areas are showing through, so now I have a brand new background for this image. The general rule of masking is white reveals and black conceals. You can also have shades of gray in between, and those are just going to be areas of the mask that have different opacities. Let's take a look at another example. In this document, I have a pattern fill layer, so it's filling up the entire image with that pattern. Next, I added a color fill layer on top of that pattern, and that entire color fill layer hid the pattern that was below it. If you look in the Layers panel, you'll see the color fill layer, and it also has a white mask attached to it. Some layers that you add in Photoshop are going to automatically have masks added to them. By default, they will always be white, and that means that you are seeing everything in that layer. Next, I added some rectangles to that mask. I filled the far left one with black, the middle one with gray, and I kept that one on the far right still filled with white. If you look at that image preview on the left, where the black is on the mask, it's hiding that blue color fill layer. On the far right, the mask is white, so the blue is still hiding the layer below it. But in the middle, that part of the mask is gray, and you can easily see how that middle section in the image preview still has some blue showing, but you can also see that pattern below it. This is one representation of how black, white, and gray will affect your image. And I'll be showing you several practical applications of this throughout this chapter. So what masking does is it allows you to non-destructively hide or reveal certain parts of a layer. This type of editing is essential for doing tasks such as selective edits, for example, using an adjustment layer where you only want a certain part of that image to be affected. You can use masking to hide or reveal that adjustment layer on your image. And for those who do composite work and background replacements, masking is critical to actually creating those effects. But what about erasing? Why not just erase part of the layer instead of using masking? One big advantage of using masking is that it's non-destructive and it's also re-editable. This means that I can go back and I can make changes to the mask without losing any part of the image I was working on. Erasing, on the other hand, is going to be a permanent change. So if you realized you needed to bring back some of the layer or edit the mask and how it's actually affecting the other elements in your document, you would be unable to actually make that change. Here's an example of the same image side by side, and the edits look pretty identical. However, if you take a look at the Layers panel, the top layer in the image on the left was erased, whereas the image on the right had a mask applied to it. You can easily see in the layer thumbnail on the left that I've deleted and erased a portion of that layer. However, on the right, the entire layer is still there. Part of it is just hidden by a mask. Let's go ahead and jump into Photoshop and take a look at this example a little more closely. So here I have the first image open with the erased layer. If you look in the Layers panel, you can see that I have both of those same layers, and the top layer has the bottom half of it completely erased. Now I'm going to jump over to the image with the mask. So take a look at the Layers panel for this image. For this version, the entire bokeh photo on the top is still there, but the bottom part of it has been masked, and it's simply just hiding. If I hide the mask, and I can do that quickly by holding the Shift key and then clicking the mask, that layer is now visible over the entire document. I'm going to hold that Shift key and click the mask once again to bring that mask back. And now I'm going to make a few edits to both of these documents so you can actually see why masking is more powerful than just erasing a layer. So first I'm going to go back over to the image with the erased layer. And I'm going to do some more erasing. So I'm going to press E, which goes to my erase tool. I'm going to increase the size. I'm just using my right bracket key for that. And I'm going to erase a little bit more of this. If I make a mistake right away, I can always undo my last command. But let's say I saved this image and then I reopened it to get back to it later on. Obviously, the erase looks horrible. And so I'm looking at this and I'm telling myself, oh man, I really made a mistake. I want to bring back some of that bottom part of the bokeh. Well, unfortunately, the layer is completely erased. So I am unable to actually go back and recover that part of the layer. Now let's go back over to the mask version. Instead of using the eraser tool, I'm going to switch over to the brush tool. Another thing I want to make sure is that I'm actually working on the mask and not the layer itself. So in that Layers panel, I'm going to click that mask. You'll know it's active because it has that little border around the outside of the thumbnail. Next, I'm going to make sure that I'm painting with black. So in the toolbar on the left, I'm going to click this little arrow icon. You can also use the X key, and that will toggle back and forth between the foreground and the background colors. Then I'm just going to kind of squiggle that brush over the image. If you look at the mask, you can see where I actually brushed, and that area is represented in black. But the image is still unchanged. To bring back that area of the mask, I'm going to press X, and I want to make sure I'm painting with white, and then I just brush over that area again, and it makes that part of the layer visible. In the next lesson, I'm going to be showing you how you can create masks so you can get started with masking in Photoshop. Before you can mask a layer, first you need to have a mask added to it. Some layers automatically come with masks, such as adjustment and color fill layers. For layers that do not automatically include a mask, you'll need to add one. The mask always starts out as a white mask, which means you can view everything on that layer. But you can change it to black if you want to start out by hiding everything on the layer and then bringing things back into view. Here's an example of a photo where I added a black and white adjustment layer to it. You can see in the Layers panel that it has a white mask alongside it. If I were to invert the mask and make the mask black, now that entire black and white adjustment is hidden. Let's go ahead and jump into Photoshop and take a look at some of these examples firsthand. For this example, I have two layers in the Layers panel. The bottom layer is simply a shrimp on a fork. I also created some images where I added steam, but I want to mask it so you can't see all of that kind of behind the scenes stuff at the bottom. To add a mask to this image, I simply go to the Layers panel and I click the Add a Layer Mask icon. That adds a white mask, so the top layer is completely visible. I'm going to undo that, and I'm going to show you how you can add a black mask instead. I'm going to go down to the Add Layer Mask icon, and I'm going to press and hold the Option or Alt key, and then click to add a layer mask. By using that modifier key, I was able to add an inverted mask. Now, you don't always have to start out with your mask this way. If you added a mask or you have an existing mask, you can invert the mask by using the keyboard shortcut Command or Control I. So in that Layers panel, I have that mask selected. I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut Command or Control I, and the mask changes to white. And by toggling it on and off, it's going to just kind of switch back and forth to black and white. And for this example, I'm going to start out with a black mask. What I'd like to reveal in this image is that steam. So I'm going to go over to my photo and press the B key. That brings me to that brush tool. I also want to make sure I'm painting with white because I have a black mask and I want to reveal parts of the image. So over in the toolbar, black right now is the foreground color, but I want white to be the foreground color, so I'll press X. Then I just brush over that image, and that steam appears on my photo. If you take a look at the mask in the Layers panel, there's a white area in that mask, and that's the steam that I just painted back in. All it's doing is revealing a part of that top layer, but it's hiding the areas that I don't want to be visible. I'm going to jump over to another photo, and in this image, I'm going to add that black and white adjustment layer. So I'll go over to the Adjustments panel and click on the black and white adjustment to add it to my image. If you look up in that Layers panel, you can see I have that black and white adjustment, and it has a white mask attached to it. The mask is white, which means we can see everything in that layer. I could invert the mask, just like I showed you in the previous image, by using the keyboard shortcut Command or Control I. Now the black and white layer has a black mask, which hides every single thing in that layer. I'm going to invert it again, and that turns it back to white. If I wanted to, I could select my brush tool, and I could paint with black. So I'll press the X key, and now I have black as my foreground color. So anywhere I brush in my image is going to hide the black and white adjustment. I'll just make a few brush strokes here for an example. And now let's take a look at the Layers panel. With those brush strokes, I painted with black, and that means it's hiding the black and white effect. Anywhere in that layer mask that is white is revealing the black and white effect, but anywhere I paint with black, it's hiding the black and white effect and showing the layer below it. In the next lesson, I'm going to get into more detail on actually editing a mask so you can see a few different ways on how to work with masks in your images. Editing a mask is as simple as painting with black, white, or shades of gray over your image. Oftentimes, those shades of gray are going to be different opacities of either black or white. Common tools to edit a mask are the brush and gradient tools, and I'll be showing you a few different examples of these. Another way that you can adjust the mask is using the Properties panel. The two sliders that I'm going to be showing you in this chapter are the Density and Feather sliders. Density will make the mask more transparent, and Feather will make the existing masked edges softer. Let's go ahead and jump over to Photoshop and take a look at how these work. I'm going to go ahead and start out with a simple two-color example. I have two layers in the Layers panel. The top layer is blue and the bottom layer is red. So that blue layer is on top and it's covering up the red layer. Each of these color fill layers also have masks applied to them. I'm going to be editing the top layer mask to show you how both the brush and gradient tools work in Photoshop. The first thing I want to do when editing a mask is I want to make sure I have the mask selected. Next, I'm going to access the brush tool. I'll press B on my keyboard. You can also switch over to the brush tool using the toolbar. The mask I have that I'm working with is a white mask, so I want to make sure that I'm painting with black. In the toolbar, if you press D, that's going to set the default color swatches to white as your foreground and black as your background. But for this example, I want to paint with black, so I'm going to press the X key. And the X key will swap whatever foreground and background colors you have. So if you watch those color swatches, and if I keep pressing the X key, it just kind of goes back and forth between those two colors. I'm going to right-click over my image to show you some of the brush properties. Here you can set the size and also the hardness. I'll start out with a hardness of 0 so you can see what the soft edge looks like of a brush. In the options at the top, there's also an opacity slider. Right now, I'll start off by brushing at 100% opacity, but if you want to change it, a quick way to change brush opacity is by using a keyboard shortcut. Watch that opacity setting, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to press a number key on my keypad. If I press 5, the opacity changes to 50%. If I press 8, it changes to 80%. 1 is 10%, 2 is 20%, and so on. If you want to enter an exact number, such as 35%, just press those two keys quickly. If you want to go back to 100%, press 0. So I'll go ahead and start at 100% opacity, and I'm just going to brush over the image, and you can see I have a nice soft brush stroke in that mask. Because the brush was at 100% opacity, I can easily see that red layer coming through in that part of the mask. I'm going to right-click over my image, and I'm going to change the hardness all the way to 100%. Now I'm just going to make another brush stroke over the image, and you'll see that gives it a really hard edge. Most often when I'm masking, I'm going to be using a really soft-edged brush. Now let's drop the opacity of this brush. I'll start out by dropping it down to 50%, so I'm going to press 5 on my keyboard. Now I'm just going to kind of paint a little square in the bottom left. The color that comes through looks a little bit purple. And that's because I have a low opacity of blue covering up the red from underneath. Let me drop the opacity even lower. This time I'll go down to 20%. Now if I brush over, it's barely showing anything through the mask. I'm going to go over to the mask in the Layers panel, and I'm going to press and hold the Option or Alt key and click that mask. And what this does is it gives me a visual black and white representation of the mask in my preview area. So I can see that the top brush stroke is a nice soft brush at 100% opacity. The middle one is a hard brush stroke at 100% opacity. And then the bottom two are shades of gray. So only part of the blue layer is going to be hidden from the red layer below. I'm going to press and hold again the Option or Alt key to bring the regular layer back. And now you can see how that looks once again. Now let's take a look at this mask if I invert the mask with that blue layer. I have that layer mask selected. I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut Command or Control I to invert. Now you can see that most of the red is going to be showing through below, and even those shades of gray were inverted, so now I'm seeing more of the red on the right, but I still have that purple on the bottom left. I'm going to press the Option or Alt key and click the mask once again so we can see that black and white representation. So as you already know, white reveals and black conceals, and I'm on the blue layer here. So what's happening is the white areas of the mask are making that blue layer show, whereas the black parts of the mask are hiding it. Another thing you can do with masks is fill them with white or black. You might want to do this if you want to reset or restart your mask, and the easiest way to do it is with a keyboard shortcut. For this example, I'll go ahead and start over with my mask with a white mask. The first thing I'm going to do is take a look at those swatches in the Layers panel. I want to fill it with white, so I'm going to make sure that white is my background color. Right now, it's set that way. But if for some reason you had black as your foreground color, you can press the X key and that's just going to swap them back and forth. So I have white as my background color. Next, I'm going to make sure I have that mask selected in the Layers panel, which I do. And then I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut Command or Control and then Delete. And that fills the entire mask with white. Now let's take a look at gradients. I'm going to press G to switch over to that gradient tool, and you can also access it in the toolbar. Next, I want to actually pick the gradient I want to work with. So I'll go up to the options and I'll click that drop down. I'll go into the basics and I'm going to select the foreground to transparent. Right now my foreground is set to black, so that's what I'm seeing in this swatch. If I wanted to add a white gradient, I would simply press X on the keyboard, and that's going to change the swatch in my toolbar along with that foreground to transparent color in the top. I'm going to press X again because I want this to be a black gradient. I also want to make sure I have a linear gradient for this example, so that's that far left option. And then next, I simply just draw a line. To draw a line, just click and drag. If you want to keep it nice and straight, just press and hold that Shift key, and that will keep it at a nice angle for you. Drag down, and then release. It looks like I was off a little bit with my gradient, so I'm going to undo that. Let's try that again. And this time I'm going to make sure I'm pressing and holding that Shift key through the whole process, and now I have a gradient. Let's take a look at what that mask looks like. I'll press and hold the Option or Alt key and click the mask. So I have black at the top, and then it fades down towards the middle of the image. The black area of the mask means it's hiding that blue layer. And all of those kind of shades of gray in between are just going to be different opacities of that mask, so it's just going to fade nicely and blend with my bottom layer. If you want to add to your gradient, you can click and drag, and maybe this time I'll make it a much longer gradient. And then as I release, I've added more black to the top, so more of that is hidden, and I can see that red below. Here I have an example of a landscape photo with a sky that's just a little too bright, and this is a perfect time to use masking. I'm going to go ahead and start out by adding a curves adjustment. I'll click the curves icon in the adjustments panel, and then I'm going to go down to the properties panel. I'm going to make a few adjustments to my panels here on the right so I can see the properties panel clearly. I'm going to take this curves adjustment and then just drop it down. I'm watching the sky. I'm not worried about the rest of the photo. I just want that sky to be a little bit darker. But as you can see, it also affected the tulips and those rows, so they're just too dark for this scene. Whenever you add an adjustment layer, you automatically have a layer mask. For this image, though, I'd like to start out with a black mask. I basically want to hide the curves adjustment and then bring some of it back using masking. So I have that mask selected in the Layers panel. I'm going to invert the mask by using the keyboard shortcut Command or Control-I. Now that adjustment is hidden. For this photo, I'm going to use a gradient. So I'm going to press G on my keyboard. In the options at the top, I have the foreground to transparent selected, and I'm going to be working with a linear gradient. But because I have a black mask, I want to make sure I'm painting with white. Right now it's painting with black, so I'm going to press X and the foreground color changed to white. Now I'm going to click at the top of my image and drag down. I'm going to hold that Shift key, and I'm going to go just a little below the tulips here. And then when I release, that curves adjustment is now showing through in my image. Let's take a look at what the mask looks like. I'll press and hold the Option or Alt key and click that mask, and you can see that there is white at the top of the mask and it fades into black, which allows that curves adjustment to show through only in the top part of the image. Let's take a look at another example that would be a very common use of masking with photography. If you look in the Layers panel, you can see I have two layers. The top layer, which I've called Bright, is an image that is exposed mostly for the green mossy rocks on the outside of the water. However, if I hide that and you take a look at the image below it, there's a lot more detail in the waterfall. I'd like to mask this top layer so the detail from the bottom layer is showing through and I have more detail showing in that water. I'll go ahead and start out by adding a layer mask. So I'll click the Add Layer Mask icon in the Layers panel. Next, I'm going to access the brush tool. So I'll press B. I want to make sure that my opacity is at 100%. And if I right-click, I also want to make sure that I have a really soft brush. I also want to make sure that I'm painting with black, so I'll take a look at that in the toolbar, and I'm ready to go. Now I'm just going to brush over the water. And I'll just make sure to get all of those edges. If you need to increase or decrease your brush size when working with the brush tool, you can use that right or left bracket key. Now I'll go ahead and toggle that top layer off and on, and you can see that the bottom layer is now showing through in those black areas of the mask. If I press and hold the Option or Alt key and click the mask, you can see those areas that I actually brushed over. There's definitely some detail showing through, but it doesn't really feel like the two layers are blended together well enough. The bottom layer has more detail, but it's a little too dark for this entire image. To fix that, I'm going to be using the Properties panel. The Properties panel will change depending on what you have selected in the Layers panel. For example, if I click the image layer and you look at the Properties panel, it's actually giving me some information about the layer that I have selected. If I click that layer mask, now it's giving me the properties of that mask. Inside of the properties, we have two sliders, density and feather. I'm going to press and hold the Option or Alt key to go back to that black and white view of the mask so you can get a good visual representation of what's happening to the mask when I change these sliders. So I'll press and hold the Option or Alt key and click the mask. And now I'm going to go over to the Properties panel, and let's start out with density. At 100%, your entire mask is showing. Another way to think of density of your mask is opacity, but it's really only going to affect the black parts of your mask. If I take this density slider and move it to the left, it's going to make the black areas of the mask less visible. Putting it somewhere in the middle is going to make it a darker gray, so I can move this slider around and you can see how that mask is actually changing. And as you know, when a mask has black painted on it, it's hiding those parts of the mask. So reducing the density is allowing some of that mask to be a little bit more transparent. I'm going to take this density slider and push it back to 100%, and then I'm going to press and hold the Option or Alt key, click the mask so we can see our image once again. Now let's go to that density slider and see what happens to the actual image as I move the density slider. If I take the density slider and move it about halfway, the water in the image became brighter. And that's because the mask is not fully hiding that part of the image. So I can kind of move this around and play with the different settings. until I feel like I have it in a good spot so the image looks a little bit more realistic. Now let's talk about feather. Let's get that mask view once again. I'll go up to the layer mask, press and hold the Option or Alt key, and click. For demonstration purposes, I'm going to change that density back to 100%. And now let's talk about feather. Right now, the edges of the mask are already pretty soft, but you can further soften those edges by using the feather slider. I'll take this feather slider and I'm going to just push it pretty high. And if you look at your mask, you can see those edges have been extremely blurred. If you go really high, then it's going to blur it so much that you can't really even see the edges anymore. So let me take that all the way down to 0. I'll push my density back to where it was, and then let's view the image once again. So I'll go back up to that layer mask and press and hold the Option or Alt key, click, and then I'll take that feather slider and I'm just going to increase it slightly. It's not making a super noticeable difference here, but if I move it pretty far to the left and right quickly and you look at the image, you can see how those areas are getting a little bit softer. This is a really great way to do a quick refine of your edge if you know that you need a softer transition between your masked and unmasked areas. Creating a mask from a selection is an important technique to use in order to create more complex masks. Converting a selection into a mask is as simple as creating your selection and then you just fill it in your mask. So let's take a look at this example. In the bottom layer, I have an image of a flamingo. And then I added a curves adjustment layer with some brightness enhancements to the adjustment. You can't see those adjustments because the curves layer that it's connected to has been filled with black. And as we know, white reveals and black conceals. So that black mask is just hiding the adjustment. Next, I made a selection only of the flamingo. And you can see those lines around that kind of zebra stripe. Those are called marching ants in Photoshop. That pattern kind of moves a little bit in Photoshop, which is why it's called marching ants. So that selection's been made. And then the selection was filled with white. And so because white reveals, that part of the mask is showing the adjustment. So with the side-by-side comparison, the image on the left has no adjustments to it, and the image on the right has that curves adjustment only added to the flamingo, and the background has remained untouched. Let's take a look at another example. In this photo, on the bottom layer is an image of an eagle in the air. Then I added a sky image on top of it, again with a black mask. So we are unable to see that layer because it's hiding behind that mask. Next, I made a selection of the sky. So all of that blue in this photo is selected. Then in that mask, I filled that area with white, so now only that part of the mask is showing. There are quite a few selection tools that you can use in Photoshop to actually create your selections. I'm going to go through a few of them here, and then I'll walk through them in Photoshop so you can actually see them in use. So the first set of tools are marquee tools. You have a rectangular and elliptical marquee, and those are going to be the ones you'll use more inside of Photoshop. You can also play around with the single row or column marquees for creating very thin lines in your image. Next, we have lasso tools. The top lasso tool is kind of a freehand tool where you can just draw wherever you like. The polygonal lasso tool allows you to create a straight edge, and then you just create whatever shape you want and connect it to create your selection. And the magnetic lasso tool will actually kind of follow around your subject, so it kind of helps guide you with that selection. The last set of tools here include the object selection, quick selection, and magic wand tool. I find the object selection tool the most useful for what I do inside of Photoshop, but both the quick selection and magic wand tools can also be helpful in some cases as well. Once you have that selection created, if you already have a mask on your layer, then you simply just fill that selection to create the mask. If you have a layer that doesn't have a mask attached to it, or you don't have a layer to work with yet, like I have here, then first you can create your selection. And in this case, I'd like to add an adjustment layer. And because I already have that selection created, as soon as I add that adjustment layer, it's going to automatically convert that selection into a mask. If you were working with, let's say, a pixel layer or a layer that did not have a mask already, then you will click that new layer mask icon at the bottom of the layers panel, and that will convert that selection into a mask for you just with that click. There are some keyboard shortcuts you can use, which I'll be showing you once I jump into Photoshop here. And these allow you to fill with either the foreground color, the background color, or you can display the fill options with a window that pops up and then choose the color you want to fill from there. Let's jump over to Photoshop and take a look at these selection tools and also how to fill your mask with a selection. Let's go ahead and begin with the marquee tools. Over in the toolbar on the left, if you hover over one of those tools and right-click, you can see all of the different tool options. We'll start with the rectangular marquee tool. This allows you to create selections that are either rectangle or square. Simply click to drag to make your selection. If you want to deselect an area in your image, use the keyboard shortcut Command or Control D. You can also hold that Shift key, so if I kind of make a rectangle but then hold the Shift key, it's going to convert it into a nice square. And then if you wanted to create from the center out, so starting from the center point and then that's the center point of your selection, press and hold the Option or Alt key and then click and it will start creating it from the center. And then you can also add that Shift key modifier to make it a square. We jump over to the elliptical marquee tool. This allows you to create ovals or circles. So by default, when you start drawing, it's going to create an oval. But if you press and hold that Shift key modifier, it's going to turn it into a circle. And again, if you were to press and hold that Option or Alt key inside of your image, it will create that selection from the center point of wherever you clicked. And then you can turn it into a circle by holding that Shift key. The lasso tools are next in the list here. Let's begin with the standard lasso tool. The lasso tools are great when you need to create a really rough selection in your image. The standard lasso tool just allows you to kind of squiggle around, and then as soon as you release it, it's going to connect the dots, and then you have whatever shape that you drew. So I could make a really long sweep, and as soon as I release it, it's going to connect that starting point with a straight line. Let's jump down to the polygonal lasso tool. This allows you to click, and then once you click and just kind of move your cursor, it's going to kind of let you create a straight line. And then if you click again, it's just going to let you make a polygon based on those selections. When you're working with this, you probably want to fill in a certain area, maybe something that's man-made, like a window or a door or the side of a wall. You're likely going to want to connect with the starting point. You're not going to do what you did before with the lasso tool. So what you do then is you go over to that starting point, and as soon as you see that little circle icon appear on that lasso tool, click and it will create that selection for you. Let's go ahead and deselect that, and let's jump over to the magnetic lasso tool. I'm going to zoom into the bird here so we can see a little bit closer on how this works. There's a few different settings that you'll want to pay attention to in the toolbar when you work with this. First, you have the width setting. This lets Photoshop know how wide you kind of want the program to look for the edge of the area you are trying to select. Right now, it's a pretty low number, but as long as I'm dragging pretty close to where the edge is, then it should find it for me. The other setting here is contrast. You'll set this number based on how much contrast there is between the edge that you're trying to select and the background. Right now it's set pretty low, but because I have a pretty good amount of contrast in some of this image, I could probably set it a little bit higher. So I'm going to go up to 60% here. And then I'll just start on the edge of the image. I'm going to click, and I only click once. And then I'm just going to drag and try to follow that edge. And Photoshop creates little points there along the way to kind of connect the dots along the edge of the bird. And then as I get to the beak, I just continue on. And you can see it's still kind of struggling sometimes, but it's doing a pretty decent job of finding that edge for me. Now I just double-clicked and that made a quick selection of what I had there, so you don't have to go all the way around to connect the dots if you don't want to. This is a good tool to use in case some of the other automation tools inside of Photoshop aren't able to select the area that you want, or maybe you need to do a really rough refinement of your mask to kind of include another part of the image that wasn't added when you used an automatic selection tool. All right, let's go ahead and deselect this, and let's jump over to the last grouping of selection tools. I'm going to actually start out at the very bottom with a magic wand tool. Then I'm going to zoom out so we can see the full image. When you click in your image with the magic wand tool, and I'll go ahead and do that, what it does is it tries to select the same color based on what you clicked on within your image. Right now, at the top, it's set to contiguous, and what that means is everything has to be connected for it to actually select it. Let me go ahead and deselect, and I'm going to uncheck that contiguous button, and I'll click again in about the same area. Now, if you look at some other parts of the image, specifically those little gaps between the legs and between the leaves, those are also selected. Those are kind of free-floating little areas that weren't actually connected to the background within the image. So by unchecking the contiguous box, I was able to just kind of get all of that color in my photo. I usually prefer, though, to keep that box checked when I'm using tools like this because I want to have a little bit more control over what it's seeing and where it's selecting, because sometimes you're going to have the same color in other random parts of your image. So I'll do that again, and I'll just click, and you'll notice that there are some areas that were not selected. To add these to the selection, you want to press and hold that Shift key, and you'll see a little plus icon appear next to that little magic wand. And then you can click in the parts that did not get selected. I got some up here in the corner. And then I can grab some of those other areas at the bottom and click with that Shift key held down, and I'll keep adding it to the selection. And this gave me a pretty good basic selection for the background here. Now let's jump over to the quick selection tool. I'm going to increase my brush size a little bit, and that will just kind of sample more area as I'm dragging along. So what you do here is you just click and drag, and then Photoshop just finds the same area, the same colors, similar to the magic wand, and it selects those for you. By default, after I made that selection, I have a little plus icon in my cursor, and that means that wherever else I drag the quick selection tool, it's going to add it to this selection. So I can go down here and just continue dragging in all of these areas, and I'm just going to continue to create one big selection. Now you'll notice that it selected some areas that I don't want included in the background. When that happens, then you want to go up to the options and change it to subtract. So the beak here was selected, and I want to remove that from the selection. Another thing I'll want to do is reduce my cursor size. So I'm going to use my left bracket key. And now it gives me a little bit more of a fine-tuned area that I'll click on so it won't kind of bleed over to some of those other colors. Then I'll just click and drag in that space. And then you can also you don't have to drag, you can just click over those areas if you want to. And then some of the leaf down here as well was selected. So I'll click on some of those other spots to try to remove that area from the selection. Same with the legs there. And you can get as detailed as you want with this. It's going to be a rough selection, but it can be helpful when you just need a really quick area that you need to select without using, let's say, the lasso tool. All right, I'm going to deselect this. And now let's jump over to the last one, which I find pretty much the most useful out of all of these tools, especially when you have an image like this where you do have a very easy to see subject in your photo. So this is going to help you automatically select the subject of your photo based on whatever you kind of create a selection around. At the top here, there is a drop down, and you can either choose rectangle or lasso. Let's go ahead and start with the rectangle. And then you just simply click and drag. Now, you'll notice that I didn't quite get the top of the head selected, and the leaves at the bottom would also not be selected if I were to continue drawing this rectangle. So when that happens and you have a selection that you started like this, but you need to relocate it, instead of starting over again, you can simply press and hold the space bar, and as soon as you do that, you can drag your selection to another spot. And because I'm still actively creating this selection, now I can just drag And once I release, Photoshop is going to find that subject. And you can see it did a pretty good job. Some of the areas at the bottom, like the leaf there, wasn't selected. But when that happens, then you can kind of go to some of those other selection tools to kind of fill in the gaps. I'm going to deselect that, and now let's jump over to the lasso tool and see how that one works. So this time I'm only going to select the bird. So I'm just going to draw a rough outline around the bird. And Photoshop was able to find the bird. It got a little bit of that branch there as well, but for the most part, it did a pretty good job, and it saved me a lot of time by doing that. Another way you can use this is if you have this tool active, if you hover over the subject of your image, that means that it's already found that object. So now all I need to do once it turns that color is click, and it will create that selection. Now let's walk through one method that you can use to convert a selection into a mask. I'm going to start out by taking this bokeh image, I'm going to drag it over my photo, release, and then I'm going to press that return or enter key to add that to my image. Next in the layers panel, I'm going to change this down to an overlay blend mode, which adds a nice bokeh to the background, but it's also covering up the subject of the photo. So let's go ahead and mask it so this effect is only being applied to the background. In the toolbar, I'm going to select that object selection tool. I'm going to hover over the image, but you'll notice that it doesn't turn blue the same way that you would expect. And the reason that's happening is because I have that bokeh image on top as the active layer. So in the layers panel, I'm going to click the background layer, and then when I hover over the bird, it turns blue. So if I click, it will select it for me. But you'll notice that it didn't get the little branch with the leaves on it, and I would like that to be added to the selection. So I still have the object selection tool active, and I have it in lasso mode. What I'm going to do is press and hold the Shift key, which will add whatever I do next to the bird selection. So I'm going to click and just make a really rough lasso drawing around that bottom part of that subject, and then when I release, now I have a selection that includes everything except for the background. Now I'll go over to that layers panel and activate the bokeh image. Because this doesn't have a mask added to it yet, I can add a new mask and it will automatically mask from this selection. So I'm going to click the Add New Layer Mask icon, and if you look at the layers panel, you can see that the area that I had selected is now filled with white. Now that's the reverse of what I wanted, so I'm going to undo this by using the keyboard shortcut Command or Control Z. My selection came back, and instead of clicking that layer mask as is, I'm going to add a modifier key to it. So I'm going to press and hold the Option or Alt key, and then I'm going to click Add Layer Mask. Doing that will create an inverted mask. So instead of the white area being over the selection, it's going to be the invert of that. It's going to add black to the selection and white to the other areas. So now I have a really nice background effect added, but it's not affecting the subject of the photo. Now let's walk through some of the ways that you can create a selection and then fill it on a mask that's already there. So I'm going to begin by adding an adjustment layer to this image. In the Adjustments panel, I'm going to add a Curves adjustment and then make a really simple brightness increase by dragging that curve upwards. The Curves adjustment has brightened the entire photo, but all that I want it to affect is the flamingo. By default, adjustment layers will start out with a white layer mask. That means that you can see the adjustment. But I'd like to reverse it so the mask is black, and then I will fill that flamingo with a white mask. There are a few different ways that you can go from a white mask to a black mask. First of all, because the only thing I have on this mask is just a solid white color, I can simply invert the mask. If I had anything else in the mask, it would also invert that as well. But I'm simply just trying to go from a white mask to a black mask. And you can do that with the keyboard shortcut Command or Control I. So if I kind of go back and forth and do that, you'll see how the image is changing from being able to see the curves adjustment to having it being hidden. Another way you can fill your mask is with keyboard shortcuts. If I look at the color swatch in my toolbar, I can see that the foreground color is black. To fill with the foreground color, you'll want to use the keyboard shortcut Option or Alt plus the Delete or Backspace key. Now, if I wanted to fill it with the background color and maybe bring it back to white, I could use the keyboard shortcut Command or Control and then that Delete or Backspace key. Now, those foreground and background colors may be different. They might be swapped when you're working with them, so you want to kind of pay attention to where they are before you use one of those keyboard shortcuts. Another way that you can do it is to bring up the Fill dialog box. So I have that mask selected. I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut Shift and Delete or Backspace, and when you do that, you'll get a fill window to pop up. So then here, you can just choose the contents that you want to fill it with. If you are working with a mask, then you'll probably want to just jump down to black or white, but you can also fill it with 50% gray, and that would basically just give you a translucent mask, so only part of it is being filled. But in this case, I'm going to set it to black. I'll click OK, and now I have an inverted black mask. Now let's select the flamingo and fill it with white in that mask. I'm going to activate the background layer. And over in the toolbar, I'm going to select the Object Selection tool. I'll hover over the flamingo and then click. That flamingo is selected, so I want to go up to that layer mask, activate it, and now I want to fill it with white. White right now is my background color in the toolbar, so I'll go ahead and use that keyboard shortcut, Command and Delete, and it fills that selection with white. I'm going to deselect that. Let's take a look at the before and after. So if I toggle that layer off and on, that mask ensures that only the white area of that layer mask is allowing that curves adjustment to come through and be visible. In this lesson, we'll be discussing automatic selections in Photoshop. Photoshop has several ways to help you automatically select parts of your image. These methods will help save you a lot of time while doing your masking work. Sometimes you'll get a great mask right away, but other times you'll use these tools as a pretty good starting point for your mask. But you might also need to implement more than one technique to get the desired results. Let's take a look at each of these here, and then we'll jump into Photoshop and I'll walk through some examples on how you might want to use these. The first one we have here in the list is color range. When you open this box, you are able to select the colors in your image that you actually want to have selected. There's also a drop down there at the top that lets you pick from a range of colors, and you can also select either the highlights, the shadows, or the midtones, and so on. Some uses for these might include background selection. Maybe you have a solid background like I have in this photo, but you'd like to replace it, edit it, do some fixes to it, and so on. It also works great for selective edits in your image if you have a grouping of something that you want to select and maybe add an adjustment to. You can also use it for luminosity masking, and I'll be showing that in one of the projects in this course. So go ahead and check that out if you're interested in luminosity masking. The color range option actually works really well for luminosity masking, and I'll teach you how to do that later on. Selecting the focus area can also be pretty helpful. Photoshop will look at your image and find the most in-focus parts. You can adjust how much of the in-focus areas you want to select, and it does everything for you. This is another good thing to use for making selective edits to your image. It's also a good tool to use if you want to edit your background, either to add an adjustment to it or maybe to blur it. Subject selection will help find that subject in your image and automatically select it for you. It's an alternate method to using the tool that I showed you previously, and it works to do things like selective edits, composite work, basically anything where you'd want to bring your subject out and edit either the subject or the other parts of the image by inverting your mask. And then lastly, we have the sky selection. This will locate the sky in your image and automatically select it for you. You could use this for working on things like sky replacement. Photoshop has a really great tool for replacing skies, but if you just need to select the sky for another reason, maybe you're just dropping something into the sky and you don't want it to go on, the other parts of the image, like the foreground, the sky selection menu option is a pretty quick way to just get that sky automatically selected. It's also a good tool if you want to just work on some basic adjustments and you want to make sure that you are adjusting the sky separately from your foreground. Let's jump into Photoshop now and take a look at some examples to see how these work. Let's go ahead and begin by looking at color range. I have this photo of an ice cream cone, and the background is all one solid color, but it's a little bit uneven. The lighting was just not quite the same from the top to the bottom. If you look at the very top right corner, you can see how there's a little bit of a vignette there, but then it fades and it's a lot more pale on the bottom left. So what I'd like to do is select the background and replace it with basically the same color, but that color will then be even across the entire scene. So I'm going to begin by going up to Select, Color Range, and let's take a look at this window. If I choose this dropdown, I have the option to work with sampled colors, but I can also select one of these as well. So I'll go ahead and just try the cyans to see what that does. The cyan dropdown does see that color in my image, but because the color is not perfectly cyan, it's not going to fully select that background for me. And you'll notice that all of those options have grayed out once I choose that. You can also work with the highlights, the midtones, and the shadows. And then if you're working with a portrait, you could also choose the skin tones. But I'm not really working with any of these, so I'm going to go ahead and select sampled colors so I can choose my own. You'll also notice down here at the selection preview that there's another dropdown. By default, you'll usually see it set to none. So you kind of want to have this view to start because then you can actually see the colors in your image that you're working with. So I'll go ahead and start with this setup, and I'm just going to click in my image to start that selection process. That initial selection click is kind of at a good starting place, but I definitely need to choose more of that blue in the background for this to work. If I were to click in another spot, it's going to change the selection and only go with that color. So instead, I need to continue adding to the existing selection. In the color range window on the right, there are some options here that I can choose from. I can select Add or Subtract to my selection, and if you needed to, you could also invert your selection as well. I prefer to use keyboard shortcuts though, so when I'm going to add to my selection, I'm going to press and hold that Shift key, and you'll see a little plus icon appear next to the eyedropper tool. If you want to subtract from your selection, hold the Option or Alt key, and that will remove that portion of color from your selection. So I'll go ahead and press that Shift key, and then I'm just going to click in different areas of the photo to make sure it picks up all of that blue color. By looking at my black and white preview on the right, it looks like I have a pretty good selection. But I'm going to kind of switch these previews because once I've started to actually create that selection, I like to see a larger black and white preview. So in the selection preview, I'm going to change it to grayscale. And then you can change this to image if you still want to be able to see what that image looks like. So I think that this is a good selection, and I'm just going to go with it. I'll go ahead and click OK at the top. And you can see those marching ants are selecting all of that blue in the background. Now what I'd like to do is add a color fill layer to replace this blue with a similar colored blue, but one that will be more even across everything. In the Layers panel, I'm going to click the drop down and select Solid Color. If you look in the Layers panel, it automatically created that mask for me. And now I can use this color picker to actually choose a color that I'd like to work with. Out of curiosity, let's see what other colors do. So if I were to go to a color that isn't close to that color that I was working with, it doesn't look quite right because that selection was pretty rough, but because I'm going with a color that's really close to the one I was actually working with, and I'll go ahead and click Current, which happens to be a really close color to what I was using, the edges of the mask are going to look much better because it's so close to that original color. So I can just kind of drag my slider around here inside of this color picker box. And once I choose a color I like, I'll go ahead and click OK. So let's go ahead and see that before and after preview. It's a very subtle adjustment, but I was able to clean up that background by making it nice and even. Now let's look at another example. In this photo, I have some leaves that are frozen with some snow falling in the background. I'd like to enhance the leaves so they're a little bit brighter and more vibrant. So I'm going to use that color range selection to just select the red areas in this photo. I'll go up to Select, Color Range, and I'm going to change some of my settings here because it remembers what I had for my previous selection. So I'm going to change my selection preview to none. And now I can start picking colors in my image. I also have sampled colors still active here at the top. So I'm going to move this out of the way, and I'm just going to click on the red there, press and hold my Shift key, and just keep clicking over those leaves and all of the red area to make sure that all of that is selected. Now I'm going to switch my selection preview to grayscale and see what that looks like. You can also try some of these other options. Black matte is going to make the unselected areas black, and white matte is going to make the unselected areas white. And then you could also try quick mask as well. It's a little more difficult to see the results here because the color that I'm trying to select is red and the mask preview is also red. So I'm going to jump back over to the grayscale. And then again, I can go ahead and click image here. And another thing you can do is if I see something in my photo here in the black and white preview, and I can also see it inside of the smaller preview, you can actually make selections from inside of that small preview. So I'm going to press and hold that Shift key again and just kind of click. You got to be really careful where you're clicking here because it's a much smaller version. But that is an option for you if you see something in that small preview that you missed and you want to make sure that it's selected. So this looks good here. I'm going to go ahead and click OK. I can see that the area is selected. Now I'm going to add a hue and saturation adjustment. So I'm going to click Hue Saturation in the Adjustments panel. And let's look at the Layers panel. Because I had that selection made, it automatically created that mask for me once I added the adjustment layer. Now I can go into the properties of that hue saturation adjustment. I'll take that saturation slider and push it to the right. I can also increase or decrease the lightness with the same adjustment. So let's take a look at the before and after of that adjustment. It's kind of a subtle adjustment here, but a lot of times when editing photos, you are working in subtleties, and adding a very small adjustment like a little bit of a saturation boost to some foliage can really enhance your photographs. Now let's look at selecting the focus area. I have a photo here with a woman in the foreground and the background is slightly blurry. So I'm going to go up to Select, Focus Area. Photoshop will look for things, and then once it's ready, it pops up to show me what it's found. Let's start out with the View mode. At the top, we have a few different ways to look at it. You can select Marching Ants or Overlay, which I tend to find pretty useful for most circumstances. But you also have black on white. You can view the black and white preview. If you are working with an image that already has a bunch of layers and you want to make sure that you are selecting only the focus area in the layer you're working on, that could be a good option as well. I'm going to jump back up to Overlay though, because I find that for this example, this is probably the best fit. Next, you may need to adjust your parameters for the in focus range. It looks like it's missed a few parts, so I'm going to increase the focus range. And I'm just watching that little red. So I'm going to increase the focus range until all of the small little red areas on her body have disappeared. And that tells me that she is fully in focus. Below this, you have the option to output to a selection, a layer mask, or all of these other options down here. Most often you're going to either choose selection or layer mask, but you may have a circumstance where some of these other choices are going to work. For this example, I'm going to choose selection, and then I'm just going to go ahead and click OK. So now you can see that there is a nice selection of the woman. Next, I'm going to go into my adjustments layer and add a curves adjustment. And if you look in the layers panel, you'll see that that curves adjustment has a mask already created for it. So what I'd like to do here is add some brightness. I'm going to go into the properties and I will increase the brightness. I'll add a very gentle S-curve here just to add some brightness and contrast to the woman. I'm also going to go ahead and use this same mask, but in reverse to darken the background. So I have that top curves layer selected. I'm going to duplicate the whole layer by using the keyboard shortcut Command or Control J. Next, I want to invert the mask. So I have that mask selected on that top curves layer. I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut Command or Control I. Then I'll go down to the Properties tool, and I'm going to reset this adjustment. And instead of making it brighter, I'm going to take the curve and bring it down to make it darker. So let's take a look at the full before and after of this image. You can see that by adding some brightness to that focus area and darkening the background, I've brought more attention to the woman there. Now let's look at using the select subject to isolate the subject to mask it. Here I have a photo of a man standing against a wall, and then I have a texture that I'd like to apply to it. So first I'm going to go ahead and blend this texture. So I'm going to take that drop down, and for this example I'd like to use multiply. But you can see that when I do that, it also adds that texture to the man, and while I want some of the texture applied to him, I don't want it to be as overwhelming as it is right now. So I'm going to select the man and then mask it on the texture. So I'm going to start out by selecting the bottom layer. I want to make sure that anytime I'm doing a selection, I have the layer active where the item is that I want to select. So in this case, the background layer has the person on it or the subject that I'd like to select. Next, I'll go up to Select Subject, and he is automatically selected. Then I'm going to go back to the texture layer, and I will add a layer mask. So I'm just going to go ahead and click the Add Layer Mask icon. And as soon as I did that, you'll notice that it basically did the inverse of what I want. Now I could invert the mask, and that'd be a really quick fix for that. But I'm going to go ahead and undo that, because if you already know that you want to add an inverted mask, all you need to do is press and hold the Option or Alt key and then add your mask, and it will add that inverted mask for you. So the man is masked, and he's standing out pretty distinctly from the texture background. So I'm going to go down into the Properties panel, and I'm going to take the mask density, and I'm going to reduce it to somewhere between 70 and 80%. Now, the lower I go with the density, the more that layer is going to show through on that mask. So I don't want to go too low with it, and somewhere in the 70s looks pretty good. Now, if I Option or Alt click on the mask, I can get a black and white preview of the mask here in my preview area. And you can see that the masked area is a little bit more gray, and that's because I reduced the density in the Properties panel. So now let's take a look at the before and after of adding that texture with a mask applied to it. Now let's take a look at selecting the sky. So I have an image here with a city in the foreground and a sky, of course, above it. I'm going to go up to Select Sky, and that sky is automatically selected. So for this example, what I'd like to do is intensify the saturation and the vibrance in the sky. I have that sky selected, so I'll go into the Adjustments panel and add the Vibrance adjustment. Now down in the Properties, I'm going to take that Vibrance slider, I'm going to push it to the right while watching my image, and then I'm also going to do the same with the saturation. But you don't want to go too crazy with the saturation because you still want your photos to look realistic. So I'll do just a slight increase of that saturation. So now if I toggle that layer off and on, I was able to selectively adjust the sky without affecting the color of that city skyline. Now if I wanted to make some changes to the city skyline, all I need to do is invert the mask. So I could duplicate the existing mask, but instead I'm going to click back on the background, and again I'll go up to Select Sky. Now this selects the sky, but I'd like to have the rest of the photo selected instead. So I'm going to go up to Select Inverse, and now that selection has changed, so it's only selecting the buildings. Then I'm going to go to my Adjustments panel, and I'll add a Curves adjustment, and I'll add a touch of brightness, and then I'm going to create a subtle S-curve to make a little bit of contrast there. Now I'll toggle that off and on, and I was able to add some brightness to that. Let's preview the full before and after here. I'll go to my background layer, press and hold the Option or Alt key, and toggle the visibility. And now I can see how I was able to selectively adjust both the sky and the foreground by using that Select Sky option in the menu. Now let's talk about working with channels. Channels are another way to create and work with masks. They are black and white representations of the colors in your image, and they're separated by red, green, and blue. This is one method that photographers use to create luminosity masks. They also work really well with selective edits, and they also can be used for making complex selections. One thing to keep in mind when looking at channels is it can be a little overwhelming if you're not quite sure how they work. But if you just remember that the more white you see in the channel, that means that there is more of that color in that channel. So let's take a look at this. I have this photo of some cherries in a small blue bowl. If I click on that red channel, you'll notice that a lot of the image here shows white. All of that white means that there is red in that part of the image. Of course, the cherries are red, so the cherries are going to be really bright white. Next, if I click on that green channel, it's going to show me that there's not a lot of green in the cherries, but there's a little bit of green in some of the other parts of the image. And the blue channel is kind of similar to that green channel, but the bowl itself is a lot more white because that bowl itself is blue. There's a little bit of blue in some of the other areas, but not so much in the cherries itself. If you want to take one of these channels and actually convert it into a mask, first you need to create a selection. Doing that is as simple as pressing the Command or Control key and then clicking on that channel. That will create a selection. Then you'll just take that selection and convert it to a mask. Now let's head over to Photoshop and take a look at how channels actually work. So we're inside of Photoshop, and let's go ahead and take a look at the channels for this image. If you don't see the Channels panel, go up to Window, Channels. Over on the right, I have it alongside the Layers panel. The thumbnails are pretty small, so I'm going to increase the size of those thumbnails so we can see those channels much larger. I'll click this drop-down and select the panel options, and then I'll choose the largest thumbnail size and click OK. Right now, the top RGB channel is selected. Let's start with the red channel. By clicking it, I can preview what that channel looks like. This is showing the pure red in the photo, and that left bar of color is pure red. Just below it, you'll see the green channel, and that middle section of color is pure green, so that's what we're going to see in white, which means there's more of that color than anything else. And then the bottom one shows the blue colors in the photo, so it's going to be that far right strip of color. Now, it's very unlikely that you are going to have something as cut and dry as a red, green, and blue photo like I have here. So let's jump over to another example with some colors that are a little bit off of the standard red, green, and blue. So with this example, I have pink on the left, kind of a soft yellow in the middle, and then a pale green on the right. Let's take a look at what the channels are for this setup. So I'll click that red channel at the top, and you can see that the red channel is showing up in pretty much the entire image. For the green, it's going to weigh a little bit heavier to the right side of the image. And then when I select blue, there's not quite as much as there was with some of the other colors, but there's still some that exist throughout each of those color bars. You don't really need to overthink what the channels look like and what colors they're representing, because a lot of the time what you're looking for is going to be a channel that has a lot of contrast in it. So let's jump over to a real example so you can see how this actually works. This is a photo of my dog running in the snow. Let's run through each of the channels to see what they look like. In the red channel, we're going to see a lot more red in this photo than probably any other color. Kodak, my dog, has somewhat orangish, reddish, brownish colors in his fur. So you're going to see the tone in this channel be the brightest on his fur with this red channel. If I go down to green, his fur gets a little bit darker, which means that there is less green or less of that color in his fur. And at the bottom, the blue channel is the least represented channel among all three of these. Now my goal here is to ultimately make a selection of Kodak. I want the fur to be selected. If I were to choose the red channel at the top, it's going to select most of the image. So if I were to press and hold the Command or Control key and then click on that red channel, it's highlighting a large majority of the photo. So the selection is kind of spread out almost everywhere. I'm going to deselect that, and instead I'm going to go down to the blue channel. Now my goal is to select the dog and not the snow. And while he is dark in this channel, meaning he won't really be selected, that's okay, because what I'm looking for here is contrast. I can always invert my selection, and that's exactly what I'm going to do here. So what I'll do is I'm going to select this channel. I'm going to use the Command or Control key, and then I'm going to click. Then I'm going to go up to the Layers panel and then down to the Adjustments panel. I'm going to go ahead and add a Curves adjustment. So let's take a look at the mask. If I Option or Alt click on the mask, I can actually get that black and white representation. It looks exactly like that blue channel. But what I want to do here is I want Kodak to be the white part of the mask and the rest to be black. So I'm going to invert my mask by using the keyboard shortcut Command or Control I. Next, I'll Option click again so I can just see the image. I'm going to make sure that I click on that Curves adjustment to the left of the mask, and now I can make some adjustments. I'll go down to the Properties panel. I'll add some brightness, and then I'll darken the bottom part of that curve to add a little bit of contrast. So I'll toggle that adjustment off and on, and what's happening is it's applying that Curves adjustment only to the white parts of the mask. If I were to hold that Shift key and click the mask, you can see what this image would look like if I didn't have a mask attached to this Curves adjustment. So if I kind of go back and forth on this, you can see how it's actually affecting the image. So ultimately what I was going for was I didn't want to overprocess or brighten the snow. I only wanted the dog to be brighter. And with channels, I was able to create a mask that had a lot of contrast and work that into my Curves adjustment. After creating or applying a mask, you might need to refine that mask to make it work better with your edits. In this lesson, I'm going to discuss 3 different ways that you can make refinements to your masks. The first method is through adjustments. Adjustments allow you to add or remove contrast to a mask, and I find that they work really well when I'm editing with channels. Basically, what you do is you create your mask, and then you edit that mask with a standard adjustment just like you would with any other image. For this example, I created a mask using channels, and then I applied it to a curves layer. Then I used the levels adjustment to actually add some contrast to this, and I'll show you how to do this in Photoshop so it becomes much more clear. Another way that you can actually edit your masks is by working with the brush tool. Of course, you can brush over your mask as much as you want, but if you're trying to actually refine a mask and maybe add contrast to it, you'll want to use it with the overlay blend mode. For this example, I have a mask that I created using channels. I've selected the brush tool. I'm painting with black, and I also set my blend mode to overlay. Then by brushing over the dark areas, they got even darker, so I was able to add contrast to the mask. Then I switched the brush to paint with white, still using that overlay blend mode, and I brushed over the light areas. That further intensified the contrast in the image. Lastly, we have select and mask. This is a little bit more of an automatic way to refine your masks. This helps you fix masked edges. So if you have edges that are kind of jagged or need to be maybe pushed in or out, then this is a really good way to work with that. You can also use it to mask hair. So in the example on the left here, I have the Properties panel open, and inside of the Properties panel is a button you can use to access the Select and Mask options. There are a lot of different ways that you can access it, and I'll be showing you that in Photoshop here in just a moment. So this is what a Select and Mask screen looks like. Here I've masked out the hair, a very complicated mask, and with Photoshop I can do this in just a few clicks. And I'm going to be showing you the method that I use to mask hair in Photoshop here in this lesson. So let's go ahead and jump over to Photoshop and take a look at some of these options. Let's first take a look at how you can refine a mask using adjustments. What I'd like to do here is select the pier and make it a little bit more bright and contrasty. So I'm going to jump over to my channels, and I'm going to go through the channels and find the one that has the most contrast. So I'll start with red, and let's go down to green, and then blue. And it looks like blue has the most contrast out of all of these. So I'm going to select this channel by pressing and holding the Command or Control key, and then I'm going to click that channel. I'll go back to my Layers panel, and I'm going to add a Curves adjustment. I want to get a really good view of what this mask looks like, so I'm going to press and hold the Option or Alt key and then click my mask, and that gives me a nice black and white preview. Now I'm ready to make my adjustments to the mask. When you're refining a mask with this method, you want to make sure that you have the mask selected. If you have a pixel layer selected while you're doing this, you're just going to be making adjustments to the pixel layer, and that's definitely not what we want to do here. So make sure you have that mask selected. Next, go to Image, Adjustments, and here I typically like to use either levels or curves. Let's jump into levels and see what that does. The way the levels adjustment works, especially when trying to add contrast to an existing layer mask, is if you take that left slider and move it to the right, you're going to make those dark areas even darker. And then if you take the far right slider and move it to the left, you're going to make the bright areas brighter. And my goal here is to add as much contrast to this mask as I can to make that pier really stand out. You can also play around with that middle slider to kind of refine how the contrast looks as well. So I think this is a good place to stop. I'm going to go ahead and click OK. I need to do one more thing though before I actually edit the curves layer. I want the wooden pier to be the thing that's edited, and right now it is black in the mask. So I need to invert it so the pier is white. I still have that layer mask selected, so I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut Command or Control I, and that inverts my mask. Now in the Layers panel, I'm going to click that curve thumbnail, and then I can jump to the Properties panel to make my adjustments. So let's do that. I'm going to go down to Properties, and I'm going to make a nice simple S curve. Let's see how that looks. If I toggle that layer off and on, it's pretty much only affecting the pier. It's basically just adding that adjustment to anywhere in the mask that is white. I'm going to make it a little bit brighter. And let's see what that does. Now let's jump over to a different photo, and I'll show you how you can use that brush tool to add contrast to a mask. So what I'd like to do here is I'd like to make the water a little bit darker and those rocks a little bit brighter. There's just a little too much contrast going on here, and I'd like to see some more detail in every area. I'm going to start out by going over to the channels, and I'm going to go through all of these channels to see which one has the most contrast. I'm just going to click through them. And it looks like either green or blue would probably work with this photo. I'm just going to go ahead and stick with blue. So I'll go ahead and press and hold the Command or Control key and click the channel thumbnail. Then I'll go back over to Layers, and I'll add a curves adjustment. Before I make any adjustments though, I'd like to add contrast to the mask. So I'm going to press and hold the Option or Alt key and click the layer mask so I can preview it in black and white. Now I'm going to go over to the toolbar and access the brush tool. I'm also going to make sure that I'm painting with black, and right now the foreground is white, so I'm going to press X on my keyboard, and that swaps it, so now black is my main color. Before I change the blend mode, first let's see what happens if I start brushing over my image with a black brush. So as I brush, it's just adding black to every single thing that I brush over. That's not what I want to do, so I'm going to undo that, and now let's change the blend mode. It's set to normal by default, but I'm going to change it to overlay. Now with that overlay blend mode, if I start brushing, it's only going to add black, or basically darken areas that already have black in them. Now I kind of brushed everywhere with that example, so I'm going to undo that, and instead of brushing over everything, I'm going to kind of limit my brush strokes only to the dark areas. But having that overlay blend mode is going to help kind of keep the profile and the edges of some of those darker areas. So you can see I'm brushing and it's going over the edge, but it's feathering that brush a little bit so it's not completely covering up those white areas. I'll finish up by brushing the bottom. Now I'm going to add more contrast to this by brushing over the white areas. First, I'm going to switch the color of my brush to white, so I'm going to press X on my keyboard. Then I'm going to brush over those bright areas. The water is the area that's white in my mask, so that's what I'm going to be adjusting with this adjustment layer. I'm going to click the curves thumbnail in the Layers panel, and I'm going to go down to the Properties panel and take that curve and just drop it down a touch to make the water a little bit darker. I'll toggle that off and on so you can see what that did. Now what I'd like to do is add some brightness to the rock areas. I'm going to use a curves adjustment, and I'm also going to use the same mask. I just need an inverted copy of it. So I have that curves layer selected in the Layers panel. I'm going to duplicate the entire layer by using the keyboard shortcut Command or Control J. Next, I'm going to go down to the Properties panel and reset this panel by clicking that little curved icon. I also want to invert my mask, so I'm going to make sure that the mask is selected, and I'm also going to preview it while I'm doing this. So I'm going to press and hold the Option or Alt key and click the mask to preview it. Then I'm going to invert it using the keyboard shortcut Command or Control I. Now the area that's going to be affected with this curves adjustment is all of that white area, which is the rocks. So I'm going to click the curves icon. Now I can see the curves in the properties, and I'm going to increase that slightly. And I'm going to also add a touch of contrast by making it a gentle S-curve. Now let's look at the full before and after so you can see what both of these layers did to the image. I'm going to press and hold the Option or Alt key and then click that little eyeball to the left of the background layer. So you can see that I was able to bring out some detail in both the rocks and the water separately from each other. And what you watched me do here is one way to do luminosity masking. Now let's jump over to a few more photos so we can look and see how to use refine and mask on your photos. Let's start out by doing a nice overview of what the select and mask tools can do. I'm going to start out by creating a simple selection using the Object Selection tool. So I'll access the Object Selection tool in the toolbar. I have that mode set to rectangle, and I'm just going to draw a selection over the image, and then Photoshop will find that selection for me. Now, anytime you have a selection tool active, you'll have the Select and Mask button here at the top. If you don't see it there, you can activate a Select and Mask tool. You can also go to Select, Select and Mask at any time, and that's going to be probably the easiest way for you to access it without trying to navigate through different tools. So I'll go ahead and access it through the menu. Now let's go ahead and start at the very top right here. The view mode that you choose is going to depend on what you're working with in your document. If you have a document with a few different layers and you want to see how your image is actually going to look against those layers when you mask it, you'll probably want to choose On Layers. But you have a lot of other options to choose from. On Black might be a good option, particularly for this example, because I don't have anything else to see behind the image other than that checkerboard. But to begin, I'm going to choose Overlay because I noticed that there's a leaf there that didn't get selected. So I'll start out with this red overlay. And by the way, if you want, you can always change that overlay color. Just click that color swatch, and then you can go through and make it something that makes it a little bit easier for you to see if red is not a good color for you to work with. So I have this leaf at the bottom that I want to do a quick selection of. So I'm going to click that quick selection tool at the very top and then just drag over that area, and it automatically adds it to my active selection here. Now that I have that basic selection made, I'm going to go back to my view and change it to On Black. First, I'm going to click this Show Edge box. And when I click that, nothing happens. There's no edge to be seen here. And I'd like for Photoshop to actually locate that edge so it can work with it and maybe mask it a little bit more efficiently. So I'm going to go down into the Edge Detection section. I'm going to take that radius slider and move it to the right. That did improve the mask slightly, and now if I click that Show Edge box, it's going to actually show me where that edge is. So Photoshop is using that edge information to make a better mask. And if I were to increase that edge, you'll actually see it grow here because the Show Edge box is checked. I'm going to uncheck that. There's not a lot of stuff kind of poking out from the sides, so the edge radius doesn't really need to be that high. You can also choose Smart Radius. And this basically just tells Photoshop that it doesn't need to all be the exact same width, and it's just going to kind of make some of the decisions for you. But if you don't want to use that Smart Radius, you can keep it unchecked to have a little bit more manual control over your edges. Now let's look at some of the global refinements. I'm going to zoom in, and then I'm just going to scroll up to the top here so we can take a look at this edge a little bit more closely. The first slider is the smooth slider. This is going to help kind of smooth out any jagged edges that you might get from an automatic selection. So if I take that smooth slider and move it pretty far to the right, you can notice on the head there that all of those jagged lines were now smoothed out. You also have a feather slider, and this just softens the edge of that mask and kind of spreads it outwards a little bit. The contrast slider is going to add contrast to the edge and just make it a little bit more crisp. So I can push it pretty far to the right. It's just adding a little bit of sharpness to that edge so it's not as soft. And I'm going to zoom out real quickly to show you that last slider, which is the shift edge slider. Moving this to the left kind of pinches and squeezes the mask inwards, so it's going to shrink it. And then if I move it to the right, it's going to expand the edge of that mask, and then you can actually see that outline. Now, if you want to start over, you can clear the selection, and that's just going to remove all of your selection and masking that you've done, so you'd have to start over from scratch. If you want to just reset your sliders, hover over the slider and double-click, and everything will go back to normal. At the bottom, you'll want to pay attention to the output settings. I recommend ignoring decontaminate colors for now. That can add some destructive edits. But the output to is where you're going to want to pay attention. You can either output to a selection or a layer mask. If you have a layer that you're working on that you know you're going to add a layer mask to anyways, then you can choose layer mask. Or if you plan on taking everything you've done here and applying it to a different layer, then you may want to choose the selection option. I'm going to go ahead and choose selection and then click OK. So if I wanted to maybe make an adjustment with the adjustment layer, I could just add a curves adjustment and then go to town. In this video, I'm going to be using the Select and Mask tool to refine hair. This is a very simple and effective way to mask hair, and there are two different variations that you can do, and I'll be showing both of them to you here. Now here I'm using an Adobe stock photo of a woman with very curly, frizzy red hair on a white and simple background. The other photo that I have I'll be showing you is a woman with gray hair on a darker gray background. Now, one thing that you'll want to keep in mind when masking hair is that you need a lot of contrast between the hair and the background in order to get a good mask. Without that contrast, it's very difficult to do any simple masking job to that hair. Professional photographers and designers tend to work with images more like this, where we have a person on a simple backdrop, or just a lot of contrast between the foreground and the background. Most of masking is going to rely on contrast in order to work effectively. So if you know you're going to be wanting to do masking, try to photograph your subjects so that you can actually create that masking job much easier. All right, let's go ahead and get to it. So I have two layers in this document. I have the woman on a white background, and then I have a texture that I blurred that I'm using as a backdrop. I have that top layer active, and I'm going to go up to Select, Select, and Mask. Now you'll notice that I didn't actually select the woman before I went into this, and that's because I can do that from inside of this tool. Now you have some tools over here on the left, and I just want to make sure that if you happen to have the hand or the zoom tool active, you're not going to see the option that I'm going to show you in this next step. You want to make sure you have one of the selection tools active for this to work. So I'll just go ahead and select that top tool, and now I'm going to click Select Subject. So right away, the woman was selected, and I'm really just going to focus on the hair in this tutorial. So all I'm going to do next is click Refine Hair. Now, this masking job really doesn't look perfect. There's a lot of kind of white halo around each of the strands of hair, and that's okay because I'm going to show you how to fix that really quickly in the Layers panel. So this is all that I'm going to do to this photo, just selecting the subject and clicking that Refine Hair button. I'm going to go down to the bottom right, and I'm going to go ahead and output this to a layer mask because I already have that layer active, and I have another layer below it, so I'll go ahead and click OK. Now I'm back inside of Photoshop, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this layer that I just created, and I'm going to duplicate it. So I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut Command or Control J. And right now things look a lot worse, so let's go to that first layer, and I'm going to change that blend mode to multiply. Things are starting to look a little bit better, and if I hide that top layer, you'll see that she is really, really dark, but that there's no longer a halo around the edges of her hair. I'm going to go ahead and make that top layer visible, and I'm going to change the name of this layer to multiply. So again, if I were to hide that top layer, you can see that it's that top layer that's kind of causing the problem with the halo. So I need to edit this mask and kind of brush over some of those areas so that only the multiply layer is showing that hair coming through. So I'll go ahead and click on the mask on that top layer, and I'm going to select the brush tool. Another thing I want to make sure when I'm using the brush tool is that the mode is set to normal. In a previous video, I was showing you how to work with that brush mode in the overlay blend mode. You always want to make sure that you kind of switch that back to the normal blend mode because it can make you a little confused if you're trying to use the brush mode later on. Okay, so I have my brush set to normal. I want to make sure that the brush is set to black, so I am brushing away that mask. So I'm going to press X to make sure my foreground color is black. I also want to paint at a 100% opacity. Now I'm going to decrease my brush size, and I'm just going to start brushing over the hair. I want to make sure that I'm only getting the hair, and I'm just getting that edge. And immediately you can see that the halo is just disappearing. But there is another effect happening here, and that is that the hair is a lot darker. So I'll be fixing that in the next step. Okay, so I did a nice kind of a rough brushing job there, but things are already starting to look a lot better. Now I'm going to add an adjustment layer to kind of bring back some of the brightness of that hair. So I'm going to click that multiply adjustment layer, and I'm going to add a curves adjustment. Next, I'm going to increase the brightness, so I'll just take that curve and drag it up, and I'm just kind of watching the luminosity of the hair. I want to make sure that it all looks even, and that the edge of her hair is not too dark. So I think that looks pretty good. One thing that adjustment layer did is it also affected the background layer. So I'm going to add another curves adjustment, but only above that background, so it brings that kind of darkness back to the scene. So I'm going to click the background. I'm going to add another curves adjustment, and this time I'm just going to drag it down to make it darker. And that's all there is to it. Let me go ahead and expand the layers panel so you can see everything. So if I were to press that shift key and click that mask at the top, you can see that before and then the after. It is still adding some darkness to the edges of her hair, but the point is to make it look natural, and I think this looks really natural with this photo. Now let's take a look at another example, but this time let's take a look at what you do when you want to work with lighter hair. So let's go ahead and do the same steps. I'm going to go up to Select, Select and Mask. I'll click Select Subject, and then Refine Hair. I'm going to output it to a layer mask, and then click OK. Now this one doesn't look too bad. It doesn't look nearly as bad as the last one with the halo around the hair, but it still needs some refinement. So I'm going to duplicate that layer by using the keyboard shortcut Command or Control J, and I'm going to go back to that first portrait image. And instead of changing this to multiply, which would make everything a little bit darker, I'm going to change it to screen. So when you're working with dark hair, you want to use multiply, but when you're working with lighter hair, you want to use screen. If I hide that top layer, you can see what it looks like. I don't really have any halo around the image, and everything is looking really good. I'm going to go to that first layer and change the name of that to screen. Just helps to keep things a little bit more organized. Now I'm going to go up to the mask on that top layer, and I'm going to do the same thing I did before, which is to brush over the hair with black. So I'm going to make sure my brush tool is active, that I'm painting with black, I have a normal blend mode, and my opacity is 100%. Then I will just simply brush over the hair. And that did a good job of getting rid of those halos. Let's go ahead and toggle a before and after. I'm going to press and hold that shift key and then hide that mask at the top. So again, if you wanted to, you can adjust the hair. Here it made it a little too bright. So if you don't want it to be brighter and you want it to look a little bit more like it naturally did, go to the bottom portrait image. I'm going to go ahead and raise all of my panels up here a little bit. I'm going to add a curves adjustment and I'm going to darken it. So I'll just drop that curves adjustment slightly, and that's going to bring back some of the natural luminosity of that hair. Now, I think this looks good, so I don't really feel any need to add any other curves adjustments. But I'm going to jump over to the previous image and show you what happens if you wanted to add a different kind of background. So I have this first image open, and I'm just going to go ahead and hide all of these here because I'm going to add a color fill layer for the background to show you what happens when you use a color fill layer or any kind of solid color layer with this setup. So I'll go to the bottom of the layers panel and select solid color. Now I'll just pick a color and I'll just go ahead and kind of select like a blue color and click OK. So you can see that adding that solid color, that simple color there, the hair isn't quite blending the way that you'd want it to with this type of background. So what I need to do here is copy the mask from the multiply layer and bring it into that color fill layer. And I can do that quickly by pressing and hold the Option or Alt key, and then I'm going to click that mask and drag it down to the color fill mask. Then I'll click the mask and invert it by using the keyboard shortcut Command or Control I. You still may need to make a few more adjustments. For example, in this image with this curves adjustment, I'm going to have to open up that properties panel. Maybe I want to make it a touch brighter to help that hair really get balanced out. But so many photos are going to be different. You're going to have different colored hair and different backgrounds. The key is just understanding how these layers work, how masking works, and how to adjust them to work with your specific scenario. Now let's go ahead and talk about some advanced techniques when working with masks. We'll go ahead and start out with previewing masks. When working on a mask, it can oftentimes be helpful to view the mask in different ways or even temporarily disable it. You've already seen me do most of these in some previous lessons, but here I'll walk you through the actual shortcuts that I'm using. The first one, and one of my favorites, is to preview the mask in black and white. And to do this, you simply press and hold the Option or Alt key and then click that mask, and then you get to view it in that black and white mode. If you'd like to preview the mask area, basically the area that's not being affected by the mask, then you want to select the mask and then use the # key. And after you do that, you'll see a nice red overlay over those areas. If you'd like to disable your mask so you can actually see what it looked like before you started masking, hold the Shift key and then click the mask and it will toggle that mask visibility. Let's jump into Photoshop to see this firsthand. Here I have a photo of a skateboarder with a textured backdrop. Let's go ahead and walk through the keyboard shortcuts you can use to preview your mask. First of all, if you press and hold the Option or Alt key and then click on that mask, you'll see the same mask in black and white, but as a big preview inside of your image. This is a great view mode to use when you're refining your mask, especially when working with things like channels. If you want to get out of this mode, you can just click away on anything, or you can just toggle it again by using that Option or Alt key. Next, you can preview the mask area by pressing that # key. By default, this gives you a red overlay. Now, if red is not a good color for you to preview, or if you have a photo where you have a lot of red in it, and it's just not going to give you a good idea of what you're looking at, you can actually change that preview color. So if you want to do that, right-click over the mask, and then go down to Mask Options. Next, choose the color you want to work with. I'll go ahead and choose a nice blue color and click OK. You can also change the opacity setting. 50% is the default, and that's usually a pretty good number. But if you have a good reason to change that so you can preview it differently, go ahead and change it to more or less. Then when you click OK, that new preview color will appear. And that option should stay set for you, but you can always go back and change it to another color if you want to go back to red or anything else. To get out of this view, just press that # key once again. And lastly, if you want to temporarily disable your mask, press and hold the Shift key and then click the mask, and a big X will appear over that mask telling you that it is not visible right at this moment. If you want to get out of that view, just do the same thing. Press and hold the Shift key and click the mask. Another good technique to learn is how to duplicate a mask. This is really helpful when you want to reuse a mask because it prevents you from having to create that same mask over and over again. Duplicating a mask is quite simple. You press and hold the Option or Alt key, and then you drag the mask to where you want it to go. So for this example, I have a curves layer at the bottom, and I'd like to reuse the same mask for another layer at the top. So I press and hold the Option or Alt key and click and drag it, and you'll also see your cursor change to kind of this double cursor. And then when you release, you'll usually get a pop-up that asks you if you want to replace it. So you'll choose yes. You can also check the box if you just don't want to see that again. And then once you release, you'll have that new mask duplicated on whichever layer you dragged it to. Let's jump into Photoshop and I'll show you how this works firsthand. For this image, I've already done some luminosity masking. I'll show you a before and after preview just by pressing and hold the Option or Alt key, and then I click that eyeball at the bottom so you can see the before and after. What I'd like to do is add some more contrast to kind of that center area with the mountains and the grass, but I don't really want it to affect the water or the sky. The layer that I've used to edit the shadows already has a pretty good mask that will work. If I press and hold the Option or Alt key and click the mask, you can see that the mountains are masked in white, and so that means that whatever is added to that layer is affecting the mountains. So I'd like to create a layer and use that exact same mask. I'll go ahead and start out by clicking that top layer, and I'm going to add a black and white adjustment layer. I'm not actually going to convert it to black and white, but instead I'm going to change the blending mode of this layer down to soft light. And if I toggle it off and on, you can see it's adding some nice contrast, but it's applying it to everything. So I'm going to take that mask from the shadows and duplicate it so it's in the black and white layer. So I'll go ahead and start out by pressing and holding the Option or Alt key. I'm going to click and drag that mask from the shadows and then release it over the black and white layer. Now, I didn't have that pop-up come up because I've probably already cleared it in the past. But if you do this on your own and you see a pop-up appear, go ahead and click yes, and then you'll get exactly what I got right there. So now if I toggle that top layer off and on, you can see it's only affecting the areas that are masked. Now I could go in and edit this mask if I wanted to because it's still independent of the other masks, but that saved me a lot of time from having to redo the mask entirely. Another thing you can do that is a really good time saver and also helpful for your workflow is to mask groups. If you have several layers and you want to use the same mask for all of them, then consider grouping them and creating one unified mask. This will save you a lot of time, it makes it easier to edit the mask, and it also helps keep the Layers panel organized. Let's take a look at this example inside of Photoshop. Here I have a photo and I've added 3 adjustment layers to it. I'll toggle the before and after so you can see what it's doing to the image. But the problem is, I only want all of these adjustments to apply to the barn, and I don't want it to affect the sky or even some of the foreground. I could create a mask and then duplicate it to all of them, but it's a lot easier to just create a group and then add a mask to the group. That way, if I ever wanted to make changes to a mask, I would only need to do it to one mask and not several. Let's go ahead and walk through the steps so you can see how this works. First, I'm going to group the layers. I have that top layer selected. I'm going to press and hold the Shift key and select the bottom adjustment layer. Then inside of the Layers panel, I'm going to click that group icon to group all of those adjustments. Next, I want to select the barn. I'm going to activate the background layer and then go up to Select, Subject. Then I click on the group and I'll add a layer mask. Now I have one layer mask that's affecting everything inside of it. If I toggle this off and on and you look at the barn in the photo, you'll see that the only thing that's being affected in the image is the area that's masked. I could even add more adjustments inside of this group if I wanted to. So for example, if I wanted to convert only the barn to black and white, I could add a black and white adjustment. Of course, I'm not going to do that, but I wanted to show you that you can continue adding things inside of that group to further edit that specific area of your image. Now let's talk about linked masks. When you have a mask on a layer, by default, it's linked to the layer. That means if you move or transform the layer, the mask moves and transforms with it. However, you might need to move either the mask or the layer independent of the other. And unlinking the mask allows you to do that. Unlinking the mask is really simple. If you notice in the image to the left, there's a little link icon between the layer thumbnail and the mask icon. Clicking it will remove it. So now you no longer have that link and you can move each of them independent of the other. Let's go ahead and jump into Photoshop so you can actually see how this works. Here I have 2 layers in this document. I have a layer on the bottom with my niece Ashlyn, and then the top layer is a texture layer. It also has a layer mask applied to kind of remove some of that texture effect over her body. I'm going to switch to the Move tool by pressing V, and I'm going to move this around and you can see how they're linked together. So if I drag it around, you'll notice that the mask is moving with it. Right now, over in that Layers panel, I have the layer thumbnail active. Let's see what happens if I click the mask icon. By moving the mask icon, it's also moving the texture layer as well because they're linked. I'm going to undo that to get it back to the way it was, and now let's unlink the mask to see how that works. To unlink, simply go to that link icon and click it until it disappears. Now the mask and the layer are no longer linked together. I have the mask selected, so let's see what happens when I move the mask. The mask is moving independently of the layer. So if I ever needed to, I could relocate the mask without moving the layer as well. I'm going to undo that, and the more likely use for this is to actually change the way your layer is positioned. I'm going to click on that layer thumbnail, so now I can actually affect what the texture looks like. I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut Command or Control T to transform the image. I can move it around, or I can even resize it. So maybe I want to make it smaller so it fits the image again. If you want to bring it back to being linked, just click that link icon in the middle, and now everything is back to the way it was. Clipping masks allow you to apply an effect, a layer, or a group so that it's only affecting the layer that it is directly above. You can clip multiple effects above the same layer. If you look at the image on the left, there's a little downward arrow, and that indicates that the layer is clipped to that layer below it. Some practical examples of using clipping masks include creating collages containing an effect to only a specific layer, adding an image to a shape or an effect, and so on. And I'm going to show you some of these here in some examples inside of Photoshop. Let's look at this example real quickly, though, before we do jump into Photoshop. Here I have a document with the same image on 3 different layers. Above each of those layers is a color with that color blend mode to give it a colorized effect. What I'd like to do is have the color apply only to the layer that it's above. So what you do is you clip it. So for this example, that green layer needs to be clipped to the far left image. And once it's clipped, it's only affecting that layer. The same with the blue layer. By clipping that blue layer to the layer below it, it's only adding that blue color to that layer. I'm going to show you this example and a few more inside of Photoshop, so let's head over there and you can see how it works. Here I have that same example open inside of Photoshop, so let's walk through how this works. Because of the way layers work, the top layers are going to affect all of the layers below them, especially when they are adjustment layers or things like color fill layers with a blend mode. I have 2 other colors here, but they're not visible because that green layer at the top is overpowering it. But just below it, I have an image, and I only want to have that green affect that image. So I'm going to clip this green layer to that far left image. There are a few ways you can create that clipping mask. The quickest way is with the keyboard shortcut. What you want to do is press and hold your Option or Alt key and then hover in between the layers that you want to clip. When the icon changes, click, and now you've clipped that layer. Now let's go down to the blue layer and clip this layer to the layer below it. So I have that blue layer selected. Another way to clip your layers is to right-click and select Create Clipping Mask. And that does the exact same thing. You can also access these options using the little menu drop-down here in the Layers panel. Because I already have a clipping mask with this image, I will see a Release Clipping Mask option instead of a Create Clipping Mask option. So if I click that, it basically removes that clipping mask. So you can go back and forth with them. So I'm going to clip this layer once again. I'm going to press and hold the Option or Alt key and click. And again, you can just toggle it back and forth if you want to, but that keyboard shortcut is going to be the fastest way for you to create a clipping mask. Let's jump over to another example. We'll start at the bottom of this so I can kind of show you the progression of what I'm doing with this photo. So at the very bottom layer, I have a color fill layer, and I just kind of pulled one of the colors from the baby's hat so it would look kind of neat. Then above it, I added a pattern fill, and this is like a water pattern, and I changed that blending mode to soft light, so now I kind of have an interesting texture effect over that color layer. Next, I added a rounded rectangle, and this is what I'd like to have my photo inside of. So what I need to do is activate that top layer and clip it to that rectangle below. So I'm going to press and hold the Option or Alt key, hover in between the layers, and click. And now that image is contained inside of that shape. You can create any shape or even text in Photoshop and clip your layers, your adjustments, your groups into that layer. Let's look at another example of when this might be useful inside of Photoshop. So here I have a document with two layers. I have a background layer, which is a kind of sepia-toned image of a woman with a telescope. Then I added kind of a jewel light effect overlay to it, and I changed the blending mode to screen so it would blend really well with the image. But there's some color, there's like a blue color in the overlay, and I don't want any color to be there. I just want it to be black and white or have no color to it. I'm going to go ahead and open up my adjustments here, and I'm going to add a black and white adjustment layer. Now, that definitely did the trick, but it's also affecting that sepia-toned image, and I don't want the color to be removed from that bottom layer. So I'm going to clip the black and white adjustment to the jewel overlay below it. So I'll press and hold the Option or Alt key, and then click in between those layers. And now the only thing that's being affected by that black and white adjustment are the jewel overlays. There are multiple and endless ways that you can use clipping masks inside of Photoshop, and I'm going to be showing you some more examples of these in the hands-on projects in the next chapter. Let's go ahead and do a nice photographic edit of this bumblebee. The first thing I notice here is the composition needs some improvement. Bees move pretty quickly, so oftentimes when I'm photographing bees or small insects, a little bit of cropping is required after the fact to actually get the composition to look better and actually make that bee kind of stand out in the photo. So I'm going to activate the crop tool by pressing the C key on my keyboard. Once you have the crop tool active, you can start taking the corners and start moving it around, but it doesn't lock to your aspect ratio. If you want to keep things the same aspect ratio or the same size as your original, you can press and hold that Shift key, and that will keep it proportional. Let's try that again. I'm going to hold that Shift key, and you want to make sure you're pressing and holding that Shift key even after you release the cursor. This happens to me a lot where I release the cursor at the same time that I'm holding the Shift key, and things kind of bounce out of proportion. If there is a specific ratio that you want to use, then you can choose it from the drop-down in the options at the top. So for this image, I'm going to select 8x10 because I feel like it will fit the composition a little bit better. Now, if I resize this without holding the Shift key, it's going to stay and lock that proportion. I'm going to position the bee using the rule of thirds, so I have most of that bee kind of in this little intersection here on the top right. And I'm just fine-tuning it. When you're using the crop tool, you might want to pay attention to this option at the top, and this is the delete cropped pixels option. So if I have that checked, then after I commit my crop, all of the outside area that's grayed out is going to be deleted. But if you leave it unchecked like that, then you still have all of that area. So if you wanted to change your crop later on, you could go back and kind of refine it. So I'm going to press return to kind of commit that crop. And usually when I'm working with the crop tool, if I want to get back into it, I just do a really quick toggle back and forth from one tool to another. So I'm just going to quickly toggle to the move tool. It's the keyboard shortcut V, and then jump back to the crop tool. And now I see that crop outline. So because I had that delete cropped pixels box unchecked, I still have all of the image area to access if I want to change my crop. But I'm going to press escape to go back to that first crop that I had set. I'll press that return or enter key, and now I'm ready to begin editing my photo. The first thing I'd like to do here is add a curves adjustment to enhance the brightness and the contrast. In the adjustments panel, I'm going to click curves. I'll go down to the curve and I'll drag up on the top right to make it a little bit brighter. And then I'm going to make an S curve, which will add contrast. So I just slightly drag the bottom left. Now, after I made that adjustment, the B got a little too dark and a little too contrasty. Let me toggle that adjustment off and on. So I actually want the B to be brighter. So I'm going to mask the B so it's not being affected by this adjustment. The image mask is selected in the layers panel. I'm going to press B to access my brush tool. Then I'm just going to right click and check my settings because I want to make sure I have a hardness set to 0. I want to make sure that I have black set as my foreground. It looks like white is set right now, so I'm going to press X. Then I'm going to brush over the B. And I'm just doing a few brush strokes there to cover the B. If I go to that layers panel and press and hold the Option or Alt key and click, I can see where I actually masked my image. Now I'd like to add brightness to the B, so I'm going to add another curves adjustment. And this time I'm going to drag up, but I'm really only watching the B. I'm not really paying attention to the rest of the image. I might add a touch of contrast just so it doesn't get too washed out. And now I'd like to mask it so it's basically the reverse of what I did on the previous step. I want the B to be the only thing that this adjustment layer is affecting. I already created a mask for the previous curve adjustment, so I'm going to go up to that layer mask, press and hold the Option or Alt key, and then click and drag, and that will copy it to that top layer. Now the mask is reverse of what I wanted, and I'll press and hold that Option or Alt key and click. I want the B area to be white in my mask so that curves adjustment shows. So I have that mask selected. I'm going to use that keyboard shortcut Command or Control I. And let's get out of that mask preview real quickly. And then I'll toggle this adjustment off and on. And you can see that now the B has a little bit more brightness to it. I'm going to do a quick before and after toggle. I usually like to do this when working on my photos to kind of see a status update so I don't go a little too far with the processing. So I'm going to press and hold the Option or Alt key and click that bottom layer eyeball. So far I've added some nice brightness enhancements. I'm going to go into the adjustments panel and I'm going to add a vibrance adjustment. I want to intensify the colors a little bit. I definitely don't want to work with the saturation here because if I move that saturation slider to the right, it really overdoes those pinks. So I'm going to double click the name on that slider to kind of reset it back to 0. Then I'll take that vibrance slider and push it to the right just to about 30 or so. And I'll toggle that off and on so we can see that I made a nice just adjustment to the color to make it pop just a little bit more. Next, I'd like to add some sharpening to the B. I don't want to add sharpening to the whole photo though, so I'm going to show you the method I use to add sharpening in Photoshop. First, I'm going to give myself a little bit more space here in that layers panel. I have that top layer selected in my layers panel, which is what I want. Then I'm going to use a keyboard shortcut Command Option Shift E. If you're on a Windows machine, that's Control Alt Shift E. And that creates a stamped layer at the top of my layers panel. Next, I'm going to go up to Filter, and then go down to Other and select High Pass. I'm going to click on the head of that B because that's what I want to sharpen. So when I'm working with High Pass, usually what I'll do is I will drag the slider all the way to the left, and then I start increasing it, and then I stop when I feel like I have a good, simple, thin outline around the image. If you push this really far to the right, then it's obviously losing the effect that you want to go with. The goal is to create an outline of brightness and darkness around whatever I want to sharpen, because the way that sharpening works is it adds contrast to the edges of your photo, which then kind of makes you feel like that area is sharper. It's kind of a trick of the eye. And the high pass filter will add a 50% gray overlay, but then it starts to bring out the edge details. So with those edge details highlighted there, and you can see them in the little preview here, and then I can also see it in the big preview image, that's pretty much what I'm going for. I probably could increase it a little bit more if I wanted to, but I'm just going to go with this, and then I'll click OK. Next, I'm going to change my blend mode down to overlay, because overlay will knock out all of that gray area in that layer. So I have this sharpening, and I'm actually going to call this my sharpening layer. I'm going to call this high pass sharpening. If I toggle this off and on, and if you watch that B, the image is getting sharp. But if I zoom in, and then I toggle that high pass sharpening layer off and on, the areas outside and on the flower and everywhere else, those are also being affected by this sharpening effect. Now, when I sharpen, I only want to add sharpening to the already in focus areas. So I need to mask this so only the sharp areas of that B are showing. I'm going to add a layer mask to this sharpening layer, but I want to start out with an inverted layer mask. So I'm going to hold my Option or Alt key, and then I'm going to click the Add New Layer Mask icon. Next, I'm going to access my brush tool by clicking B. I'm going to make sure that I'm painting with white as my foreground, so I'm going to press X. Then I'm going to reduce my brush size with that left bracket key. Now I'm just going to brush over the head, all those sharp areas of that B. So if I toggle that layer off and on, it's adding sharpening only to that area. If you feel like your sharpening is a little too intense, you can simply go to the opacity slider and then just slide that to the left while watching your image, and that will just kind of subdue that sharpening effect. Now the last thing I'd like to do here is add a vignette. I'm going to do that with the Camera Raw filter. So I'm going to first add a new layer, and then I'm going to fill this layer with 50% gray. And I'm doing that because when I bring this into the Camera Raw filter, if I leave it as a blank layer, I'll basically just see a blank layer, and I won't actually get to see what the vignette looks like. So I'm going to fill it with gray by using the keyboard shortcut Shift and then Delete or Backspace. In this Contents dropdown, I'm going to change it to 50% gray, then click OK. Next, I'll go up to Filter, Camera Raw Filter. Once I'm inside the Camera Raw filter, I'm going to scroll down and go down to Effects. And then I'll go to the vignetting slider, and I have a few more options if I use that little arrow. I'm going to start by dragging it to the left. And then I like to create really feathered vignettes, so I'm going to increase that feather. I'm also going to decrease the midpoint just a touch. And that looks good. So now I'll click OK. And then I'm going to take that blend mode and change it down to overlay. So this vignette is pretty intense. Let me go ahead and toggle that off and on. Instead of doing any type of masking, I'm basically just going to reduce the opacity of this layer. So I'll take that opacity slider and slide it to the left. And it looks like I still have a nice vignette there. But the nice thing is, because this is basically just a dodge and burn layer with that pre-made vignette, I can actually go in and make further changes. So I'm going to activate the brush tool by pressing B. I'm going to press D on my keyboard, and that defaults those swatches in the toolbar to black and white. Then I want to make sure I'm painting with white, so I'm going to press X. Now I have that brush tool active, and I want to set the brush opacity to a much lower setting. So I'm going to press 2 on my keyboard, and that changes that opacity at the top. Next, I'll go over to my image, and I'm going to increase the brush size, and then I'm just going to brush over that B. Now I also have to remember that I have a lower opacity layer set here as well as a lower opacity brush, so you're only going to see subtle changes when you actually make those brush strokes. So now I'll toggle that top layer off and on, and we can see that the background is becoming a little bit darker with that vignette, and then I was able to bring back some of the brightness to the B by using some dodging and burning. Let's take a full preview look at this image. I'm going to press and hold the Option or Alt key, go down to that bottom layer, and click it. to see what I've done to edit this photo in Photoshop. Let's go ahead and do an advanced texture edit to this photo. I'm going to go ahead and take my texture and drag it over my image and release. That image was brought in as a new layer. Right now it has those transform controls over the image. I don't need to make any transformations right now, so I'm going to go ahead and press that return or enter key. Next, I'd like to blend this with that photo below. So I'm going to go over to the blend modes and just kind of hover over some of those just to see what they look like. Now, I typically will use soft light or overlay, but I think that this photo, because it's kind of bright and it has a lot of white to it, a multiply blend mode I think is going to work really well. It does make the photo a lot darker, but I will fix that in some later steps. So I'll select that multiply blend mode. One thing that I don't really like when working with textures over people is that the texture sometimes covers up certain parts of their face or their skin. For this example, I primarily want that texture to be in the background and definitely not over the baby's face. So I'm going to do some masking to kind of fix that. But I'm not going to mask the layer itself. Instead, I'm going to create a smart filter and mask that. Now, before I jump to that step, I want to show you why I don't want to just mask this layer. So I'll go ahead and start out by adding a layer mask. And then I'll go ahead and switch over to that brush tool by using the B key. I want to make sure I'm painting with black because I want to paint out over the face of the baby. I want to remove that texture. I'll increase my brush size, and then I'll just do some brush strokes over the face. Now, because the background image is a lot brighter and the multiply blend mode really kind of affects and changes the tones in that image, this is much too harsh of a transition for this method to work. I've also lost some of the coloring of that texture. It has a little bit of a warm kind of brownish sepia color to it. And I want to try to retain that, but also remove the actual textured look. So I'm going to backtrack by undoing those last few commands. So I no longer have a mask on my image now. In this next step, I'm going to be adding a smart filter. In order to add a smart filter, first you need to make sure that your layer is a smart object. I have my preferences set to the default of having all layers that I drag and drop over my image to convert to a smart object. And I know it's a smart object because there's a little icon in the bottom right of that thumbnail. If your layer is not a smart object, you can go over to the layer, right-click, and then select Convert to Smart Object. Next, I'm going to go up to Filter, Blur, and then go over to Gaussian Blur. I want to make sure that little preview box is checked so I can actually see what it looks like in my image. And my goal here is to increase this slider until the image is blurred and that texture has pretty much disappeared. So now all I basically see is just the color. If I toggle this off and on, you can see that it's blurring everything, so there's a lot of color there, but the harshness of that texture is gone. That's set pretty well, so I'll go ahead and click OK. Now in the Layers panel, my smart object looks a little bit different. I have a mask icon that says Smart Filters, and then it lists that smart filter that I just applied. You can add multiple smart filters to a smart object, and they'll just kind of appear here in this list. One of the benefits of working with smart filters is that I can go back and re-edit the properties of that filter. So for example, if I wanted to kind of alter how that blur looks in the photo, if I double-click the name of the filter, it brings up those properties once again. I can reset it back to basically show all of that texture again if I wanted to. I don't need to do that. Everything was set well here, but I wanted to show you one of the advantages of using smart filters with smart objects is that they are very re-editable. I'll go ahead and cancel that to kind of bring me back to where I was. And now what I'd like to do is mask the smart filter. So right now, the smart filter is blurring the texture, but I only want that blurred part of the texture to be over the baby. So I'm going to make sure that the mask is selected, and then I'm going to invert that mask. So I'll use the keyboard shortcut, Command or Control I. Next, I'm going to make sure my brush tool is activated, and I want to paint with white. Right now, black is my foreground color, so I'll press X. I'm going to right-click over the photo and make sure that I have a nice soft brush so that hardness is set to 0. I'm also going to go ahead and drop my opacity down. So I'm going to drop it down to 50% just by pressing that 5 key on my keyboard. And then I'm going to reduce my brush size a little bit and then start brushing. So when you're brushing with a lower opacity, you want to lift up and then make several brush strokes over the same area. This is just a nice way to ensure that you get a softer blend on your edges. I'm going to increase that opacity to 100% now, and then I'm going to increase the brush size, and then just kind of get these sides over here. The mask is still selected, and I'm still able to edit the properties of this mask in that Properties tool. So I'm going to go down to the Properties tool. I'm going to increase the feather, and this will just soften the edge of that mask even more. I'm also going to see what the density slider does. So if I were to reduce the density slider, it's adding a little bit of that blur back to the texture layer. So I'm not going to go that intense. I'm going to keep it about 70 or so. But if I were to go up to the Smart Filter mask, press and hold my Shift key, and then click that mask, I can see now that I have that texture area removed from the baby. And if I toggle the entire thing off and on, this gives me a better idea of the changes that I've actually made. Okay, let's move on to make some other adjustments. The overall image here is really warm, mostly due to the texture that I applied. So I'm going to use that color balance adjustment to add a different kind of color effect to this photo. So I'll click the color balance adjustment there in the adjustments panel. I'm going to take the cyan slider and drag it to the left. And then I'm going to increase the blues. And this is starting to move in the direction that I want. I like what it did to the texture here. So let's see what happens if I clip this to the texture. So I'm going to go up to that color balance layer, press and hold the Option or Alt key, and click just below it. And now if I toggle that off and on, you can see that it's only affecting that texture layer, and it's not actually doing anything to the background image. Remember, that texture layer is blended. So if I change the qualities of the texture, including adding a clipped adjustment to it, it's going to change how it looks when it's blended. So now that I've actually clipped that, I think I'm going to go back down to those properties and make a few more edits. So I'm going to reduce the cyan, and then I'm going to increase the blue. Now it's time to add a little bit more brightness back to this entire scene. I'm going to go up to the Adjustments panel and click to add a Curves adjustment. I'm just going to drag things up so I can see that curve. And now I'm going to add an S curve. So I'm going to drag up on that top right and then drag down on the left. I'm also going to take that very bottom left point and then click and drag it up just a touch. And that kind of helps to add a little bit of a fade to the image. Let's go ahead and take a look at where we've come so far. I'm going to press and hold the Option or Alt key and click that eyeball, and that just kind of toggles things back and forth. I'd like to add an Orton effect to this photo. And normally what I would do with an Orton effect is I would create basically a stamped layer where it takes everything that we see here and it creates a new layer, puts it on the top layer, and then I just kind of go from there. But what I'm going to do instead is I'm just going to create an Orton effect from the background layer. That's going to help bring some of the original color back to the entire photo, but not entirely. I'll still retain a lot of the edits that I've made. So I'm going to give myself a little bit more room here in the Layers panel. I'm going to click that background layer and then use the keyboard shortcut Command or Control J. Next, I'm going to drag this layer to the very top, and then I'll release. Then I'm going to go up to Filter, Blur, and then go down to Gaussian Blur. The setting that I used previously looks pretty good, but when I create Orton effects, I usually like to kind of start over. So I move that slider to the left, and I'm just dragging it to the right and watching my photo until the features really start to disappear. And that looks good there, so I'll click OK. Next, I'm going to change the blend mode, and I'm going to go down to I'm going to go with overlay for now because this is definitely too intense, but I want to see what happens if I reduce the opacity. So I'll take that opacity slider, and I'm going to move it to the left. And I think that overlay is going to be too intense, so I'm going to change this to soft light. And then I'll increase the opacity. And I think that's a little bit better. It was adding too much highlights in the face and just overexposing it, so I didn't really like what it was doing. Let's go ahead and take a look at what we've done to this photo. I'm going to hold the Option or Alt key and click that little eyeball next to the background layer. One thing that's kind of bothering me with this photo is that there's a dark spot in the very top right, so I'm going to remove that with a spot healing brush. I'm going to add a new blank layer, and then I'm going to go over to that spot healing tool. I'm going to make sure that Sample All Layers is checked at the top. I'll increase that brush size and just do a really quick brush stroke over that top right corner. And now that dark spot is gone. In this video, we'll be taking this image and doing luminosity masking using channels. Let's go ahead and get started. I have the layer selected. There's only one layer in this document. And I'm going to head up to the Channels panel. If you don't see the Channels panel, go up to Window, Channels, and then just make sure there's a check next to it. Now I'm just going to click through each channel, and what I'm doing is I'm looking for the channel with the most contrast. It looks like the blue channel has the most contrast out of these three, so this is the one I'll be working with. I'm going to press and hold the Command or Control key and then click the blue channel, and it will create a selection in my photo. Next, I'm going to go back over to the Layers panel, and then I'm going to head down to the Adjustments panel and add a Curves adjustment. Before I make any adjustments, first I'm going to preview the mask. I'm going to go up to that mask icon, I'm going to hold the Option or Alt key, and then click. Now I can see a black and white representation of that mask. What I need to do here now is add contrast to this mask so I have much more defined white and black areas. So my goal is to have the sky and the water be more white, and I want the rest of the image, such as the foreground, the rocks, and the mountains, I want those to look black in the mask. So I have that mask selected. I'm going to go up to Image, Adjustments, Levels. Next, I'm going to take the far left slider, and I'm going to drag it to the right, just watching to see how the mask is changing and what areas are actually turning black. And then I'm going to take that far right slider and move it to the left. And this is just adding a lot of contrast to the mask. You can play around with that middle slider if you want to kind of shift things from one direction to the other. And this is a good stopping point, so I'll click OK. Now I'm going to make adjustments to the Curves adjustment so it only affects the areas that are white here in this mask. I'll click that Curves icon, and then in the Properties panel, I can actually make my adjustments. I want to darken the sky just a touch, so I'm going to take that curve, click, and then drag down. So if I toggle that layer off and on, you can see that it's really only affecting the brighter parts of the scene. Now I'd like to adjust the other parts of the image, but I'd like to make them brighter. Because I already have a Curves adjustment and I already have a mask that was created, I'm simply going to duplicate this layer. So that layer is selected. I'll use the keyboard shortcut Command or Control J. And then before I do anything else, I'm going to go down to the first Curves adjustment and I'm going to rename this layer. So I'll double click that name and I'm going to call this Highlights. And then this new layer I created, I'll call Shadows. So the Shadows layer has that mask selected. If I press the Option or Alt key and click, you can see what that mask looks like. This is identical to the mask that I just created because I duplicated the layer. And what I'd like to do is invert this so the Curves adjustment is affecting the other parts of the image. So to invert a mask, make sure the mask is selected and use the keyboard shortcut Command or Control I. Next, I'm going to click that Curves icon. I'm going to go down to the Curves adjustment properties and reset it. This Curves adjustment will only affect the mountains and the rocks and all that foreground area, and I'd like to make that a little bit brighter. So I'm going to click that curve and then drag up. Let's get a before and after preview of what we've done so far. So I'll press and hold that Option or Alt key and then click that little eyeball next to the background layer. And if I go back and forth, I can actually see what it's done. Now that I've made these adjustments, I usually will want to go back and feather the adjustment to kind of let things blend a little bit better. So if I click on the mask for the highlights layer, I can see that I have some options here in the Properties panel. I'm going to go down to that feather slider and move it to the right. I'm going to do the same for the shadows. So I'll click the mask icon on that shadows layer and then go down to the feather and move it to the right. You really want to watch your image while you're doing this because it's possible to add some halos to your photo with this adjustment, but you're going to get a more natural look if you do feather those edges. I think for the shadows, I'm going to only feather it a little bit because I am seeing some kind of dark halo around the mountains. And let me move it back up so you can see. If you look at the tops of those mountains, you can actually see there's a little bit of a darker outline there. Let's go ahead and take a quick peek at the black and white preview of that. And then I'm going to take that feather and move it down. So it's basically just feathering a little too much for my taste. So I'll go up again and then back down. And I want to keep it at a little bit of a lower feather for the shadows. So I've balanced out the sky in the foreground. Now I'm going to add a curves adjustment to the entire image to affect everything. I'll add that curves adjustment from the adjustments panel and then go down to the properties panel, and I'm going to add a very subtle S-curve. So I'll click that top right part and drag up just a touch. Then I'll click the bottom left portion and drag down. And if I toggle that off and on, that's just adding a nice touch of contrast. It helps to prevent your image from looking too flat when you're doing luminosity masking. Now I'm going to make some color adjustments to this photo, and I'm going to begin by adjusting some of the color in the grass in the foreground. I'll go to the adjustments panel and add a hue saturation adjustment. In this dropdown that starts with master, I'm going to click and I'm going to select yellows. A lot of grass and foliage has yellow coloring in it, so that's usually where I start when I want to adjust the color of grass. Next, I'll take the saturation slider and I'll increase it. Now, you don't want to go too far. You just want to kind of add a touch of color enhancement. If you'd like to maybe change or alter the color of the foliage, you can play with the hue. And, you typically don't want to go too far to the right because that color of green isn't very natural for grass. So I will typically move it to the left a little bit, which gives it more of like an autumn look to it, which does fit with some of the scene and the other colors that I have here. So let's see what that one adjustment did. Just added a nice kind of boost of color to the grass. I'd also like to give some more color to the sky. I'm going to give my layers panel a little bit more room here. And I'm going to go down to the photo filter and just click, and I'll go ahead and use this warming filter here. If I toggle it off and on, it does look like it's going to do some nice things to that sky, but it's also affecting the rest of the image. And I'd really like to isolate it to only the sky. There are a lot of different ways that you can mask an area to create a selective edit. And I'm going to show you a little bit more of an advanced way to do it with channels, selections, and also using the brush tool. The first thing I'm going to do, though, is invert the mask on the photo filter layer so that way I can paint the sky back in. So it'll start out basically not showing any of the effect, and then I'll add it back. So I have that mask selected. I'll use the keyboard shortcut Command or Control-I, and that hides that photo filter effect. Next, I want to go into the channels, but first I'm going to click that background layer because I want to actually be able to preview the channels. And when you have an adjustment layer, it doesn't really let you do that. So the background layer is selected. I'm going to go up to channels. And what I'm doing is I'm looking for a channel that has the most contrast in the sky. So it looks like the top layer, that red channel, has the most amount of contrast. So I'm going to press and hold the Command or Control key and then click, and that will create a selection. Now, it doesn't really look like it, but it is actually selecting a lot of the individual things in the clouds. Right now, it just looks like the entire sky is selected, but it's a little bit more detailed with the selection, and you'll actually get to see that in just a moment. So now I'm going to go back over to the Layers panel. I'm going to click that Photo Filter Layer Mask. I'm going to activate the brush tool by using that B key. I'm going to make sure I am painting with white, that I have a brush mode of normal and an opacity of 100%. I'll increase my brush size, and I'm going to try to keep it so it's pretty much just the same size, or it's basically just brushing over that sky. I'll back out just a touch so this makes it a little easier. And then I'm going to start brushing. Now, it's kind of hard to see what's happening here. So what I'm going to do is undo that. And then I'm going to press and hold the Option or Alt key and click so we can actually see the black and white mask. So now I'm going to brush over the sky. I'm just making one big brush stroke over the entire sky. Now, if you remember from the lectures where I talked about filling masks with white and black, if I were to fill this whole thing with white, the sky would look basically like it does right now, but so would the rest of the image. However, I wanted to isolate where the white actually ended up in that selection, so I used the brush tool instead of actually filling the entire thing. So this is adding color to the entire sky, but it's going to be a lot more intense in those brighter white areas. So I'm going to deselect this by using the keyboard shortcut Command or Control D. And you can also see that some of the mountains also got some of that brush stroke on them, and that's okay. It's okay to have things gradient faded a little bit into other areas. It'll help it look a lot more natural. Now I'm just going to press and hold that Option or Alt key and click that mask once again, and I'm going to toggle it off and on so you can see what it did. It would have been fine to have done this without using channels, but because I use channels, I was able to get a much more intricate and detailed mask. Let's take a quick peek at the entire before and after image so far. So I'll hold the Option or Alt key and click that background image, and things are coming along really nicely. Next, I'm going to add an Orton effect. So I have that top layer selected. I'll use the keyboard shortcut Command Option Shift E, and that's on a Mac. On a PC, it's going to be Control Alt Shift E. Next, I'm going to go up to Filter, Blur, Gaussian Blur. So usually I will start with the blur to the left pretty far, and then I'll just slowly move it up. And I'm just watching the image, and I just want to get it to where the details are starting to disappear. And that looks pretty good right here. I have it set to just about 25, and then I'll click OK. Next, I'm going to take the blend mode in that layers panel, and I'm going to use either overlay or soft light. I think I'm going to go with soft light, and then I'll just reduce the opacity. So I'll take that opacity slider and drag it down, and oftentimes I'll keep this setting somewhere between 20 and 30 or 20 and 40. And let's see what that looks like. I think I'm going to go a little bit higher with my opacity here, just to make it a little bit more intense. I'm also going to rename this layer to Orton Effect. I can go through and rename some of my other layers too. This photo filter is only for the sky. And then the hue and saturation was for the grass. I'm going to finish this image by doing a manual vignette. Let's give myself some room here in the layers panel. Then I'm going to add a new blank layer, and I'm going to change this layer's blend mode to overlay. Next, I'm going to make sure I have that brush tool active. I want to make sure I have black set as my foreground. Right now it's set to white, so I'll press X to swap that to black. I also want my opacity to be pretty low, so I'm going to press 1 on my keyboard, and that changes the opacity up there in the options bar to 10%. I'm going to zoom out a little bit and then increase my brush size. And I'm really only going to be using the edge of that brush to make my brush strokes. So I'm just going to click and just drag, and I'm going to do that again. And I'm basically just brushing over and over again to kind of build up that effect. Now I'm going to swap to paint with a white brush. So I'll press X on my keyboard. I'll reduce my brush size a little bit, and then brush in the middle. And this helps to kind of highlight the center of the image. So let's see what that dodge and burn effect did. Now it looks a little bit too dark for my taste, so I could either paint with white over some of those areas, or what I'm going to do instead is just simply take the opacity for this layer and then reduce it. And I'll go to probably about 75 or so. I'll rename this layer. And let's see a before and after preview of this entire image. Let's go ahead and edit this landscape photo. For this image, we'll be using luminosity masking. Instead of working with channels, we're going to be working with the color range tool. Let's go ahead and jump right to it. I'm going to go up to Select, Color Range. And in the Select dropdown, I'm going to choose Highlights. I'm going to start moving sliders here until I start to see some of the actual area pop through. If you don't see the black and white preview on the left, go to the selection preview. Oftentimes it's defaulted to none, but you can change it to grayscale and it gives you a better idea of what's actually being selected. You can also change the small preview inside of the color range window. So now I've just kind of reversed what those defaults are. So now I'll play with that fuzziness slider. And I'm just going to kind of keep moving these around until I feel like I have most of the highlights in the sky selected. So that looks like it's a pretty good selection there. It's selecting most of the sky, but there's still some shadows in the sky that I don't want to be selected. So I'll click OK. I can see that I have that selection inside of the preview, and I'll go ahead and add a curves adjustment. So I'll click that curves icon, and what I'd like to do for the highlights is basically just make them darker. So in that curves tool, I'm just going to click and drag that curve down. Then I'm going to go up to my layer. I'm going to double click the curves name, and I'm going to rename it to highlights. Now let's go ahead and adjust the shadows. I'm going to click the image layer. Then I'll go up to select, color range. And instead of working with the highlights, I'm going to work with the shadows. Again, I'm just going to move these sliders until I get a good amount of that foreground selected. And then I'll click OK. I'm going to add another curves adjustment. For this adjustment, I'm going to add some brightness and a little bit of contrast as well. Now I'm going to rename that layer to shadows. I'm going to toggle the before and after, and I would like to see what everything looks like. And it looks like there's some areas that the mask is making them look a little too flat, especially in the areas on the mountain. So what I'm going to do is go through each of these masks and add some feathering to them. So I'll click the shadows mask, and then in the properties panel, I'm going to take that feather slider and move it to the right. I'm going to do the same with the mask for the highlights. I'll click that mask, go down to the properties panel, and increase the feather. That just helps to spread the mask out a little bit so the edges of the mask are not as harsh, and there's a better transition for the curves adjustments to actually take effect. You don't want to see a harsh line with your adjustments. It just kind of makes things look a little funny. Next, I'd like to add a boost of color, but I only want it to affect the foreground. I'm going to go ahead and add a vibrance adjustment. I'm going to take that vibrance slider and move it to the right. If I toggle it off and on, you can see it's really affecting the sky and also those mountains. But I'd really only like it to apply to the foreground. If I take a quick peek and preview the shadows mask, I'm going to press and hold the Option or Alt key and click that mask. This is pretty much where I want to apply that vibrance slider. So what I'm going to do is copy this mask over to that new vibrance adjustment. I'm going to press and hold the Option or Alt key and then click and drag that mask and release it over the vibrance. I don't really like that it's increasing the blue in the mountains though, so I'm going to select that mask. I'll go over to my image, activate the brush tool with the keyboard shortcut B. I want to make sure I'm painting with black. I'm going to set my opacity all the way to 100 and reduce my brush size. Now I'm just going to brush over the mountain to remove that part from the adjustment. Let's take a quick peek overall at everything we've done so far. I'll press and hold that Option or Alt key and click the eyeball next to the background layer. One thing I'm noticing though is that the highlights and shadows curves adjustment is actually affecting the color in the image, and it's boosting it a little too much for my taste right now. So I'm going to see what happens if I remove the color from those adjustments. Now I didn't actually edit the color, but sometimes when you make adjustments to the tone in your image, it also affects the color. So I'm going to select the highlights layer, hold my Shift key, and click the shadows layer. Then I'm going to change that blend mode down to luminosity. If I kind of go back and forth by undoing and then redoing it, you can see that it's making a slight difference in the color. It's fairly subtle, but it seemed like there was just a little too much color saturation for what I was going for. But I did add that vibrance adjustment, and let's see what that looks like now. I think I'm actually going to increase the vibrance setting even more. So I'll take that vibrance slider and push it to the right. I'm even going to add a touch of saturation. And that added some nice effects. But I would like to control some of the coloring in the foreground a little bit more. And to do that, I'm going to add a hue and saturation adjustment. So I'll click Hue and Saturation. I'm going to set the colors I'm working with down to yellows, and then take that saturation slider and push it to the right. This is really only affecting the yellows and most of that foliage in the foreground. I could also play with the hue. Moving it to the left is going to give it kind of more of an autumn look. Pushing it to the right will make it a little bit more green. So I'm going to push it to the right just a little bit, and let's see what that did so far. It made a nice adjustment to the grass in the image. Next, in the hue and saturation adjustment, I'm going to change that drop down to reds. This should make changes to the barn. So if I increase the saturation, I'm going to push it really far to the right, you can actually see where it's affecting the image. I definitely don't want to go that heavy with it. I'm just going to add a touch of saturation. I'm also going to see what the lightness slider does. I don't really like that one, so I'm just going to reset it back to 0. Let's see what this did to the image. It's just a nice subtle adjustment, primarily affecting the color in the foreground in that grassy area. Next, I'd like to add some dodging and burning as well as a vignette, and I can do it all in the same layer. So in the Layers panel, I'll add a new blank layer. I'll give myself a little more room there in the Layers panel. First, I'm going to name this Dodge and Burn, and also maybe add vignette to that as well. Then I'm going to change the blending mode down to Overlay. I still have that brush tool active, but I want to make sure that I'm painting with black. So I'll press X on my keyboard. I also want to paint at a really low opacity. Because I have that brush tool set, if I press 1 on my keyboard, it's going to change the brush opacity down to 10%. Next, I'm going to zoom out and increase the brush size. And I'll start off by adding a vignette. So I'm just going to make brush strokes all the way around. And then I'm going to release and add another brush stroke. I'm really just using the edge of that brush because that's kind of where the feathered part is. So it's going to be a much softer transition. And I'll do that a few more times. I'm just lifting up and making a brush stroke. Let's see what that looks like so far if I toggle that top layer off and on. I have a nice vignette added, but the center still looks a little too dark. So I'm going to press the X key to switch so I'm painting with white. Then I'm going to reduce my brush size. And I'm going to start out by doing some brushing over the barn. I'm going to zoom in as well. So I'm just going to make several brush strokes over this area. It just kind of builds up the effect when you do that. So let me toggle the layer off and on. Just watch the barn as I'm doing this, and you'll see how I was really able to add brightness to that area. Next, I'm going to zoom out, and I'm going to increase my brush size and just add 1 or 2 kind of sweeping strokes on the inside to make kind of a spotlight effect to the middle. So I'll toggle that off and on, and that really helped to kind of draw the eye to the center of the image. I'm going to make 1 more quick brush stroke over on the left there to make sure that barn is nice and bright. And I'm also going to fix this spot, got a little too dark, so I'll brush with white over that area as well. To finish this image, I'm going to add an Orton effect. I'll switch to my hand tool real quickly just to kind of make the view look a little bit nicer. Then I'm going to add a stamped layer to the top of the Layers panel. I'll use the keyboard shortcut Command-Option-Shift-E for Mac. On a PC, it's going to be Control-Alt-Shift-E. Next, I'll go up to Filter, Blur, and then I'll go over to Gaussian Blur. I want to now increase the radius size so the image is blurred, but I can still kind of see the shapes in the scene. It looks like a setting of close to about 50 is a good look for this, so I'll click OK for that. Next, I want to change my blend mode down to soft light. Now this is a really intense effect, so I'm going to drop my layer opacity, and I'll go down to around 30%. I'm also going to rename this layer. And let's see what that layer did. That adds some nice kind of contrast and glow, I could even increase the opacity a little bit more to intensify that effect. Okay, let's take a full look at what we've done to this image. I'm going to press and hold the Option or Alt key and click the eyeball next to the background layer. So here's my before image. The color was kind of dull and the tones weren't really balanced. But with the final image, it has a little bit more color, contrast, and the light overall just looks better. In this video, I'll be doing a nice edit of this portrait image to give it a little bit more color, and I'm also going to be adding a texture to help emphasize kind of those light flares that are happening. The first thing I'm going to do here is crop it. I just want to kind of tighten the composition a little bit. I'm going to press C to access that crop tool. Then I'm going to hold the Shift key and just drag from the top left just a little bit. I don't want to cut her arm off on the bottom left. I want to make sure that stays there. So I'll press Return or Enter to commit that. Next, I'll add a curves adjustment to add a subtle touch of contrast to this image. So I'll go ahead and click Curves in the Adjustments panel. Then I'm going to just make a very subtle S-curve by dragging up on the top right, and then I'll drag down on the bottom left. And that adds a nice subtle touch of contrast. Now I'd like to add some color effect to this. I don't want to go the traditional route of using an adjustment layer though. Instead, I'm just going to add a color fill layer and play with blend modes. So I'm going to click that drop down in the layers panel and select solid color. I'm going to choose kind of a light blue color and then click OK. Now I'm going to go up to those blend modes and I'm just going to hover over them until I see one that I think looks kind of good. And I really like what color burn is doing, but I'm just going to keep scrolling through all of them. And I'm just watching that photo as I'm scrolling through, and it looks like I'm going to stick with color burn. That just looks like a really neat effect. The effect here is pretty intense, so I'm going to go up to the opacity slider, and I'm going to reduce it pretty low, about halfway or so. It looks like somewhere in the 50s is a good fit for this, so let me toggle that off and on so we can see what it did. It's also adding some contrast to it as well, which is a nice touch for this photo. I'm going to add another tone effect, and I'll start by adding a black and white adjustment. I'm not going to convert this to black and white or even make any changes to the properties. Instead, I'm going to go up to that blend mode, and I'm going to set it to soft light. This effect is pretty intense, so I'm going to go up to the opacity slider, and I'm going to drop it down to about 30%. And let's see how that looks. That's adding just a touch of contrast to the photo. It's an effect I really like to use when I do want to add a nice amount of contrast to an image. Now, because this is a portrait, I would like to add some sharpening so that her eyes and her face really stand out. First, I'm going to give myself a little bit more room here in the layers panel. Then I'm going to create a stamped layer. I'm going to make sure that I have that top layer selected in the layers panel, and then I'll use the keyboard shortcut Command-Option-Shift-E on a Mac, or on Windows, it's going to be Control-Alt-Shift-E. Next, I will go up to Filter, Other, and High Pass. Now what I'm looking for here is I want to just start to see some details in her face, or really in the areas that I want to sharpen. So oftentimes I'll start out at the very left and I'll just kind of slowly drag it up. You don't want to go too far with this. Somewhere where you're just starting to see the outline and the highlight of the features such as her eyes here, that's where you want to stop. Then I'll click OK, and I'm going to change this layer's blend mode down to overlay. So if I zoom in and then pan up and toggle this off and on, you can see that there's a nice subtle sharpening effect happening to the photo. I like to do selective sharpening with my images though, so I only want this sharpening effect to basically apply to her face and some of her hair. So I'm going to start out by adding an inverted mask. I'm going to press and hold the Option or Alt key and then click the Add Layer Mask icon. That hides the sharpening effect from the image. Next, I'm going to press B to go to my brush tool. I want to make sure that I'm painting with white, which I am in the toolbar there. I also want to set my brush opacity to 100%. Right now it's set to 10%, so I'm going to press 0 And now I'm brushing at full opacity. I also want to right click and make sure that I'm brushing with a very soft brush. I'm going to increase my brush size and then just brush over the face area. It was a very subtle change, but if I were to toggle this layer off and on, let me zoom in a little bit. If you watch the eyes, you can see it kind of shifting back and forth, but it's not affecting the rest of the image. And that's basically what I'm going for. I'm just going for a lot of really small, subtle adjustments. I still have my image zoomed in here on the face, which is great because next I'd like to add some dodging and burning to kind of bring out some of the features in her face. I'll begin by adding a new blank layer. I also want to change the layer's blend mode to overlay. I have my brush tool active and I was just painting with white. For this setup, I want to paint with black. So I'm going to press X and that will swap my background and foreground. I also want to brush at a really low opacity. So I'm going to press 1 on my keyboard and that sets the brush opacity to 10%. Next, I'm going to reduce my brush size by using that left bracket key. And I'm just going to brush over certain areas such as her eyes, maybe like eyeshadow, just to kind of intensify the eyeshadow and the eyelashes. I'm also going to do the same over her lips. Now I'm only painting with 10% opacity, so if I brush over another area, it's just going to kind of build up that effect. I'll also brush over some of the hair that is just surrounding her face. And I'm going to toggle this layer off and on just to get an idea of what that did. I'm going to zoom out. And that's doing some nice things to really bring out the contrast in her face. I'm going to rename a few of my layers here. So I'm going to double click that top layer and call this Dodge and Burn. The next layer below it was Sharpening. Now I'm going to do one more thing to this image, and that is to add an overlay. I'm going to start out by making sure that the very top layer is selected in the Layers panel. Next, I'm going to go over to my folder, and I have a jewel overlay, so I'm going to drag and drop it over my window. Next, I'm going to rotate the image, so I'm going to hold that Shift key and then rotate it, and that will just kind of help keep it level. Once I have it vertical with my image, I'll press and hold the Option key, and then I'm just going to resize it, and I'll go ahead and do that from one of the sides here, and then press Return. Now I'm going to blend this with my image. Now this image has some light effects as well as some black area. So what I want to use for this is the screen blend mode because that's going to knock out the black in the image. So I'll go down to Screen. And then if I toggle that off and on, you can see that I was able to kind of emphasize and just intensify the lighting effects in this photo. So I'm finished editing this photo. Now I'm going to save it as a JPEG. First, I'm going to save the PSD file. So I'll use that keyboard shortcut, Command or Control S. And that just saves the PSD file, so all of those layers will save with the document. Next, I'm going to go up to File, and you can go to either Save As or Save a Copy. Let's go ahead and start with Save As. If I go into the format here, I only have these 4 options, but what I'd like to do here is save it as a JPEG. So if you want to save it as a JPEG, you need to go to Save a Copy. Now I can use this drop-down and I can select from a lot of different options. So I'll go ahead and choose JPEG. Then I'll click Save. Here you have some JPEG options. You'll pretty much only want to concern yourself with the image options here. I like my images to always be the very best that they can. So I always save my images to a quality of 12. This will make them a larger file size, but if you want your photos to basically look their best, then keep it to that maximum quality setting. Then I'll click OK. Let's go ahead and take a look at that JPEG photo. I'm just going to go to the folder and double click to open it. If you are saving JPEG photos and you want to share them online, you probably won't want to upload them at their highest resolution. So let's go ahead and resize this JPEG file so it's a little bit better for sharing online. I'm going to go up to Image, Image Size. And here you can see how big this file is originally. First, let's change the resolution. I typically keep the resolution to 300 if I'm planning on printing it, But when I'm sharing it online, I change it to 72. So I'll change it to 72. That also changed the width. But don't worry, because you can change the width and the height, and it will still keep that resolution the same. So I'll go ahead and set this to maybe 1500 pixels wide, and then I'll click OK. And now it's a much better size to share online. So I'll simply use the keyboard shortcut, Command-or-Control-S, to save my file, and then I can close it. Now I'm back to my original PSD file. So if I ever wanted to save a copy and print it, I would just save another copy from this PSD file, and then I'll have that full resolution JPEG file to work with. With this image, we're going to be taking this photo of a bridge and putting it inside of a frame that makes it look like the bridge is coming out of the frame. So let's go ahead and get started. The first thing I want to do here is give my image a solid color background. So I'm going to go over to the Layers panel. I'm going to click the Adjustments dropdown and select Solid Color. I'll go ahead and set this to white and click OK. Now I want that color fill to be at the bottom layer, so I'm going to unlock that background layer by clicking that lock icon. Then I'll drag the image layer to the top. Now I'm going to create a rectangle that's going to serve as my frame for this image. In the Layers panel, I'm going to access that rectangle tool. You can also get to it by using U on your keyboard shortcut. Then I'm going to draw a square. I'm going to press and hold the Shift key and then start dragging to create a nice square. I can also press and hold that spacebar if I want to reposition it while I'm actually creating it, just to get it in the right spot. And I'm basically trying to get it so that the bridge is going out to the top right of that square. Once I release, I can actually see the square that I've created. It's a white square with a blue stroke or a blue border around it, but I want to change it so it doesn't have that stroke around the outside. So in the options at the top, I'm going to click that stroke option and then just set it to nothing. Now the fill on the inside can be set to anything because I'm going to be clipping the layer to it, so it doesn't really matter what color it is. I'm just going to leave it just like this. Then I'll press that Return or Enter key. Now let's get the bridge photo inside of this square. In the Layers panel, I'll go ahead and take that bridge photo and click and then drag it above the rectangle. Next, I'm going to press and hold the Option key and then hover in between those two layers and then click. That creates a clipping mask, so the bridge layer is now contained within that square shape. Now let's create the appearance of the bridge coming out of the frame, and I'm going to do that on a new layer. In the Layers panel, I have the bridge layer selected. I'm going to duplicate that layer by using the keyboard shortcut, Command or Control-J. The bridge layer on top is not clipped to that square so we can see the entire image. What I'd like to do here is mask it so that only the bridge is visible. I'm going to first go up to Select and then choose Sky. So the sky here is selected, but I want the bridge to be the thing that's selected. So I'm going to go back up to Select and choose Inverse. Now in the Layers panel, I'm going to add a layer mask, and that will automatically take that selection and mask it. Now I'd like to add a border around that square as well as a drop shadow, and I'm going to do that using layer styles. The quickest way to get to the layer styles for a layer is to go to the layer that you want to add the layer style to. Make sure your cursor is over the blank space in the layer and it's not hovering over the thumbnail or the name. Then double click. The layer styles window will pop up, and I'm going to go ahead and start out by adding a stroke. Now when you add a layer style, you can check that box to the left of the name, but you won't actually see any of the properties unless you click the actual name itself. And then you'll see that it's got a little bit of a highlight there. I'm going to take the size and increase it quite a bit, so around 50. I also want to make sure that the position is set to inside. Anytime I add a stroke to a square and I want to make sure it maintains that kind of crisp edge corner shape, I'll keep it set to inside. If you set it to outside, you can see how it starts to kind of round the edges. It's not necessarily a bad look. It's just not the look I'm going for here. So I'm going to change it to inside, and I'm going to set my color to something, maybe something a little bit more brown. And then I'll click OK. I'd also like to add a drop shadow behind the square. So I'll click the drop shadow name. That adds a check to the box, and it also shows me those properties. I'm going to set that distance to be a little far away. I'm just kind of going for an interesting effect here. I'm going to increase the size, which will soften that drop shadow. And you can play with the angle if you like. And I'm even going to increase the opacity just a touch. Actually, I changed my mind. I think I want it a little bit lower. I'm basically just going for an effect to make the whole thing look a little bit more three-dimensional. So a drop shadow is definitely going to help with that. So this looks good. I'm going to go ahead and click OK. And then I'm going to activate the mask on the top layer once again. I only want the bridge to look like it's coming out of the top right part of the image. So I'm going to do some more masking to the bottom part of that bridge. First, I'm going to zoom in, and then I'm just going to scroll down so I can actually see that area. Next, I'm going to go up and I'm going to choose the rectangle marquee tool, and I'm going to draw a rectangle. I'm going to start drawing, and what I want is I want that top part of the selection to basically be the inside part of that stroke. Now, obviously, I started in a bad spot. It's not where I want it to be. But instead of having to deselect and start over again, all you need to do is press and hold the space bar, and then you can actually move your selection wherever you like. Once you have it where you want it, release everything, make sure that the layer mask is selected, and then I'm going to look at my swatches on the left. I want to fill this selection with black to hide that part of the image. So I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut, Command or Control, and then Delete or Backspace. And that removed the bridge from my image. Next, I'll just deselect this with the keyboard shortcut, Command or Control D. Lastly, I'd like to crop this because we're a little off balance now that I've removed a lot of the image from the left. So I'll press C to access the crop tool. I'm going to go up to the ratio dropdown and change it to 8:10. The 8:10 ratio automatically goes to a vertical crop, and I want this to be horizontal. So to switch that, simply press X. Now I'll just drag my entire image, and once I have it where I like it, I'll go ahead and press return. And now we have kind of a cool three-dimensional photo of a bridge that looks like it's on a frame, maybe hanging from a wall, but it's also coming out of the frame. In this video, we'll be taking this portrait of a woman and putting a new backdrop behind her. Let's go ahead and get started. I'm going to begin by going up to Select, Select, and Mask. I didn't make a selection before I went into this option, so I'm going to click Select Subject. Over in View on the right, I'm going to choose On Black because I don't have a new background behind this to actually see the masking job. Then I'm going to go up and click Refine Hair. Clicking that seemed to remove a lot more than I want, and I have another way that I'm going to be kind of refining the hair in this photo. So I'm going to undo that to remove that Refine Hair button from the image, and I'm just going to work with this. I'm going to go ahead and click OK, and in the Layers panel, I'll add a new layer mask. Now let's add the backdrop so we can actually see what we're working with to get a better mask of this person. I'm going to go over to my folder and choose the ocean sunset picture. I'm going to take this and drag and drop it over the photo. It looks like it needs a little bit of resizing, so I'm going to press and hold that Option or Alt key and click and drag on the top there, and that should snap the top and the bottom so it fills the frame. Then I'll click that check at the top. Next, I'm going to move this layer to the bottom of the Layers panel. So I'm just going to click and drag it below the portrait image. With this bottom layer still selected, I'm going to add a blur to it. So I'm going to go up to Filter, Blur Gallery, and choose Field Blur. I'm going to take that blur slider, and I'm just watching my photo as I'm making this adjustment. And it looks like a setting of about 35 pixels is going to be a good fit for this. So I'm going to leave it there and click OK. Before I get into doing some of that masking with that hair, first I want to address this spot where the blue is still kind of behind the earring. Let's go ahead and zoom in to see that a little bit closer. I'm going to be doing some more masking to this, so I want to make sure that I have that layer mask selected in the Layers panel. Next, I want to pick the Magic Wand tool from the toolbar. So I'm going to go over to that Object Selection tool, right-click, and then go down to Magic Wand. Now I'm going to click that blue area. If it doesn't get it all, or if you want to add more areas to it, press and hold the Shift key, and when you see the icon change to have a little plus icon, you can click some of those other areas. And that last click got a little too much, so I'm going to undo that last click, and I'll just go with this for now. I have my mask active, and what I want to do here is fill this with black. If I look over in the toolbar, it looks like black is my foreground color. So I'll use the keyboard shortcut, Option or Alt, and then Delete, and that fills that area with black. I'm going to deselect this, so I'll use that keyboard shortcut, Command or Control D. And there's definitely some cleanup that still needs to happen here. Oftentimes when refining a mask in Photoshop, it's not as easy as just clicking a button or moving a slider. Sometimes you actually have to get in there and do the masking with a brush tool manually. So I'm going to zoom in to get a little bit closer. And I'm actually going to start up here in the kind of ear section. I'm going to switch to my brush tool, and I'm going to reduce it way down, really, really, really low. I'm going to right-click, and you can see that I have a brush size of 10 pixels, and my hardness set to 0. So I'll go ahead and start with that. And then I'll press Return or Enter to get out of those brush settings. Now what I want to do is brush along the edges of this mask. My goal is to kind of remove that light blue that's kind of still faded into the edge of the ears and some of the skin. Now when I'm brushing, what I'm trying to do is make it so that only the edge of the brush is actually kind of touching that part of the mask. So if I click and drag, you can see how it's just adding a really soft, like faded effect, and it's just fading away that edge. I'm going to move down here, and I'm going to address some of this area. First of all, what I want to do is bring back some of this mask, and it looks like I didn't switch my brush back to white, so I'm going to undo that and press X. And I just want to make sure that I actually have the edge of the mask kind of in the right area there. Sometimes the mask can push in a little too far, and it looks like the mask was pretty good. So I'm going to make sure that, again, that I'm painting with black, so I'll press X, and then I'm going to click. I'm going to hold my Shift key, and I'm going to find something that's basically a straight edge, and then I'm going to click again. And if I keep holding that Shift key and make my way around the edge of the mask, it's going to keep a straight line for me, so I don't have to actually continue to draw. Sometimes it's difficult to draw with a mouse or a magic trackpad. If you have a Wacom pen, that can make it a little bit easier, but using that Shift key modifier can still really help with this. So now I'm going to address this side of her kind of cheek here. I'm going to click, hold that Shift key, and then just kind of click somewhere else down the line. And it's really helping to kind of remove some of those jagged edges as well. I'm just going to do some manual brushing around some of these areas, and I'm just going to have to remove some of it as well. It's an earring with a different design to it, so you can kind of have a little bit more flexibility with what you're actually masking away. I do want to keep the hook part of it, so I'm going to click and then just kind of go around that edge there. You know, it's a very tiny piece of metal, so I don't want to remove it, but it doesn't need to be perfect. So I'm going to reduce my brush size and get into some of those really small areas, and I'm masking around that edge just to try to remove that halo, because like up close you can see kind of some of the details of this earring, but far away, the thing that you're really going to notice is that there's a halo around it. And you definitely don't want to have that. Otherwise, it gives away the fact that you did a lot of masking to your photo. I'm going to fix a few of these areas up top here with that smaller brush size. I'm just holding that Shift key still while I'm making these edits. All right, I'm going to zoom out a little bit because I want to get a better view. And it looks like there's still some area here in kind of the corner of her ear. So I'm going to be a little bit more aggressive with that. Zoom out again. And I'm going to bring back some of this spot here. Oops, I was brushing with black. I want to switch to my white brush, so I'm going to press X to go to white. And this has kind of a strange little stair step. So I'm going to click here, hold my Shift key, and then click up a little bit. And I'm going to back out and see what that looks like. That doesn't look too bad, but I'm going to go back to my black brush and then kind of redo this to try to give it a little bit more of a smoother edge there. And I think that helped. So now what I need to do is I need to address the edge that's all the way around her body. And you can see it's really jagged and there's a halo. So I'm just going to keep continuing around using a manual brush, and I'm just holding that shift key to kind of create a straight edge and remove that kind of bluish whitish halo. While I'm doing this, I'm going to be swapping back and forth between black and white, and I do that using the X key on my keyboard. I'll also be increasing and decreasing the size of my brush with the left and right bracket keys. So I'm just going to go ahead and do this work and speed up the video so you can kind of see a faster progression of what I'm doing. Go ahead and pause the video here if you're working alongside with me to make some of those edits yourself. So I'm now finished with all of that manual masking around her body. Now it's time to refine that hair to make it actually blend better with the background. I'm going to make sure I have the portrait layer selected. Then I'm going to duplicate the layer with the keyboard shortcut Command-or-Control-J. Next, I'm going to go down to that first layer, and I'm going to change that blending mode to multiply. If I toggle that top layer off and on, if you watch the hair, you can see how there's no longer a halo around it. I'll go ahead and rename these layers to make the organization of my document a lot better. So I'll double-click that first portrait image. I'll call it Portrait Multiply. And then I'll call that top layer Portrait Normal. And those names are based off of the blend modes. So the bottom layer is basically what is making that hair look so much better. So what I want to do then is remove that part of the mask from that top layer. So I'm going to click that mask on the Portrait Normal layer. I'm going to make sure I have my brush tool active. I'm going to increase my brush size. And I want to make sure that I'm brushing with black. Next, I'm going to mask away the parts of the hair where you can see that blue background still kind of behind it. So I'm just going to brush over those areas. And it is making a little bit darker, but don't worry because I have a solution for that as well. I'm going to zoom in to get a little bit closer to this part because I don't want to brush over the skin. So I'm going to reduce my brush size. I'm going to click on the left here and hold that shift key just to kind of create a better mask, straight edge mask basically. And then I'm going to zoom out a little bit to see everything a little bit more clearly there. And this is definitely coming together. I see a few spots over here I think I may have missed, so I'm going to increase my brush size. And if you want to double check, you can always go over to that layer mask in the Layers panel, hold the Option key, and click the mask. And now I can see some of those areas, kind of those stringy hair areas that I did miss. All right, let's go back to our normal view. Making that adjustment and kind of refining the hair made her hair a little bit too dark. So let's go ahead and add some brightness back to it. I'll go ahead and start out by adding a curves adjustment. Next, I will increase that curve just to add brightness. I'm going to click in the middle and drag up. I don't want this curves adjustment to affect the entire image. I'd only like it to affect the hair. And this multiply layer has her hair masked. So what I'm going to do is take that curves adjustment and drag it down just above the portrait multiply layer. Then I'm going to clip the curves adjustment to this layer so it doesn't affect the background. So I'm going to press and hold the Option or Alt key and hover just below the curves layer until that icon changes. Then I'll click, and now that curves adjustment is only affecting the portrait multiply layer. So if I toggle that off and on and you watch the hair, you can see that it's adding some nice brightness back to that area. I'm also going to rename this layer, so I'm going to call this Brighten Hair. I'd like to make some adjustments to the woman only that don't affect the background. Now I can use clipping masks to do this, but I want to make sure that the adjustments affect all three of these layers, both of those portrait layers plus that curves layer. So I'm going to bring all three of these layers into a group, and that will allow me to make adjustments specifically to only those layers. So I'll click that portrait multiply layer, hold my Shift key, and click that top layer. Then I'm going to click that group icon in the layers panel. I'll go ahead and expand the group so we can still see all of those layers. And I'll give us a little bit more room to view it here. I'll go ahead and name the group. Now the first adjustment I'd like to do is one that's going to help colorize the woman so she blends with the background better. Overall, the coloring is not too bad, but it could be a little bit better. So I'm going to start out by going into the layers panel, and I'll click the adjustments drop down at the bottom and choose solid color. I'm not going to worry about the color right now because I want to choose that color from the image. So I'll go ahead and click OK. But another thing you might notice is that when I added that color fill layer, because I had that group selected, it automatically added it inside of the group, but I need it outside of the group in order to do the effect that I want. So first I'm going to take that color fill layer and drag it to the top so I see that solid line at the top, and now it's on the top. Next, I'm going to temporarily invert this layer mask just so it's hidden because I can't really see the layer that I want to pick the color from. So I have that layer mask selected. I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut Command or Control I, and now I can choose my color. So I'm going to double click that thumbnail inside of that color fill layer, and then I'm going to hover over my image and find a nice kind of yellowish goldish color, and then I'll click OK. Next, I need to make that mask so it's white again so I can actually see this layer. I'll click that layer mask and again use that keyboard shortcut Command or Control I. Next, I need to clip this layer to the portrait group. So I'm going to press and hold the Option or Alt key and hover in between the layers, and then when that icon changes, I'll click. So now you can see how that color is only affecting that group. Now let's blend this color so it actually applies a nice effect. I'm going to go up to the blend dropdown, and I'm just going to kind of scroll through to see if there are any colors here or any blend modes that stand out to make that color really pop. A lot of the times I might try color, but I think for this one, I'm going to use a different one. I think I'm going to try the color burn. But of course, this is too intense, so I'm going to take that opacity slider and then move it really, really low to about 10 or so %. And I'm going to toggle that off and on, and it's just adding a really nice warm effect. Another thing I'd like to do before I move on is I want to relocate the woman so she's kind of more to the left side of the frame. Because I have all of those layers grouped, I can just do that really easily. By clicking that portrait group, I'm going to activate my Move tool by pressing V. I'm going to hold my Shift key and then kind of shift her over to the left. One thing I'm noticing when I look at this is that there's a little bit of a halo around the hair on the left. Let's go ahead and fix that. I'm going to zoom in so we can see it a little bit closer. And I'm going to go down to that portrait multiply layer. When I blended this with that multiply blend mode, what's happening is it's basically taking the dark areas and kind of keeping them in the image so they're visible, and then it's making the brighter areas kind of disappear. Well, it looks like the bright areas were not bright enough for them to completely disappear and fade away, so I need to make this layer a little bit darker. I'm going to do that with an adjustment layer. I'll go down to the adjustments panel and add a brightness contrast adjustment. Because the above layer was already clipped to that portrait layer, this layer automatically clips as well. So anything I do to this layer is only going to affect the portrait multiply layer. I'm going to take the brightness slider And I'm just watching it until that kind of bright area disappears. And that seemed to work pretty well. I'll go ahead and rename this layer to Darken Hair. And I also noticed that I misspelled this layer, so let's go ahead and fix that as well. There's a hair in this image that I kind of want to remove because it looks like the blue area just is kind of absorbed with that hair color. So I'm just going to remove it and mask it away. To do that, I'm going to select that portrait multiply layer, go over to my image, I'll zoom in a touch, activate that brush tool. I'm going to reduce the brush size. And I want to make sure that I'm painting with black, and that's going to remove it. And then I'm just going to brush away that little hair. And that helped to remove that halo. I'm pretty much done working on things inside of this portrait group, so I'm going to go ahead and collapse it to make things a little bit easier to see in that layers panel. The next thing I'd like to do is add some brightness and contrast, but I only want it to affect the portrait. I already have a layer here, this color fill layer, that's adding a bit of warmth to her, and this layer is clipped. I want to do the same thing, but with an adjustment layer. So I selected that top layer, and I'm going to go down and add a curves adjustment. I'm going to move my panels a little bit and resize them so I can see that properties panel better. I also want to make sure that the curves layer is clipped to the group. So I'm going to go up to that curves layer and just hover right in between that line at the very bottom, press and hold the Option or Alt key, and then click. Now I'll go down to the Properties panel, and I'm going to add a very slight S-curve. And let me toggle that off and on, and you can see that it's really only affecting the woman, so it's not affecting any other part of the image. Another thing I'd like to do here is add some dodging and burning. I want to make the front part of her face and her body a little bit darker, so I'll start out by adding a new blank layer. I'm going to rename this Dodge and Burn. I also want to clip this layer to that portrait group. So I'm going to go over to the Layers panel, press and hold the Option or Alt key, and then click just below that layer. This is going to help contain the dodging and burning to only the woman so it doesn't kind of bleed into the background. I have the brush tool active. I want to make sure that I'm painting with black, and I'm going to set my opacity pretty low. So I'll set it down somewhere close to about 10%. I'm going to increase my brush size. I want to make sure I have a nice soft brush. And then I'm just going to brush over kind of the front left half. Now, another thing I haven't done yet is change the blend mode. So let's go ahead and do that and see how this changes the look. I'll set that blend mode in the Layers panel down to Overlay. And I'll toggle that off and on. Now let's add some brightness to the right side. I'll press X to switch to white and just highlight that right side of her. I'm going to go back to the black brush because I want to see what it looks like if I add even more darkness. And I'm going to toggle this layer off and on. It's kind of a subtle adjustment until you really see that change happening with those layers going off and on. And if I were to toggle between the clipped layer and unclipping the layer, if you kind of look closely, you'll see how it's kind of fading around the outside of the image. So clipping that layer to the group helps to kind of constrain it and only affect the woman in the photo. Now, for the most part, the masking job looks really good in this. However, I do see some areas that could use some refinement, and I'm just going to point them out here. Particularly down here in this area. Now, what I'd need to do is go into the mask, so I'd probably need to go into this top portrait mask, access my brush tool, reduce that brush size, and I'll probably want to be brushing with a pretty high opacity. And then I could just click through here and start refining this edge. But you'll notice that it's starting to look funny, and that's because of that portrait multiply layer. If you're adjusting your mask and you see the same thing happening, go down to that multiply layer, make sure you're painting with black, and just mask that entire edge away. Now you can go back up to that normal layer and make some more refinements. I'm not going to go through this and nitpick about all of the little things that might need to be changed. These kinds of projects can really take time. You might want to zoom in really, really far and work at a really, really small pixel level to get a really good looking mask. But for this image, I'm just going to stop here with the masking, and I'm going to make some last adjustments to kind of finish things off. The first thing I want to do is add some grain to this photo. Oftentimes when you are creating a composite image, adding a touch of grain brings everything together, especially when you blur a background like I did here. Blurring a background is going to remove all of the grain from that photo. And if you have another photo sitting on top of it that has some natural kind of, film grain or noise to it, it can look kind of weird having the contrast between the two. So I'm going to go to the very top of my layers panel. I'm going to add a new blank layer. Next, I'm going to fill this layer with gray. So I'm going to use that keyboard shortcut, Shift and Delete or Backspace. I'm going to make sure that 50% gray is set there in that contents, and then click OK. Next, I'm going to go up to Filter, Noise, Add Noise. I want to make sure that I have it set to Gaussian, which is going to kind of scatter it all over the place, and then I want it to be monochromatic. I also want the amount to be pretty low, so you can set it as low as you like, probably not that low, but somewhere around 10% is probably going to be a good number, and then click OK. Next, I'm going to change my blend mode down to overlay, and what this does is it hides the 50% gray, and then all of the black and white noise that was added are going to come through and just kind of pop through like film grain. Now, this is pretty intense, so I'm also going to scale back the opacity. So I'm going to take that opacity slider and move it down, and you can also zoom in and kind of like find an area where the two images meet and just play with your opacity setting there, and that way you can kind of see what the noise looks like. And the final thing I'd like to do with this is add a color lookup adjustment, which will help add an image color style to the entire image to help blend them together even more. So in the Adjustments panel, I'm going to select Color Lookup. I'll click that drop down, and I'm going to scroll down to the Kodak 5218, Kodak 2395. And it's just the bottom Kodak one, if you can remember that. And so now we're finished. Now, like I said, if you want, you can always go in and make more and more adjustments to masking. If you want a really good mask, you're probably going to have to spend some time on it, and that's just the nature of it. Photoshop does a good job of giving you a really good starting place, but when you're working on complicated selections such as hair, you may need to put a little bit of elbow grease into it to make it look really good. In this video, we'll be creating a collage from scratch and adding these photos to it. I'm going to begin over in Photoshop, and I'm going to create a new blank document. I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut Command or Control N. Then I'll go over to the Photo tab, click View All Presets, and I'm going to choose the 8x10 landscape. You can make edits over here if you'd like to make it larger or smaller, but I'll just use the default preset and then go ahead and click Create. Next, I'd like to create my grid to actually position my collage inside of. You don't have to create your collage with a perfectly aligned grid, but this will show you how to do that if you do want to kind of have a nice grid of photos to work with. So I'm going to begin by going up to View and then go to New Guide Layout. I want to set my columns to 3. I want to remove that gutter, and that's basically just kind of the double line there that you see. So I'll just change that to 0. And I'm also going to add some rows. So I'll go ahead and add 2 rows, again with a 0 gutter. Now I'll go ahead and click OK. Next, I'm going to choose the Shape tool. So I'll choose that rectangle shape tool over on the left. I do want to make sure that I don't have any rounded edge here. So I'm going to set this to 0 at the top. I'd also like my shape to not have a stroke. So I'm going to change that to basically be no color for that stroke. And then I'll set my fill to just any color. I'll just choose gray. It doesn't really matter what color your shape is because it's going to be covered up by whatever image you put on top of it. But I usually will use different colors for each shape because it's easier to see them. So I'm going to go to the top left and click and drag my shape, and it should snap to those guides. Then I'll press the Enter key, and I need to create 2 more shapes for this top row. Instead of creating a new shape with the shape tool, I'm just going to duplicate the shape layer that I have. So I'm going to activate my move tool. I'm going to hover over this image. I'm going to press and hold the Option or Alt key, and that allows me to duplicate this layer. Now I can drag it to the right, and if you want to make sure you keep it level, hold that Shift key and then release. I'd like this shape to be a different color than the gray shape on the left, so I'm going to press U, and because this is a shape layer, it selects that shape and it brings up the options at the top. So I'm going to take that fill, and I'll just choose any color here in my swatch list there, and then press return. Now let's repeat that. I'll press the V key to access the move tool, press and hold the Option or Alt key and the Shift key at the same time, and then drag that shape to the right. I'll release. I'll press U to go back to my shape tool, and I'll change this fill color to something that's different than the one it's alongside. So now over in the Layers panel, I have 3 different shapes, each on their own layer. Let's go ahead and create a new grid layout to add 2 shapes to the bottom. So again, I'll go up to View, New Guide Layout. This time I want to change the columns to 2, but I also want to clear the existing guides. So I'll click Clear Existing Guides, and that's going to remove those guides that I had created before and replace it with this new setup. So I have that set there. I'll go ahead and click OK. I still have that shape tool selected, so I'll go over to the bottom left here, click and drag to create that bottom left shape. I'll press return, and I'll duplicate this shape so it goes over on the right. So I'll press V, press and hold the Option or Alt key along with that Shift key, and then drag it to the right. I'm going to change the color of this shape as well, so I'll press U, go up to the top to set the fill, and I'll choose a light gray. Next, I'm going to go up to View, and I'm going to clear these guides so everything looks a little tidier. As I'm looking at this, I'm noticing that the color that I selected for the 2 darker rectangles is really close to that kind of background color in Photoshop. So I'm going to change that real quickly. I'm going to select both of these inside of the Layers panel. So I selected that first layer. Because they're next to each other, I can hold the Shift key and select the other layer, but you can also hold the Command or Control key, and that lets you select layers that are not next to each other in the Layers panel. I'm going to make sure I have the Shape tool selected, and then at the top, I'm going to click Fill, and I'll just choose a completely different color for both of these shapes, and then press Return when I'm finished. Now I'm ready to start actually bringing my images into this document. In the Layers panel, I'm going to collapse some of my layers here because I won't really be using them. Next, I'm going to click the very bottom rectangle image. I'm going to switch over to the Hand tool as well so I don't get that shape outline. I'm going to go into my folder view, and I'm going to take one of these images, click and drag it over the document. I'm going to kind of move this around and resize it. I just want it to fill that space, and I'll press Return. Now, because this is kind of the bottom layer, it fits inside of that shape really well. But I still like to clip things to their shapes just for good measure. It keeps things a little bit more organized. So over in that Layers panel, I'm going to press and hold the Option or Alt key and then click in between those 2 layers to clip it. It doesn't really look like anything happened inside of the Layers panel, but you'll see how things come together as I add more images. I want to add my next image so it sits inside of the middle top rectangle, so I made sure to activate it inside of the Layers panel. Then I'll go over to my folder, and I'm going to click and drag, and I'm going to resize this so it kind of fits in that area. And you can see how it's kind of overlapping on that left image a little bit. So I'm going to go over to the Layers panel, press and hold the Option or Alt key, and click to clip those. Let's go ahead and jump to the top so you can see how clipping these layers works a little bit better. I selected that top layer, which is the bottom right rectangle. I'll go over to my folder. I'm going to click and drag that photo, and you can see now it's covering up the entire space of the image. I'll do a quick resize on it just to make sure that it will fit and cover the entire rectangle, and then press Return. Next, I'm going to go in between those 2 layers, press and hold the Option or Alt key, and click, and that clips it inside of that layer. I'll go to the bottom left rectangle and click that layer in the Layers panel, go over to my folder, drag and drop a photo. I'm going to just kind of move it around and position it wherever I like. And now I'll clip it in the Layers panel. So I'll press and hold the Option or Alt key, hover between the two layers, and click. And I'll finish with that top right rectangle. So I'll click it in the Layers panel, go over to my Finder, drag and drop the photo. I'll just do a quick resize here to make sure it fits the space. Press Return. I'm going to go over to the Layers panel, press and hold the Option or Alt key, and click between the layers. Once you have everything clipped inside the layers, you might find that you need to make some adjustments. I'm going to click the layer that shows up in the top middle part of the scene, press my V key, and then if I move it around, you can actually see that it's changing, but it's not going outside any other space. I could resize this if I want to, and I have a much better idea of how it's actually looking in my photo. I'm going to do the same thing for that bottom left rectangle. I'll click that image, use the keyboard shortcut Command or Control T, and then just resize it. If I go too far in, you can start to see the color in that clipped layer. But you're able to manipulate and change how all of these look in your photo. Lastly, you may want to add a border around your images. I'm going to go ahead and start out with the bottom right rectangle, which is that top rectangle in my Layers panel. To add a border, or it's called a stroke inside of Photoshop, I'll do it using Layer Styles. The quickest way to get to Layer Styles is to go over to the layer you want to add it to, and then double-click in that blank space off to the right. Next, in that Styles list on the left, I'm going to click Stroke. You don't want to just check the box, because if you just check the box, then it won't actually bring up all of those options. I'm going to change my color to white, and I will increase that size. I like to use the inside position. If you were to put it to an outside position, you're going to start to see like a curved line around the outside. Plus, it's going to kind of look funny because you have all of these layers kind of stacked on top of each other. And if you keep that position to the inside, then it's going to ensure that all of the stroke widths are the same. So you can set this to whatever you like and go ahead and click OK. Now I'd like to add this exact same stroke to the other rectangles. I already have the layer style set here, so I'll just go ahead and copy and paste it to the other layers. To do that, I'll right-click over the layer and select Copy Layer Style. Next, I need to select only the rectangles for the other layers. So I'm going to click rectangle number 2, and then I'm going to press and hold that Command or Control key and go through and click the other rectangles in the Layers panel. Then I'll go up to any of those, right-click, and select Paste Layer Style. So now I have a border around each of those images. If you'd also like to add a border around the entire image, you'll need to group the entire thing and then add a border to the group. So let's go ahead and do that. I'll click that bottom layer, go up to the top, hold the Shift key, and click the top layer. Then I'm going to click that group icon in the Layers panel to group all of them. I'm going to go ahead and right-click and paste that layer style that I already had copied. Now, no changes happen because the layer style has a stroke that's the exact same width as the existing stroke. But I'm going to double-click that stroke option in the layer, and I'm going to double the size of this stroke. Now, what that did was it basically created all of those stroke widths so they're all uniform. When you add an inside stroke to two layers that are butted up next to each other, it doubles that stroke width. But the outside edge is going to be basically just the normal stroke width. So by grouping the layers and adding a stroke to the entire group, I was able to only add a stroke to the outside, and by doubling it up, now I have a uniform width stroke around the entire photo. Thank you so much for joining me in this training all about layers and masking. I hope this course has given you the confidence you need to finally be able to work with layers and masks. If you still have questions about the topics covered in this course, please feel free to reach out to me directly. Thanks again, and take care.